Europe is a continent where every stone bears the traces of a thousand-year history. Yet among the well-studied monuments, there are 15 mysterious structures that continue to puzzle scientists. Ancient stone circles scattered across the continent silently guard their secrets for thousands of years. Who and why built these gigantic constructions with astronomical precision? Some castles and towers, according to local legends, were not built by human hands, but by beings from other worlds. Coincidence or echoes of forgotten knowledge? Archaeologists continue to find artifacts in ancient ruins that do not fit into the accepted historical chronology, as if someone is deliberately confusing the researchers' maps. Particularly striking are the stone labyrinths and walls with perfectly fitted blocks, weighing tens of tons. How did ancient masters create these engineering masterpieces without modern technologies? Some scientists speak of forgotten technologies, others of assistance from extraterrestrial civilizations. But the truth remains hidden behind the veil of time. Join us on a journey to the most mysterious places of the Old World, where official history meets inexplicable facts, and ancient stones carry messages from the past that we are only beginning to decipher. The most famous, and perhaps the most mysterious of all the ancient megalithic structures in Europe, remains the majestic Stonehenge, silently towering amidst the green plains of Salisbury in southern England. Imagine this: more than 4,500 years ago, when most people lived in simple huts, someone planned and erected a monumental structure of stone blocks, weighing up to 40 tons each. Under the gray sky of Britain, these silent sentinels of time stand in an ideal circle, as if frozen in eternal expectation. When you touch the rough surface of these ancient stones, you can almost feel the cold breath of the centuries and ask yourself, whose hands shaped these blocks? Archaeologists have established that some of the stones were transported from a distance of more than 240 kilometers, from distant Wales. How did people of the Bronze Age, without wheels or draft animals, manage to move such colossal weights across hills, rivers, and bogs? Some scientists suggest the use of wooden sledges and complex lever systems, while others talk about possible water routes for transportation on rafts. However, even the most meticulous experiments of modern engineers using ancient technologies do not provide a definitive answer. Even more astonishing is the astronomical precision of the arrangement of the stones. The main axis of Stonehenge is ideally oriented towards the point of sunrise on the summer solstice and sunset on the winter solstice. How did the builders, without modern instruments, achieve such accuracy? After all, this required decades of observation and complex mathematical calculations. British archaeologist Professor Mike Parker Pearson, who has dedicated more than 30 years of his life to the study of Stonehenge, says, "We know how Stonehenge was built, but we still do not understand it in full measure. Was it an ancient temple for sun worship? Or a gigantic astronomical observatory? Or perhaps, as some researchers suggest, a center of healing, to which the sick came from all over ancient Britain?" In recent years, archaeologists have discovered around Stonehenge a whole network of underground structures, invisible on the surface. The use of modern technologies, ground-penetrating radars and magnetometers, has allowed the hidden stone circles, pits, and sanctuaries to be revealed, stretching for many kilometers around the main monument. This discovery showed that Stonehenge was only the central part of a vast ritual landscape, the meaning of which we are only beginning to understand. Especially mysterious is the question of who created this monument. For a long time, it was believed that Stonehenge was built by the Druids, the ancient Celtic priests. However, radiocarbon dating showed that the structure was erected 500 years before the Druids appeared in Britain. The mysterious people who created Stonehenge left no written records. All we know about them is their monumental structures and modest burials. Some researchers express even bolder theories. Famous British astronomer Sir Fred Hoyle suggested that the arrangement of the stones at Stonehenge reflects complex astronomical cycles, knowledge of which was necessary for predicting solar and lunar eclipses. But where did the people of the Bronze Age get such deep knowledge of the movements of celestial bodies? Could it be that this knowledge was passed down to them by someone else? In local folklore, legends have survived about how the stones of Stonehenge were transported to their place by the magician Merlin, who possessed supernatural powers. Of course, modern science rejects such explanations, but the very fact of the existence of these legends speaks of how incomprehensible the creation of this monument seemed even to people of the Middle Ages. Another unexplained aspect of Stonehenge is the acoustic properties of the stones. In certain points inside the circle, sounds resonate in a special way, creating an effect similar to the echo in a church. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate calculation of the ancient builders? And if it is a calculation, for what purposes? Perhaps to enhance the effect of ritual hymns or to create a special atmosphere during ceremonies? Every year on the summer solstice, thousands of people gather at Stonehenge to see how the first rays of the rising sun penetrate the center of the stone circle, illuminating the ancient altar stone. At that moment, it seems that time stops, connecting us with those distant ancestors who stood on this same spot thousands of years ago, observing the same phenomenon. And although modern science continues to reveal the secrets of Stonehenge, the main mystery remains unsolved. What motivated the people who spent decades of their lives creating this monument? What message did they want to leave for future generations? And how many more secrets do these ancient stones, silently standing under the winds of Salisbury for more than 4,000 years, still keep? But Stonehenge is only one of many mysteries of ancient Europe. If we travel south to the warm waters of the Mediterranean, we will find no fewer enigmatic testimonies of ancient civilizations whose technologies and knowledge sometimes seem impossible for their time. Kalanish Stones, located on the rocky island of Lewis in Scotland, are no less mysterious and magnificent a monument of antiquity than Stonehenge. This stone circle, estimated to be around 5,000 years old, silently guards its secrets under the grey sky of Scotland. Imagine, amidst green hills and boundless ocean expanses, towering massive stone blocks, their height exceeding 4 meters, stand in perfect order, like ancient sentinels observing the world for centuries. Legends of the local inhabitants tell that these stones are petrified giants, turned to stone for their pride. But what indeed lies hidden behind this enigmatic structure? Archaeologists have not yet reached a consensus on the purpose of the Kalanish Stones. Some researchers suggest that it could have been a ritual center where ancient inhabitants performed ceremonies related to worshipping gods. Others believe that the stones might have been used as astronomical observatories, allowing them to track the movement of celestial bodies. For instance, the orientation of some stones precisely indicates the sunrise during the winter solstice. How could the ancient builders possess such deep astronomical knowledge? Perhaps they were heirs to some lost civilization that passed down its knowledge from generation to generation. But this is, of course, just one of the theories. More mystical theories assert that the Kalanish Stones are a place of power, where energy streams intersect, and that is why they were chosen for construction. Notably, the stones are situated on a height, and on clear days, they offer a magnificent view of the surrounding landscapes. Did the ancient people choose this place not only for its practical significance, but also for its spiritual energy? Each stone, with its unique shape and texture, seems to hold a fragment of ancient history that we have not yet been able to decipher. Many researchers note that the acoustic properties of the Kalanish stones are also unusual. In certain points, sounds resonate in such a way as to create an echo effect reminiscent of the sounds of ancient hymns. How could the ancient builders achieve such an effect without modern technology? This opens the door to another mystery. Perhaps they knew the secrets of sound waves and used them to enhance the ritual atmosphere. If we delve into the world of ancient legends, we see that the Kalanish Stones are shrouded in a multitude of myths and tales passed down through generations. Many believe that spirits of their ancestors dwelled in these places, making them sacred to the local inhabitants. But how was the life of those people who erected these colossal stones organized? What message did they intend to leave for posterity? What was their true purpose? All these questions remain unanswered, and perhaps will never be resolved. Perhaps the Kalanish Stones are just one of many examples of how ancient civilizations have left us with mysteries and secrets that still await their solution. And so, from the mysterious stone circles of Lewis, we move on to other enigmatic artifacts that also hold unsolved mysteries, waiting for someone to decipher their secrets. The Giants Causeway, located on the coast of Northern Ireland, is one of the most awe-inspiring natural phenomena, evoking not only admiration but also deep puzzlement. This unique basalt formation, consisting of approximately 40,000 hexagonal columns, as if built by a giant, stretches along the shore and disappears into the marine abyss. How could nature create such grandeur? Scientific explanation points to volcanic origins, with these columns formed as lava cooled. However, ancient legends tell a different story. Local residents believe that the Giants Causeway was built by giants who used this path to reach Scotland. Myths mention that one of them, named Finn McCool, built a bridge to fight another giant living on the opposite shore. But how could reality intertwine with such a mystical image? Scientists explain that the structure of the columns, with its unique geometry, formed naturally. But can this be the only explanation? Why then does this place attract so much attention and inspiration, both for artists and adventure seekers? Looking at the Giants Causeway, one cannot help but ask, what secrets do they hide? These hexagonal columns, frozen in anticipation, seem to preserve memories of ancient giants and their battles, of things beyond our understanding. Some researchers suggest that this could have been a sacred place where giants were worshipped, while others claim it was used for ritualistic ceremonies. But, like many other mysteries of antiquity, the true purpose of the Giants Causeway remains unclear. Perhaps this place has become not only a witness to ancient myths, but also a reminder that on Earth there exist many places filled with magic and secrets, waiting to be discovered. Moving from one wondrous natural formation to another, we enter a world no less mysterious than the artifacts that can tell us about forgotten civilizations and their unsolved mysteries. Thus, from the Giants Causeway, we head to the enigmatic pyramids that rise in the heart of Mexico. What can they tell us about their builders? What was their true purpose? Each of these mysteries, like many others, remains unsolved. And perhaps it is in this enigma that the greatness of our history lies. The labyrinths of the island of Gotland, located in the Baltic Sea, represent one of the most mysterious and fascinating phenomena of antiquity, which continue to raise numerous questions and speculations. These stone constructions, whose age may exceed 3,000 years, seem to be frozen in space and time, preserving secrets that humanity is unable to decipher. How could our ancestors create such complex and whimsical structures? At first glance, the labyrinths appear to be simple circles laid out with stones, but their true purpose remains unclear. Some researchers believe that these were places for ritual ceremonies, sacred symbols used to connect with the spirits of nature. Others suggest that these labyrinths served as ritual paths, along which ancient people underwent trials or sought enlightenment. But how can we determine what is true? Local legends tell of encounters with not only spirits, but also one's own fears within these labyrinths, forcing people to confront themselves and their history. The smooth stone walls that border these labyrinths seem to whisper about those who once wandered along their winding paths. What could they have felt as they passed through this mysterious space? Research shows that similar constructions in various corners of the world were often built with the aim of creating sacred spaces. But why did Gotland become a home to so many labyrinths? Perhaps this place possessed unique energy, capable of attracting people seeking answers to their questions. But if that is the case, what happened to those who sought enlightenment here? Why do their secrets remain unsolved to this day? Moving from the mysteries of the stone labyrinths, let us turn our attention to other mystical artifacts that can also tell us about ancient civilizations and their forgotten knowledge. Consider how many more labyrinths, similar to those on Gotland, may be hidden on our planet, and how many stories they could tell about the people who once walked their paths. But this is just one of many places filled with secrets and mysteries. And with each step we take, uncovering new artifacts, we become increasingly convinced that our ancestors left us a multitude of messages from the past, waiting to be deciphered. What were their true intentions? What significance did these labyrinths hold for them? The answers remain unknown, but it is precisely in this uncertainty that the greatness of our history lies. The endless questions that lift the veil of mystery from ancient civilizations that left their mark on this earth. The castle of Hohenwerfen, rising above the picturesque alpine landscapes of Austria, is not only an outstanding example of medieval architecture, but also a true treasure trove of mysteries, keeping within its walls a multitude of secrets. Built in the 11th century, this imposing castle served not only as a fortress against enemies, but also as a center around which myths and legends developed. However, the greatest interest is drawn to its mysterious underground chambers, which, seemingly created for defense, may also hide something greater. Within the castle's depths, archaeologists have discovered unusual artifacts, the age of which does not correspond to the time of its construction. How could such enigmatic metallic devices and mysterious stone tablets with symbols inscribed on them end up in the underground chambers of this medieval fortress? Some researchers suggest that these artifacts might have been left behind by a secret society that used the castle as a hiding place for their knowledge and rituals. But what was their purpose? Perhaps these objects were part of a broader system of communication between ancient civilizations, about which we know only in fragments. Local residents tell tales of how strange sounds echoed from the underground chambers at night, and shadows seem to come to life on the walls. What happens in these dark corridors that have kept their secrets for centuries? One of the most captivating theories asserts that the castle of Hohenwerfen served as a repository for ancient knowledge, perhaps even artifacts possessing mystical energy. How could such powerful objects end up in the hands of people living in the era of knights and medieval battles? But this question remains unanswered. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that these enigmatic findings spark numerous discussions and debates among scholars and historians. Some of them are convinced that the artifacts should have been created in later times. But why were they then placed in such ancient underground chambers? This leads us to the thought that Hohenwerfen might not have been just a fortress, but a place where the paths of ancient knowledge and modern beliefs intersected. But this is not all. If we look at the castle from another angle, we can notice that its architecture contains elements that are not characteristic of medieval Europe. For example, some frescoes and reliefs on the castle walls bear a resemblance to the art of ancient civilizations such as Maya and Inca. How could such influences have penetrated the heart of Austrian Alps? Perhaps this is nothing more than a product of imagination, but it is not impossible that ancient travelers, much like modern researchers, sought new horizons, leaving traces of their journey. The castle of Hohenwerfen, with its dark underground chambers and mysterious artifacts, continues to remain a center of mysteries and enigmas that await their resolution. Perhaps in the future, we will be able to uncover some of them. But for now, we remain before the face of the unknown. How many more such places are hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting for their stories to be told? And what significance do the artifacts found in Hohverfen hold for our understanding of the past? The answers to these questions remain unraveled, and this only underscores how little we know about ancient civilizations that left us such enigmatic legacies. Each discovery, each artifact, this is not just a testimony to the past, but a preparation for future discoveries that may lead us to the truth about who we are and where we came from. From the medieval castle of Hohenwerfen, shrouded in the mysteries of medieval Europe, we transport ourselves to the enigmatic Bruen Dolmans, hidden in the green forests of France. These gigantic stone tombs, dating back around 5,000 years, are not merely architectural structures, but genuine enigmas that continue to puzzle scientists and archaeologists. How could ancient builders, lacking modern technologies, create such massive structures, perfectly aligned with celestial bodies? Each dolmen, with its heavy stone slabs, seems to hold ancient knowledge that eludes our understanding. The sense of mystery is heightened when we ponder why these structures were built. Some researchers suggest that the dolmens could have served as both tombs and astronomical observatories, allowing ancient people to observe the movements of stars and planets. What was their purpose? It is possible that it was connected to rituals or beliefs in the afterlife. Local legends tell of the dolmens being built by giants who, according to the legends, once inhabited this land. But where did these giants come from? And did they truly exist? How could an entire civilization leave behind such impressive structures about which we know so little? It is remarkable that the Bruen Dolmans are oriented with such precision that their alignment coincides with astronomical events such as solstices and equinoxes. How could ancient builders, using primitive tools, achieve such a level of accuracy? Some researchers propose a theory that they possessed knowledge that was lost over time, possibly even ancient technologies of which we are unaware. There is also a hypothesis that these dolmens could have been part of a larger network connecting various sanctuaries and places of power. But what secrets do they hide? Perhaps, hidden within these stones, there are messages or maps indicating the locations of other similar structures waiting to be discovered. But what is the fate of these places? How many more secrets are hidden beneath the surface of our planet, waiting for their stories to be told? It is also worth considering how local residents perceive these dolmens today. For them, they are not just stones, they are part of their history, their heritage, filled with the spirit of their ancestors. But how much do we really know about these ancestors and what they tried to convey to us through these enigmatic structures? Research continues, and each new discovery and finding in the area of the Bruen Dolmans opens up new horizons and possibilities for understanding our history. Questions remain, and answers to them still require further study. These enigmatic stone tombs remind us of how much of our past remains unexplored and how each new discovery can fundamentally change our understanding of ancient civilizations. Therefore, we can only wait for new data and theories to emerge that will shed light on these ancient mysteries. Will we ever be able to decipher what lies behind these stone doors in the world about which we know so little? From the mysterious dolmens of Bruen, we are transported to the gloomy waters of the Scottish Loch Oich, where submerged ruins lie hidden beneath the water's surface, shrouded in mystique and the secrets of antiquity. These megalithic remnants, according to recent findings, clearly attest to the existence of some civilization, about which there are no mentions in historical chronicles. How could such significant structures disappear from our historical consciousness, leaving behind only enigmatic fragments on the lake's bottom? Like forgotten dreams, they rest on the depths, preserving secrets that could alter our understanding of history. Scientists, utilizing modern technologies such as underwater filming and georadar, have begun investigating these underwater anomalies, attempting to decipher their purpose and origin. But how could ancient builders create such complex constructions, remaining in the shadows of history? Some researchers suggest that these ruins could be part of a vast network of sanctuaries connected to rituals, while others propose more exotic theories, linking them to myths about lost civilizations such as Atlantis. One of the most intriguing hypotheses posits that these ruins may be evidence of the existence of ancient maritime peoples who not only built magnificent structures, but also engaged in active maritime trade. How could such master builders and navigators be forgotten, leaving behind only traces on the lake's bottom? But this is not the only mystery that Loch Oich's waters hold. Local legends speak of a city once located in the lake, filled with wealth and knowledge, which was swallowed by the waters, as if nature itself decided to hide it from human eyes. What happened to this city? Were they merely myths? Or do these waters indeed conceal the remains of a great civilization? The watery depths of Loch Oich, shrouded in mist and darkness, seem to guard their secrets, waiting for us to uncover them. Specialists and researchers continue their work, and each new discovery on the lake's bottom raises more questions. How could such a high culture disappear without a trace? And what technologies did its creators use? This question may remain unanswered until we learn to read the signs left by the ancients, delving into the dark waters of our history. Despite all our efforts, we remain in the grip of the unknown. Perhaps the underwater depths of Loch Oich hide not only stones and remnants, but also some messages left by the ancients for us. What were their thoughts, fears, and hopes when they built these structures? We can only guess, but one thing remains unchanged. The secrets hidden in these waters continue to captivate and inspire interest, like a magnet drawing seekers of adventure and knowledge. And perhaps, alongside these submerged ruins, there are also other similar places waiting for their time to be discovered and tell their stories. How many more unsolved mysteries does our world hide, like ghosts from the past, watching us from the depths of time? Moving from the gloomy waters of the Scottish Loch Oich, we find ourselves at the heart of France, where the mysterious Dolmans of Carnac are located on the plains of Brittany. This gigantic complex of megaliths, over 6,000 years old, seems to hold within it the breath of antiquity and secrets that do not give rest to either scholars or simple researchers. How could our ancestors create such a grand structure, leaving it as an inheritance for posterity, as if it were a message from a distant past? The Dolmans of Carnac, scattered with massive stone blocks perfectly fitted together, produce an unforgettable impression. Each dolmen here is more than just a stone. It is a testament to those who lived here thousands of years ago, their beliefs and rituals. But what was the purpose of these monuments? Some researchers believe that the dolmens could have served as burial sites or places of worship, while others propose more exotic theories, linking them to astronomical observations and ancient prophecies. It is suggested that these stones were arranged in accordance with certain astronomical phenomena, possibly indicating significant events in the lives of ancient people. But what was the true purpose of their construction? Did they preserve both darkness and light, which could reveal the secrets of their creators? How could such advanced technologies and knowledge be lost, leaving only the enigmatic stone constructions that cannot be fully explained to this day? But this is not the only mystery that the Dolmans of Carnac hide. Local legends tell of secret rituals that once took place here, connected with cults of fertility and solar light. How does this relate to the archaeological findings on the site? Some believe that these stones hide certain signs that can only be deciphered by those who are capable of understanding ancient wisdom. Could these dolmens have been more than just burial sites, but places of power where ancient people communicated with the spirits of their ancestors? Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of Carnac, we feel as if time itself has stopped, and the echoes of those who once walked here can be heard. Each stone, each crack in the structure seems imbued with history, waiting for someone to listen. Researchers continue their excavations, uncovering new artifacts that only underscore the complexity and diversity of the culture that once existed here. But even the most modern methods, such as radiocarbon dating and analysis of geomagnetic anomalies, cannot fully reveal all the secrets of these ancient structures. Perhaps some secrets will forever remain in the shadows, awaiting the moment when humanity is ready to understand them. How many more unsolved mysteries do these stone giants hide, which, like sentinels, guard the legacy of civilizations that have lost their power? We can only speculate that beneath their massive forms lie not only artifacts, but also messages intended to remind us that we are but a part of an endless stream of time. Will they reveal their secrets when we learn to listen to their whispers? Or will the Dolmans of Carnac remain silent witnesses, preserving in themselves the darkness and light, dreams and fears of those who once came to them in search of answers? The mysteries of these ancient stones continue to draw us in, making us ponder how many more secrets our planet holds, like riddles waiting for their moment to be revealed. Having moved from the enchanted valleys of Brittany, we find ourselves in Sweden, where in the picturesque city of Skåne, on the shore of a lake, lies a mysterious megalithic construction known as the Stone Ship of Ale. This extraordinary structure, stretching over 67 meters, seems to float above the ground, evoking genuine interest and a multitude of questions among researchers and ordinary people alike. What was the true purpose of this magnificent creation, which may have served not only as a burial site, but also as a sanctuary or a symbol of something deeper? Local legends whisper that the stone ship could have been a place where ancient people sent their deceased to the afterlife, or where rituals were performed to ensure the prosperity and protection of their tribe. But how could such a grand structure remain shrouded in mystery? Archaeologists excavating around the stone ship have discovered numerous artifacts, ceramics, tools, even animal remains that could shed light on ancient customs and rituals. Nevertheless, despite these findings, the essence of this megalith remains unclear. Some researchers suggest that the construction could have been more than just a burial chamber. It may have been connected to astronomical phenomena, serving as a kind of calendar for ancient people who observed the movements of celestial bodies and tried to predict the change of seasons. But why the shape of a ship? Why did the ancient builders choose such an unusual symbol? Could they have believed that their souls would be sent to another world, as if on a ship sailing on invisible waves? There is a belief that this construction could be connected to the cult of the sea and waterways, which played a key role in the lives of ancient people. But this is not the only mystery surrounding the stone ship of Ale. Local residents tell of strange light phenomena that sometimes appear over this area at night, stirring the imagination and emphasizing the mystical atmosphere of this place. How to explain these mysterious lights? They are nothing more than an illusion created by the play of light and shadow, or perhaps something else, connected to the spirits of our ancestors, observing their descendants. It is impossible not to ponder how many more such mysteries our planet hides, where each such structure is not just a stone, but a whole universe of questions and bewilderment that may never find an answer. Researchers continue their excavations, but even the most advanced technologies, such as georadar and radiocarbon dating, cannot give us definitive answers. How could such advanced knowledge of construction and rituals disappear, leaving behind only this silent construction, which, despite its age, continues to evoke such strong emotions in us? And what is hidden behind the form of the ship, which may have become a symbol of hope and faith for those who created it? This stone giant continues to stand at the threshold of our questions and fears, reminding us that history, like life itself, is full of mysteries that await their time to be revealed. Will we ever understand this mysterious world of the ancients and learn what they tried to tell us through their monuments? Or will the stone ship of Aile remain forever lost in the darkness of time, calling us to ponder how many more unknown mysteries our planet hides? Leaving the mysterious stone ship of Aile, we are heading to the heart of Italy, where on the picturesque slopes of the Ligurian Alps, enigmatic dolmens are hidden. These massive stone constructions, known as Lagorian Dolmans, are true portals to the unknown. Their origins are lost in the depths of ancient history, shrouded in myths and legends. Crafted from gigantic stone blocks, dolmens appear as if created by unknown masters possessing knowledge that seems inaccessible to us today. Local residents tell stories with reverence, claiming that these stone gates were once used for passage to other worlds, serving as places of power where different dimensions and realities converged. How could such massive and complex structures, created thousands of years ago, continue to evoke so many questions? Scholars suggest that dolmens could have been burial sites or sanctuaries, but facts do not allow us to reach a definitive conclusion. In the vicinity of these megaliths, archaeologists find ritual artifacts, ceramics, ornaments, and even animal remains, further fueling interest in the mysteries of the past. What role did these dolmens play in the lives of ancient people? Perhaps they were places where rituals were performed to ensure protection from evil spirits, or were they indeed gates to another world, as local legends believe? One of the most intriguing features of Lagorian dolmens is that some of them are oriented towards specific astronomical phenomena, making us wonder how advanced the knowledge of the ancient people about the cosmos was. Some researchers suggest that these constructions could have been used for observing celestial bodies, and perhaps they were part of a more complex system connected with astronomy and rural management. But how could it happen that such important places for their culture became simply stone monuments, remaining unnoticed? Stories about how dolmens served as portals to other worlds continue to be passed down from generation to generation. It is said that at night, strange light phenomena can be seen above the dolmens, which stir the imagination and make us ponder what lies behind this stone facade. Is it just a play of light and shadow? Or is there something more mystical present? An aura of mystery surrounds the dolmens, and each of them hides a multitude of secrets that may never be revealed. How could such advanced knowledge of construction and rituals disappear, leaving only these silent stone witnesses, which, despite their age, continue to evoke such strong interest in us? Could the ancient builders believe that their souls would travel through these dolmens, moving to other worlds where their ancestors awaited them? The idea that dolmens served as a connecting link between worlds makes us wonder how many more secrets our planet still hides. For each dolmen is not just a pile of stone blocks, it is a whole universe of questions and puzzles that may never find their resolution. Researchers continue their excavations, not losing hope that new discoveries will shed light on these mysteries. However, despite modern technologies and methods, such as georadar and radiocarbon dating, Lagorian dolmens remain an unsolved puzzle, evoking in us a sense of awe and unease. How many more such mysteries are hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting to be revealed? Will this enigma remain forever lost in the darkness of time? Or will we one day be able to decipher it and learn what our ancestors wanted to tell us through these monuments, which, like life itself, are full of unsolvable mysteries? Leaving the mysterious dolmens of Liguria, we will transport ourselves to sunny Portugal, where in the vicinity of the city of Almarim lies one of the oldest cromlechs in Europe. This monument, whose age exceeds that of the famous Stonehenge, is not only an architectural marvel, but also a genuine repository of mysteries shrouded in legends. The cromlech of Almarim, consisting of enormous stone blocks arranged in a circle, seems to invite us to delve into its secrets and unravel the thread of its history. Local residents, who treat this place with reverence, tell tales of living stones that, as it is claimed, are capable of moving at night when the world is enveloped in darkness. How could such massive and immobile structures acquire such unusual life? Perhaps it is merely a product of imagination, or ancient spirits dwelling in the stones that are indeed capable of awakening under the cloak of night. Nevertheless, despite the streams of myths and legends, the Kromch of Almarim remains a subject of serious study among archaeologists and historians who strive to unravel its mysteries using modern technologies such as aerial photography and georadar surveys. At first glance, it appears that the Kromch was built for rituals connected to ancestor worship or sun worship, but the exact meaning behind it remains unclear. Some researchers propose that the Kromch could have served as an astronomical observatory, allowing ancient people to observe celestial phenomena and incorporate them into their rituals. But how could people living thousands of years ago possess such knowledge that seems inaccessible to us today? This enigma has occupied the minds of scholars for many centuries, and despite their efforts, the final answer remains hidden behind the veil of time. How is it that a Kromch, which could have shed light on our understanding of ancient civilizations, remains shrouded in mystery and uncertainty? Legends of living stones that whisper to each other at night only add to the charm and secrecy of this place. Some local residents claim to have observed these events with their own eyes, which fuels interest in the Kromch and creates an aura of magic around it. How could simple stones become a symbol of the profound connection between people and their ancestors, as well as between our world and the world of spirits? Research continues, and each new artifact found in the vicinity of the Kromch expands our understanding of how ancient people lived and thought. Yet, despite all the discoveries, the Kromch of Almarim remains an unsolved mystery. Perhaps it holds the key to understanding ancient rituals and beliefs that have eluded us in the depths of time. What other secrets and mystical artifacts await their time to be discovered and reveal their existence? As we continue to explore our world, it becomes increasingly clear that many questions remain unanswered, and our entire history is just the tip of the iceberg, beneath which lie unsolvable riddles of the past. Leaving the mysteries of the Almenara's fortress behind, let us now move to Spain, where in the very heart of the historical region of Mur de Valbona lies one of the most enigmatic fortress walls, the origin of which remains officially unregistered. This wall, seemingly a living organism, evokes bewilderment and awe among the local residents. They claim that it grows on its own, as if overcoming the boundaries of inertness of stone. How is this possible? How could a structure built from massive stone blocks become the subject of such strange rumors? The local residents tell of how, with careful observation, one can notice that some sections of the wall become higher and wider, as if under the influence of an unknown force. This phenomenon, it seems, defies all the laws of physics and architecture that we know. It may be nothing more than an optical illusion, or perhaps the wall is indeed accumulating new blocks, as if a living nature strives for its own development and evolution. But what lies behind this mystery? Perhaps the ancient builders used some unique technologies of which we are still unaware. Or is it simply the result of the influence of time and natural factors, hiding the true nature of this structure? With each passing year, interest in the fortress wall grows, attracting the attention of archaeologists and historians who try to unravel its secrets using all modern tools, from laser scanning to geological studies. However, despite all efforts, no explanation can fully reveal the mystery. Some researchers suggest that the wall could have been part of a larger system of fortifications connected to ancient civilizations that inhabited these lands. But how could they create such impressive structures that seem to continue living their own lives? This wall, like a mute witness of past epochs, preserves within itself a multitude of secrets. Local legends about the wall being able to communicate with the lands that surround it only serve to heighten interest in this place. How could simple stones become a symbol of such profound connections between people and their history, as well as between our world and the world of unsolved mysteries? Research continues, and each new artifact found in the vicinity of Mur de Valbona expands our understanding of how the ancient people lived and thought. Yet, despite all discoveries, the fortress wall remains an unsolved mystery. Perhaps it holds the key to understanding ancient rituals and beliefs that have escaped us and sunk into the depths of time. What other secrets and enigmatic artifacts await their time to be discovered and reveal their existence? As we continue to explore our world, it becomes increasingly clear that many questions remain unanswered, and our entire history is just the tip of an iceberg, beneath which lie unsolvable puzzles of the past. How is it that even in our time we encounter such mysteries that, it seems, should have long been solved? This is not the only mystery that makes us ponder the capabilities of ancient civilizations. Moving from Spain, let us turn our gaze to France, where in the picturesque region of Brittany stands a gigantic menhir, known as the Menir Desan. This colossus, weighing more than 300 tons, does not merely impress with its size, but also raises numerous questions about how our ancestors could have moved and installed it without any modern technologies. How did they manage such a massive construction in conditions where there were no cranes or specialized techniques? Perhaps they possessed knowledge that has been lost to us, or they used unusual methods about which we can only speculate today. Imagine the ancient builders, surrounded by their companions, gathering around this enormous stone, which, seemingly independent of their efforts, remains motionless. With the help of simple tools, they spent long and arduous hours, possibly employing cunning mechanisms about which we have no conception. Some researchers suggest that they might have used a system of rollers and inclined planes, while others assert that moving such weights could have required an entire community of people working together towards a single goal. But how could they have ensured synchronization and the strength of such enormous efforts? And what secrets does this mysterious menhir hide? There are also theories regarding its purpose. Some scientists believe that similar menhirs were used as astronomical markers or sacred sites, while others suggest that they could have served as burial monuments symbolizing the connection between the world of the living and the dead. But how could such massive stones have been part of rituals that we can only vaguely imagine? Ancient people, perhaps, had concepts of the cosmos and time that sometimes seem too distant and incomprehensible to us. However, despite the diversity of theories, the Menhir Desan remains shrouded in mystery. How could such a massive structure, erected in an era when humanity was just beginning to master the foundations of architecture, have been installed with such precision? The methods by which ancient builders could have manipulated such weights continue to be a subject of debate among scholars. Moreover, many local legends assert that the menhir possesses magical properties capable of protecting nearby lands from disasters and misfortunes. How could simple stones placed in this spot have become a symbol of such profound connections between generations? For many years, archaeologists and historians have been studying the surrounding area, hoping to find additional clues that could shed light on this mystery. LiDAR scans, carbon dating, and other modern technologies allow us to delve deeper into the secrets of the past. But none of the explanations can fully clarify how and why the Menhir Desan was built. What were the intentions of the ancient creators, and what have they left us as a legacy? This mystery remains unsolved, and, as practice shows, with each new discovery, new questions arise. Thus, from the menhirs of Brittany, we can move on to other enigmatic artifacts that hold secrets waiting to be revealed. How many more stories are hidden beyond the limits of our understanding, awaiting the time when we can peer into their mysterious world? Are all these mysteries connected to ancient civilizations, or do they point to something even greater and unknown? We continue to investigate, and with each new discovery, it becomes increasingly clear that what we know is only a small part of a vast puzzle that presents itself to us in the form of mysteries from the past. How many more secrets are hidden from our eyes, waiting for the day when we can unravel them? Let's delve into the heart of Italy, where among the green hills and soft sunbeams, mysterious cave temples of Valadistria are hidden. These subterranean cult complexes, carved into soft limestone, are not merely architectural structures, but genuine enigmas that have intrigued researchers and history enthusiasts for centuries. How did ancient masters create such intricate and precise structures? Entering these temples, we seem to step into another world, where silence and semi-darkness fill the air, and walls adorned with ancient paintings and symbols keep secrets of long-gone epochs. Many scholars believe that the builders of these temples possessed special knowledge that seems inaccessible to us today. How could they cut and join stones with such precision, creating not only functional, but also aesthetically perfect objects? Valadistria, with its unique ecosystem and rich historical heritage, remained in the shadows of modern civilizations for a long time. Ancient people might have chosen this place not by chance. Surrounding the cave temples are vast fields and forests that could serve as sources of resources and food. But what was the true purpose of these cult complexes? Some researchers suggest that they were centers of worship, where ancient inhabitants communicated with their gods, while others propose that these temples served as places for rituals connected with life and death. But how exactly did these rituals proceed, and what secrets did they hide? This remains a question. Each temple in Valadistria is unique in its structure and purpose, which only enhances their mystery. In some of them, enigmatic symbols and drawings have been found, which have not yet been deciphered. What are their meanings? Who left these messages from the past? Archaeologists continue to seek answers, but each new step only adds more questions. How could ancient masters with minimal tools create such complex constructions that still amaze us today? This gives rise to numerous hypotheses. Some believe they used methods that are lost to us, while others suggest they possessed unique knowledge of geometry and acoustics that we are just beginning to understand. No less intriguing is the fact that the underground temples of Valadistria reflect not only architectural but also astronomical knowledge of ancient peoples. Some scholars believe that their layout is connected to astronomical phenomena such as equinoxes and solstices. How could ancient builders synchronize their constructions with celestial cycles, using only their observations of nature? This connection between earth and sky seems so profound that it makes us ponder the beliefs and philosophy of those who created these temples. It is possible that these subterranean complexes hide not only the secrets of ancient rituals, but also traces of forgotten civilizations that once rivaled the greatest empires of their time. But what happened to their legacy? How could such wealth of knowledge and culture disappear, leaving only darkness and silence? These questions remain open, and the more we investigate, the more we realize that each answer gives rise to new enigmas. The enigmas of Valadistria continue to attract the attention of scholars, archaeologists, and history enthusiasts from around the world. Each step in the study of these temples is a step into the unknown, and each discovery only fuels interest in what lies hidden behind the veil of time. What were the true intentions of the ancient builders, and what did they leave us as a legacy? This enigma remains unsolved, and we can only hope that with each new discovery, we will get closer to unraveling it. And perhaps, in the future, we will find more such secrets waiting to be revealed in other corners of the world, hidden from the eyes of modern man, but ready to share their mysteries with those who are willing to seek them. We descend into the subterranean depths of Rome, where silence and coolness conceal one of the most intriguing mysteries of antiquity, the Catacombs of Doatila. These catacombs, which are among the oldest and most extensive in the Eternal City, immerse us in a world filled with riddles and mysterious histories. Their origins trace back to an era when Christianity was just beginning to emerge, making them particularly noteworthy. Some scholars assert that the Catacombs of Doatila were created in the 1st century of our era, which challenges many assumptions about the time of the emergence of Christian communities. How could these subterranean galleries have come into existence long before the first written records of Christianity? This question continues to stir the minds of historians and archaeologists. Entering the catacombs, we find ourselves in a labyrinth where narrow corridors and low ceilings create an atmosphere of mysticism. Walls, carved into soft tuff, are adorned with frescoes and inscriptions that may have once served as guides for those seeking solace and hope in dark times. What were the true intentions of those who created these subterranean sanctuaries? Some believe that the catacombs served as secret meeting places and burial sites, while others suggest they were symbols of resistance and faith. But how exactly were these rituals performed? And what hidden teachings could have been preserved within these walls? This remains unclear. Mysterious symbols etched into the walls add to the questions. Why did ancient Christians choose such images as fish or olives? Some researchers believe these symbols held hidden meanings, while others consider them simple signs of hope and faith. But how can we be certain of their significance if the ancient secrets remain beyond our comprehension? It is intriguing that the catacombs of Doatila not only served as burial sites, but also possessed a sophisticated ventilation and water supply system, indicating a high level of engineering thought among the ancient builders. How could such simple people, living in the constraints of limited technology, create such a complex structure? Some scholars propose that they utilized lost knowledge passed down from more advanced civilizations, although evidence for this remains scarce. Moreover, the catacombs were a place where different cultures intersected. Here, not only Christians but also pagans and Jews found refuge. How could this mix of religions and beliefs influence the rituals and ceremonies conducted in these sacred places? This may be one of the deepest mysteries, leaving us with the question of what truly happened in these gloomy corridors. Every corner of the catacombs holds secrets waiting to be discovered. Scholars and researchers descending into these underground realms hope to unravel their mysteries, but each step only opens new questions. How could one of the oldest Christian communities remain in the shadows and oblivion for so long? And what happened to their legacy, which we can only speculate about today? There are still many unsolved mysteries connected to the catacombs of Doatila. With each new discovery, we become more aware that the history of these subterranean realms is not just a story of Christianity, but a complex mosaic of human faith, hope, and the struggle for survival. How many more such mysteries lie hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting to be revealed by those who are ready to seek them out? These questions remain open, and only time may provide answers. Europe is not just a collection of modern cities and resorts, but also a continent filled with the mysteries of ancient civilizations that have left behind enigmas capable of captivating the imagination and raising numerous questions. We have just delved into the subterranean depths of Rome, exploring the catacombs of Doatila. And this example has shown us how deeply rooted in our past are the enigmas that remain unsolved to this day. These underground labyrinths, meticulously carved with precision, hold history, rich in both bright and dark moments. But the catacombs are just a part of a broader picture, where each country in Europe, from magnificent castles to forgotten villages, hides its own secrets. For instance, imagine the mysterious stories that ancient megaliths scattered across all of Britain could tell, or the mysterious circles on fields in the Netherlands. What are their true meanings and purposes? Perhaps they were places of worship, Or perhaps they were repositories of ancient knowledge, of which we can only speculate. And what about the mysterious artifacts found on the territories of ancient Roman cities like Pompeii? Each of them could be a key to unraveling the mystery of how our ancestors lived and what they left us as a legacy. But how much remains unexplained and unknown? One day we may be able to reveal these secrets, but for now, they remain in the shadows, waiting for someone to dare to investigate them. We thank you for spending this time with us, immersing yourselves in the world of ancient enigmas. If you enjoyed this journey through the catacombs and other mysterious places, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and write in the comments which structure you would like to see with your own eyes. Your thoughts and ideas are very important to us. And remember, ahead of us lie new videos about mysterious places on the planet, filled with secrets and enigmas, waiting to be revealed. How many more secrets does our planet hold? In the shadows of impenetrable jungles, on dusty plateaus, and high in the mountains of America, structures exist that could stump even the most experienced archaeologists of our time. Majestic pyramids, towering amidst the green sea of tropical forests. No one has been able to unravel for many centuries. Who created these monumental structures? For what purpose were they built? These questions remain unanswered to this day. No less mysterious are the subterranean tunnels stretching for hundreds of kilometers beneath the Earth's surface, known only to select representatives of local tribes. They spoke of them in hushed tones, passing down knowledge from generation to generation. And the giant stone heads of the Olmecs, weighing tens of tons, as if they fell from the sky. How else can one explain their appearance in places where there is not a single basalt deposit? Official science often offers explanations for these phenomena, but they sound unconvincing, raising more questions than answers. It is remarkable that civilizations separated by thousands of kilometers and never having contact with each other created structures remarkably similar in architectural style and mathematical proportions. Coincidence or evidence of something greater? Before us are not mere fancies and fantasies, but real, tangible constructions that can be seen with our own eyes. 15 mystical structures of America await our attempt to decipher their secrets. Perhaps the most enigmatic mystery of ancient America remains the lines of Nazca, those secret messages etched into the earth, visible in their entirety only from the height of a bird's flight. In the arid desert of southern Peru, on a plateau stretching over hundreds of square kilometers, an ancient civilization created something incomprehensible to the modern human mind. Gigantic geoglyphs depicting animals, plants, and geometric figures of perfect form. Hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, condors, these images stretch over hundreds of meters, maintaining flawless proportions, as if drawn by the hand of a giant artist. But how could people, unable to rise into the air, create drawings that from the ground appear only as chaotic lines? How did they achieve such mathematical precision without modern instruments? And most importantly, why? Official science offers us the belief that the lines of Nazca were part of rituals connected to the worship of water and fertility. Some researchers assert that they are an ancient astronomical map, reflecting the positions of constellations in the sky. Others see in them a gigantic calendar marking the seasons of rain and drought. But there are those who propose far more daring theories. Erich von Däniken, a renowned investigator of ancient mysteries, suggested that the lines of Nazca were nothing more than landing strips for spacecraft of extraterrestrial beings, whom the ancient Peruvians considered gods. After all, how else can one explain that these images were created for observation from above, in an era when humans could not fly? It is astonishing that these lines have survived for thousands of years, some of them for more than 2,000 years. The dry climate of the desert and the absence of strong winds have allowed these fragile drawings to reach our days practically unchanged. Local residents say that at night, when the desert is plunged into darkness and the stars shine particularly brightly, one can hear strange sounds coming from under the earth, as if the ancient gods were still communicating with those who created these mysterious symbols for them. Scientists continue to study the lines of Nazca, using the most modern technologies, from LiDAR scanning to spectral analysis of the soil. But the more data they collect, the more questions arise. Recently, dozens of new geoglyphs have been discovered, which had remained unnoticed for centuries. What else does this ancient desert hide? What secrets do these mysterious lines, etched into the surface of the earth by the hands of a long-lost civilization, hold? Perhaps we will never know the full truth about the lines of Nazca, but they continue to attract researchers and travelers from all over the world, reminding us of how little we know about our ancestors and their extraordinary achievements. Mysterious Stonehenge, the secrets of American Stonehenge. But this is not the only mystery hidden under the dark sky of ancient America. Traveling northeast into the dense forests of New Hampshire, we encounter a mysterious monument known as the American Stonehenge. These massive stone structures, arranged in the shape of a solar calendar, raise many questions. What secrets lie behind these grand constructions, and what role did they play in the lives of ancient peoples? Archaeologists have not yet reached a consensus. Some believe they were created by Celts, who could have made long journeys across the ocean long before Columbus. Others suggest that these stones were erected by early settlers seeking ways to understand the changing world around them. However, the age of these structures, estimated at thousands of years, casts doubt on all known historical frameworks. How did these stones, gathered into something magnificent and inexplicable, survive through the ages? The strange shapes and sizes of the stones raise even more questions. Some of them weigh several tons. And how were they moved from place to place in those distant times when there were no simple machines? Perhaps this is evidence of the remarkable engineering skills of ancient people, about whom we still know little. Or perhaps these constructions were part of some ritual connected to solar cycles. Local residents tell stories of strange sensations that arise in this place. Sometimes it seems that the stones whisper to each other, and the shadow they cast seems to convey a message from another time. Some researchers suggest that these stones could have served as some astronomical instrument, allowing ancient people to track the movement of the sun and other stars. But this is just one of many theories. Others claim that the American Stonehenge could have served as a sacred place for rituals connected to fertility and reverence for nature. However, despite all efforts to understand the purpose of its creation, the truth remains a mystery. How could ancient builders, without modern technologies, construct such complex structures that continue to amaze us with their precision? And why does this monument, seemingly guarded by centuries, continue to keep its secrets? Research continues, and new methods, such as radiocarbon dating and georadar, allow us to deepen our understanding of the structure and its purpose. But each new step only emphasizes how much more complex and mysterious this history becomes. So, the question remains, what other secrets do the forests of New Hampshire hide? And how many more mysteries await discovery around the world? Perhaps each of them reveals a veil over the greatness and strangeness of ancient civilizations that left their traces in history but whose secrets still await to be unraveled. The Serpent Mound, ancient observatory or sacred site. Continuing our journey through the world of ancient mysteries, we find ourselves in the heart of Ohio, where among the green hills and dense forests lies one of the most intriguing archaeological discoveries, the Serpent Mound. This massive earthen mound, stretching over 4 miles in the shape of a snake, evokes not only admiration, but also a multitude of questions. How did this monument, untouched for centuries, manage to preserve its secrets? Who could have created such a grand structure oriented towards the summer solstice, and for what purpose? The local indigenous tribes revere this place as sacred, but their legends do not provide a clear answer to the origin of this enigmatic mound. Some archaeologists suggest that the Serpent Mound may have served as an ancient observatory, allowing local inhabitants to track solar cycles and utilize this information for agricultural needs. Imagine thousands of years ago, people with remarkable knowledge of celestial bodies gathering around this monument to mark important moments in their calendar. But is this truly the case? Or does the Serpent Mound conceal deeper and more mystical meanings? Perhaps this place became the center of rituals connected to the worship of natural forces, and it was here that ancient peoples sought a connection with the spirit world. However, despite all the investigations, many aspects of this structure remain unclear. How exactly could ancient builders create such a complex structure without modern tools? And what exactly did they intend to communicate to future generations by leaving this strange and magnificent sign on the earth? Researchers continue to work on unraveling this mystery, employing new technologies such as ground-penetrating radar and soil analysis, but each new step only emphasizes how full of unsolved mysteries this history is. But the Serpent Mound is not the only mystery associated with this site. Local residents tell of strange phenomena occurring in this place. Sometimes it seems as if the whispers of the ancient ones can be heard in the silence of the forest, and the hills themselves seem to come to life, telling their stories. How is this possible? Is there a presence of ancient spirits here, or is it simply a play of imagination? Some researchers lean towards the idea that this place is a focus of special energy, attracting people from all corners of the world. But despite all efforts to unravel the secrets of the Serpent Mound, the truth remains shrouded in a veil. Why does this monument, seemingly protected by time, continue to keep its secrets? And how many more such mysteries does the world hold, waiting to be discovered? Each of them, perhaps, opens a veil over the grandeur and strangeness of ancient civilizations that left their traces in history but whose secrets still await discovery. We are only beginning to understand that the richness of our history is much greater than we imagine, and perhaps even more amazing discoveries await us ahead. Lost in the jungles, the mysteries of the ancient city of Tiwanaku. As we journey further along the path of ancient enigmas, we find ourselves in the heart of Bolivia, where, amidst the green jungles and towering mountains, lies the magnificent city of Tiwanaku. This megalithic complex, shrouded in the mist of history, evokes awe and raises numerous questions. Its age remains a subject of debate. Some scholars assert that Tiwanaku was built more than 3,000 years ago, while others lean towards more recent dates. How is it that this high-altitude city, constructed from massive stone blocks weighing tens of tons, continues to stand, preserving its secrets? How did ancient builders achieve such extraordinary precision in stonework, allowing the blocks to fit together seamlessly as if made by modern technologies? Local legends speak of gods from the sky, who brought knowledge and technologies necessary for the creation of this grand city. Who were these gods? Were they real beings, or merely the product of the imagination of ancient peoples? Perhaps it was they who taught people to build such magnificent structures that continue to amaze archaeologists and historians to this day. Yet, despite all these speculations, the true nature of Tiwanaku remains a mystery. Some researchers believe that the city could have been a religious center or a trade hub connecting different ancient cultures. Within this megalithic structure, one can still see traces of ritual platforms where, possibly, ceremonies linked to the veneration of celestial bodies were performed. But is this truly the case? Or does Tiwanaku conceal even deeper mysteries that remain to be deciphered? How could ancient civilizations, possessing such complex astronomical knowledge, disappear without a trace? Every corner of Tiwanaku is filled with mystique and the atmosphere of antiquity. Walking along its streets, one can feel the coolness of the stone that has held millions of secrets. The sounds of the jungle surrounding this megapolis seem to whisper about events that once took place here, Archaeologists working on this site have often encountered inexplicable phenomena. Sometimes it seemed to them that something unknown was floating in the air, making them ponder whether they might be witnesses to something far greater. But Tiwanaku is not the only enigma hidden under the canopy of the jungle. As research in this region continues, scientists discover new artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. Magnificent cultures that left behind such megalithic structures could have existed in parallel with others about whom we know very little. What was their fate? What were their connections with other peoples? And what happened to their knowledge and technologies? The unraveling of these mysteries lies beyond our comprehension. Each new discovery shows how rich and complex the history of humanity is, and how many more secrets we have yet to uncover. Perhaps hidden deep within the jungles of Bolivia are even more extraordinary discoveries waiting for their moment to reveal the grandeur and strangeness of ancient civilizations. We are only beginning to realize that what we know about our past is just a tiny fraction of a vast tapestry filled with mysteries that continue to beckon us with their secrets. How many more such places are hidden in our world awaiting discovery and exploration? Megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, traces of aliens, or secrets of ancient builders? Delving deeper into the world of mysteries, we find ourselves in Peru, where among the majestic Andes lies one of the most enigmatic ancient structures, Sacsayhuaman. This megalithic complex, built from enormous stone blocks weighing up to 200 tons, challenges our understanding of ancient technologies and construction methods. How could ancient people create such cyclopean walls, perfectly fitted together without using mortar? It seems as if these massive stones, by some magic, merge into a single whole, leaving us bewildered. How is it that modern technologies, with their powerful cranes and equipment, are unable to replicate such craftsmanship? Sacsayhuaman, towering over the ancient Inca capital of Cusco, has puzzled historians and archaeologists for centuries. Some researchers suggest that these walls served not only as protection, but also as sacred places where rituals connected to the worship of deities were performed. But who possessed such knowledge and skills? Perhaps these were not just people, but something greater. Some theories even propose that these megaliths were left behind by aliens, beings with knowledge surpassing our own. What was the true nature of these builders, and what were they trying to convey to future generations? Exploring Sacsayhuaman, we immerse ourselves in the atmosphere of ancient times, feeling the cold stone under our hands and hearing the echo of footsteps in the endless stone corridors. Each crack and line in these walls speaks of a time when people may have been closer to something great and incomprehensible. Local legends speak of secret knowledge lost with the disappearance of ancient civilizations. How could they work with stone so masterfully, achieving such precision that even modern equipment cannot guarantee similar results? Sacsayhuaman is not the only place where such megaliths have been found. In the vicinity, one can find other mysterious constructions that raise the same questions. What was the connection between these structures and the cultures that existed in other parts of the world? Could they exchange knowledge, or perhaps even share common roots? How could such advanced technologies be forgotten, while the builders themselves remained in the shadows of history? Despite numerous studies and theories, the mystery of Sacsayhuaman remains unsolved. Each new artifact found in this region opens up new horizons, forcing us to ask new questions. What else do these majestic walls hide? How many more secrets remain hidden under the veil of time, waiting to be uncovered and studied? All these questions make us ponder what we know about our past. Perhaps this is just a small part of a vast world of mysteries that continues to captivate us. How many more places like Sacsayhuaman are hidden in our world, waiting for their time to reveal their secrets and amaze us? Each discovery, each mystery reminds us that the history of humanity is full of amazing revelations, and we are only at the threshold of their unraveling. Pyramids found not in Egypt, the mysteries of Tikal. Delving into the world of mysteries, we once again find ourselves in the heart of antiquity. And this time, our path leads us to Guatemala, where amidst the green jungles lies one of the most impressive cities of the Maya civilization, Tikal. This ancient metropolis, once flourishing in the tropics, holds not only grand pyramids, but also a multitude of mysteries that leave scientists scratching their heads. It turns out that the pyramids of Tikal were used not only as temples, but also as sites for ritual sacrifices. In these sacred places, the ancient Maya sought the blessing and protection of the gods. But what do we know about the rituals performed here? What were the true motives behind these ceremonies? And what forces were they calling upon for help? One of the most mysterious pyramids of Tikal, known as the Pyramid of the 12, possesses a unique acoustic phenomenon. If you stand at its base and clap your hands, the sound echoes in such a way that it resembles the cry of the sacred Quetzal bird, which, according to legend, was associated with the divine. How is this possible? How did the ancient builders create such an extraordinary acoustic marvel using only primitive tools available at the time? Perhaps it was not just a coincidence, but a conscious decision aimed at creating a bond between humans and the divine, evoking fear and awe in those who dared to enter these sacred places. Tikal, celebrated for its magnificent pyramids and temples, is also surrounded by many mysteries. How did it happen that this once powerful city, one of the most magnificent in the Maya world, disappeared in an unknown direction? Historians believe that climate changes and internal conflicts may have played a role. But what if there were other forces at work of which we are not aware? How could such a developed city simply vanish, leaving behind only ruins that nature now reclaims? Research shows that Tikal was not only a religious center, but also a significant trade hub. How did it happen that this extraordinary city, where people created art and sciences, became abandoned over time? Perhaps its inhabitants knew something that we cannot understand. Perhaps the ancient wisdom hidden in these stones is still waiting for its time to be revealed. But Tikal is not the only mystery. Over the centuries, archaeologists have found numerous artifacts here, from pottery to stelae adorned with enigmatic hieroglyphs that have not yet been deciphered. What were these messages, and what could they tell us about the life, culture, and beliefs of the Maya? Some theories suggest that these hieroglyphs contain prophecies about the fate of the civilization, perhaps even warnings of catastrophes that may happen again. But who can say what the true purpose of these inscriptions was? Thus, Tikal remains one of the most intriguing places on the planet, where every stone can tell its own story. Each pyramid, each crack in the walls may hold the key to understanding not only the Maya civilization, but also the entire history of humanity. How many more cities full of mysteries and enigmas are hidden in the jungles, waiting to be discovered and studied? How many questions do we still have that remain unanswered? And perhaps these mysteries, like the pyramids themselves, will remain buried in the earth until the time comes when humanity can unravel them. Stone faces gazing at the sky. Olmec heads in Mexico. Moving from the mysterious Tikal, we find ourselves in the heart of Mexico, where time seems to have stopped, leaving behind the grand and enigmatic Olmec heads. These gigantic stone sculptures, carved from heavy basalt, can weigh up to 40 tons and represent incredible works of art, endowed with remarkably detailed facial features. How were they created? How did the ancient Olmecs manage to process such massive stone blocks and transport them over long distances? These questions remain unanswered, much like many other mysteries surrounding this ancient culture. The sculptures found in places like La Venta and San Lorenzo exude a mysterious aura. Each eye, each curve of the lips seems to hide stories that they cannot tell. But who were these people who created such enigmatic works of art? What were their beliefs and customs? Scholars have been trying to answer these questions for many years, but despite their efforts, the facts remain elusive. Some researchers suggest possible contacts between the Olmecs and other cultures, even African tribes. However, evidence of this remains speculative and conjectural, like a shadow cast by light. How could the Olmecs create such massive heads without modern technologies? The answer may lie in their exceptional skills in working with stone and their extraordinary organization of labor. But how did they achieve such precision and mastery? Perhaps they used forgotten methods that disappeared along with their civilization. Or maybe they possessed knowledge that we cannot even imagine. Each head, each detail, creates a sense that they were not only created for beauty, but also to convey important symbolic meaning. Some scholars believe that these heads could have represented images of rulers or gods, serving as a link between earth and heaven. But what exactly did these faces symbolize? What roles did they play in society, and what part did they play in the rituals of the ancient Olmecs? Despite numerous studies, the Olmec culture remains one of the most mysterious in the history of Mexico. How did it happen that a civilization that created such impressive works of art disappeared, leaving behind only stone testimonies of its existence? Perhaps there are still many secrets hidden in the depths of Mexican soil, waiting to be discovered. And how many other ancient cultures, of which we know nothing, may have stories to tell but remain untold? Each Olmec head, gazing at the celestial expanse, seems to hold not only the mysteries of its time, but also riddles that will continue to puzzle researchers for many years to come. How many questions remain unanswered, and how many stories await their hour to be told? In the search for truth, we are only scratching the surface of the ancient civilizations, and perhaps in the future, new discoveries will change our understanding of the past. Lost City, Palenque, and the mystery of the cosmic sarcophagus. Delving into the depths of Mexico, we open doors to the enigmatic city of Palenque, one of the most mysterious places ever created by the Maya civilization. This city, surrounded by dense jungles, with its magnificent temples and beautiful palaces, seems to have been carved from the very fabric of time. But what happened to this remarkable civilization? How could such a developed city disappear, leaving behind only whispers of its existence? In Palenque, among the ruins, something strange is found. A temple containing a sarcophagus that resembles a cosmic spaceship. This sarcophagus, adorned with unusual images, continues to spark debate and discussion among archaeologists and historians. But what exactly do these mysterious images represent? Some researchers even refer to it as a Maya astronaut, adding yet another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic heritage of this people. As we enter this temple, the scent of damp earth and age envelops us, creating a sense that we are on the threshold of discovery. The walls are covered with hieroglyphs that may tell stories lost to modern man. How could the Maya create such a complex structure, filled with symbols and mysteries? And what were they trying to convey through these images? On the sarcophagus, a figure is depicted sitting in a chair, slightly leaning forward, evoking associations with cosmonauts. But how could this person be connected to space travel if the Maya civilization existed thousands of years ago? Some scientists suggest that this image may reflect ancient knowledge about stars and the cosmos, which has been lost over time. But how could people living in such conditions possess such knowledge? Perhaps they were witnesses to phenomena that we cannot explain. Or is it merely a symbolic interpretation, reflecting their understanding of the world and their spiritual connection to the cosmos? But the mysteries of Palenque do not end here. What was the function of this temple in the lives of the Maya? Was it a place of worship, or perhaps a burial site for great rulers? What significance did this Maya astronaut hold in their culture? Considering that Palenque was a significant cultural and political center, its disappearance remains one of the darkest pages in the history of the Maya. How could such highly developed people abandon their lands, leaving behind architectural masterpieces and works of art? Over the centuries, researchers have tried to unravel the mystery of Palenque, but each answer only gives rise to new questions. How many more secrets does this ancient city hide? What other artifacts might change our understanding of the Maya and their achievements? Perhaps hidden in the jungles, veiled by green canopies, are other cities that were once centers of knowledge and power, but now await their time in the shadow of history. How many more such mysteries await discovery? How many stories lost in the ages remain untold? In our search for answers, we are only beginning our journey along the trails of ancient civilizations, and perhaps Palenque is just the tip of the iceberg, hiding within itself a multitude of secrets about our past. Mysterious Moai of Easter Island, traces of ancient civilizations on the edge of the world. Traveling from the enigmatic Rapa Nui to the distant shores of the Pacific Ocean, we encounter another mysterious culture, the island of Easter Island. This isolated land, belonging to Chile, became home to extraordinary stone giants known as Moai. These massive statues, seemingly silent sentinels, gaze out at the sea as if waiting for the return of their creators or some unknown horizon. But what secrets do these majestic figures hide? What were their true functions and significance in the lives of the Polynesian people who once inhabited this remote island? Researchers still debate how these giants were transported from their quarries, where they were carved from volcanic tuff. Some theories suggest that complex systems of ropes and commands involving hundreds of people were used. However, no one can definitively answer how they were moved to their final locations. Some statues remain hidden beneath the earth, adding to their air of mystery. Why were they buried? Was it an accident or a deliberate action connected to cultural or religious practices? The isolation of Easter Island played a role in the formation of a unique culture that developed far from other earthly civilizations. Here, among green hills and boundless ocean expanses, myths and legends were born. Some researchers suggest that the Moai symbolized ancestors, and their creation and installation were part of a complex ritual aimed at ensuring prosperity and protection from external threats. But what were the true motivations of their creators? What is the connection between the statues and the disappearance of the local population, which, according to some data, could have been caused by ecological catastrophes or internal conflicts? Comparing the Moai with the enigmatic structures of the Maya civilization, one cannot help but wonder if there are hidden connections between these cultures. How could such distant peoples create similar works of art and architecture if their paths only intersected in the most daring dreams? Does this mean they were part of a single current that perhaps carried them through the boundless expanses of time? But these questions only scratch the surface of the mysteries surrounding Easter Island and its Moai. How many more secrets are hidden in this remote corner of the world? What other artifacts might be waiting to be discovered on the ocean floor or within the Earth's depths? Perhaps these are not the only enigmatic statues that preserve memories of long-lost civilizations. How many more untold stories of people who left their mark on Earth remain beyond our field of vision? Easter Island is just one of many keys to understanding the great mosaic of human history, and each new discovery can change our perception of the past. The mystery of the crawling stones in Death Valley, a secret that defies explanation. Moving from the enigmatic stones of Easter Island to the arid expanses of Death Valley in the United States, we encounter another baffling natural anomaly, the crawling stones, which seem to live their own lives. At the bottom of the dried-up lake of Racetrek, situated in this harsh and desolate region, lie stones weighing tens of kilograms, leaving mysterious tracks on the smooth, parched surface. These stones, which appear to be ordinary boulders, seem almost magical when we observe how they slowly move, leaving tracks as if an invisible force is pushing them forward. But how do they do it? How can we explain this extraordinary phenomenon? Many researchers have tried to unravel this mystery, and while some have found partial explanations, many questions remain unanswered. According to one theory, water may freeze on the lake bed at night, forming a thin layer of ice. During the day, this ice begins to melt, creating a thin film of water that allows the stones to slide across the surface. However, this theory cannot fully explain how the stones move so far and with such precision. How could these massive boulders move without an external force? Some believe that magnetic or even mystical forces are behind this phenomenon, forces that science has yet to explain. It's as if nature itself is playing with our understanding of physics. In this context, one wonders, could the crawling stones be something more profound, something we simply cannot comprehend? Could ancient peoples who inhabited these lands have known about this phenomenon and created myths associated with these stones? Comparing this mystery with other natural anomalies, such as the strange circles in fields or glowing orbs observed in various parts of the world, one cannot help but ask, how many more such phenomena remain unexplained? How many secrets does our planet hold? And what can they tell us about the past of humanity? Perhaps in Death Valley, amidst these enigmatic crawling stones, lie the keys to understanding not only nature, but also the people who once inhabited these lands. But the mystery of the crawling stones remains unsolved. How long will we have to wait to learn the truth about this extraordinary and strange phenomenon? Are there similar secrets on other continents, waiting to be discovered? Each new discovery may lead to new questions, and perhaps behind every stone lies a story that we are not yet ready to hear. Death Valley is not just a place. It is a symbol of human curiosity to unravel the mysteries that surround us. And perhaps in this pursuit, we will find answers to questions about our place in this extraordinary and mysterious world. Pyramid hidden under a hill, the mysteries of Cholula. Moving from the riddles of the Valley of Death to the riddles of Mexico, we find ourselves at the foot of a magnificent pyramid in Cholula. At first glance, it appears to be simply a hill topped with a church. But looking deeper, a fascinating story unfolds about an ancient structure that remained hidden from view for many centuries. This pyramid, known as the Great Pyramid of Cholula, is considered the largest pyramid in the world by volume, and its dimensions are breathtaking. It is twice as large as the famous Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt, but its existence remained in the shadows for a long time. Spanish colonizers, who erased many aspects of the culture of the indigenous peoples, built the Church of Santa Maria on the summit of this hill, as if trying to close a cult site that was likely connected to pagan beliefs and rituals. But by hiding it, they only added to its mystery. How did it happen that such a grand structure is hidden under this hill? And why did it remain unknown for so long? Only in the early 20th century did archaeologists begin excavations that partially unveiled the veil of secrecy. Under layers of earth and vegetation, massive walls, carefully crafted from bricks, as well as countless tunnels and chambers that were once part of this magnificent temple were discovered. Researchers found that the pyramid was built in several stages, starting in the early centuries of our era, and served as the center of religious life for ancient civilizations such as the Toltecs and Aztecs. But what happened to those who built this enormous structure? How could such a civilization's achievement disappear from historical memory? Some researchers propose a theory that, with the arrival of the Spanish and their religious ideology, the local peoples were forced to abandon their traditions and cults, leading to the forgetting of this unique place. However, the question remains, what was hidden in the sanctuary of Cholula? Perhaps it contained knowledge that could revolutionize our understanding of ancient cultures. Or perhaps it held ritual artifacts that are still waiting to be discovered. Comparing the Pyramid of Cholula with other famous ancient monuments, such as the mysterious structures of Machu Picchu or the enigmatic temples of Angkor, one cannot help but wonder how many more such places remain unexplored. How many secrets does our planet hide? And what can they tell us about the past of humanity? Perhaps under every hill, among every church, there is a story waiting to be revealed. But the mystery of the Pyramid of Cholula remains unsolved. How long will we have to wait to learn the truth about this magnificent and mysterious structure. Are there similar secrets in other corners of the world, waiting to be discovered? Each new discovery can lead to new questions, and perhaps under every layer of Earth lies a story that we are not yet ready to hear. Cholula is not just a place. It is a symbol of our quest to unravel the mysteries of the past, and perhaps in this quest lie the answers to questions about our past and future, about what it means to be a part of this extraordinary and mysterious universe. Fortress of Ollantaytambo, Secrets of Incan Geometry. Traveling from the pyramids of Cholula to the mysteries of the highlands of Peru, we find ourselves at the magnificent fortress of Ollantaytambo, which is striking with its unusual architectural style and mysterious building techniques. Located at an altitude of over 2,700 meters above sea level, surrounded by steep cliffs and green terraces, the fortress appears as a true enigma, created by the hands of ancient Incas. But what makes Ollantaytambo so unique? The first thing that stands out is the ideal masonry, the stones used for the construction of the walls. These massive blocks, seemingly cut from a single piece, are perfectly fitted together without the use of mortar. How did the ancient builders achieve such precision? Some researchers suggest that the Incas used special methods of stone processing that remain a mystery to modern scientists. Sometimes rumors circulate that the stones were soft during processing, allowing them to be shaped into the desired form and size. But how could this have happened? Perhaps the Incas possessed an unknown technology that allowed them to manipulate natural materials at a completely different level. Or perhaps they used unknown secrets of ancient magic and knowledge that were lost with the disappearance of their civilization. The stepped terraces on which the fortress stands also evoke admiration. They served not only for agricultural purposes, but also as part of the water supply system, directing rainwater to the fields. These engineering solutions that the Incas integrated into their architecture cause admiration and raise new questions. How did the ancient builders manage such complex tasks at high altitudes where the air is rarefied and the climate is harsh? What knowledge and skills did they possess to create such grand structures in the conditions of the highlands? Studying Ollantaytambo, we cannot help but ask, what inspired the Incas to build this monumental structure? Perhaps the fortress was not just a defensive stronghold, but a sacred place where rituals connected to their religion and culture were performed. Local legends speak of the fact that this place held secrets that could change the course of history. But what happened to these secrets? How could such a powerful civilization disappear, leaving behind only stone testimonies of their greatness? But this is not the only mystery connected to Ollantaytambo. Studying its history, we encounter a multitude of other mysterious objects scattered across the territory of Peru. From the enigmatic lines of Nazca to the magnificent Machu Picchu, each of these locations brings with it new questions and discoveries. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be revealed? The mystery of Ollantaytambo remains unsolved to this day. How long will it take us to explore the ancient ruins to understand the true nature of this extraordinary place? Perhaps under every stone and among every terrace lies a history that we are not yet ready to hear. Ollantaytambo is not just a fortress. It is a symbol of our desire to unravel the mysteries of the past. And in this desire, perhaps, lie the answers to our questions about our past and future, about what it means to be a part of this extraordinary and mysterious universe. Mysteries of Teotihuacan, a city without right angles. Traveling from the magnificent fortress of Ollantaytambo to the enigmas of Mexico, we find ourselves in the mysterious world of Teotihuacan, ancient city, where, as it is claimed, there are no right angles. This place, built long before the arrival of the Aztecs, is shrouded in an aura of mystery and enigma, which, like a fog, envelops its magnificent pyramids. The Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, rising against the backdrop of the blue sky, seem to insistently call us to unravel their secrets. But who created this enigmatic city? What were its inhabitants like? And what did they try to tell us through their architecture, which we can only attempt to understand? Teotihuacan, in the literal sense, is a place where people become gods, and it is one of the most impressive and complex cities of antiquity. Its planning, which amazes with its symmetry and harmony, raises the question, how could the ancient builders achieve such a level of craftsmanship? The elements we observe seem devoid of accidents. Everything is thought out to the smallest detail, from angles to proportions. It is incredible, but some researchers note a striking similarity between the proportions of Teotihuacan and Egyptian constructions. How could two such different cultures, located on different continents, create such similar architectural masterpieces? This raises disputes among scholars, and each of them offers their theories, from the possibility of ancient civilizations' migrations to the most extraordinary coincidences. But the mysteries of this city do not end with its architecture. Research shows that Teotihuacan had a complex and highly developed system of governance and economy. It is unknown exactly how these mechanisms functioned, but this leaves us with a significant question. What caused its decline? How could such a great city, inhabited by thousands of people, disappear, leaving behind only ruins? It may be related to climate change, wars, or internal conflicts, but no theory can provide a definitive answer. Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of Teotihuacan, we can feel the breath of antiquity. As if in the silence, we can hear the whisper of those who once walked its streets. The walls of these pyramids hold many secrets, and perhaps some of them will never be deciphered. How can we understand the ancient philosophy embedded in every stone and terrace? What lies beyond the limits of our understanding, waiting for someone to pay attention to it again? Although we can only guess what happened to Teotihuacan and its inhabitants, this place continues to attract researchers and adventurers, each of whom hopes to find answers to the questions that remain unanswered. But this is not the only mystery waiting for its time. From enigmatic cults to mysterious rituals, each new discovery opens new horizons for contemplation. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be uncovered? Teotihuacan remains an unsolved riddle of antiquity. How much longer will we need to study its ruins to understand the true nature of this enigmatic city? Perhaps here, among the stones and shadows they cast, lie the answers to questions about our history and culture, about what it means to be a part of this complex and intriguing world. Caves of Puerto Rico, gates to other worlds? Traveling from the magnificent ruins of Teotihuacan to the mysterious depths of Puerto Rico, we encounter another enigma, shrouded in myths and legends. The caves of this tropical island, delving deeper than can be explained, hold secrets that often seem to defy rational explanation. Among them, the system of caves known as Camino del Rio stands out, where enigmatic petroglyphs can be seen on the walls, left by ancient cultures about whom we know very little. Who were these people? What were their beliefs? And what were they trying to convey to future generations through their images? The local inhabitants of Puerto Rico believe that these caves are not merely natural formations, but true gates to other worlds. Legends of subterranean beings that inhabit these secret depths are passed down from generation to generation. Some speak of spirits guarding their territories, while others claim that these places can only be accessed at certain moments when the stars align in the correct positions. Who knows? Perhaps these beliefs are not so far from the truth. Archaeological research has shown that civilizations, unrelated to known cultures such as the mysterious Taino or other indigenous peoples, have left their traces in these caves. How could these ancient people have existed on such a remote island and left behind such enigmatic signs? Some suggest that they were part of a larger network of ancient seafarers who traveled between continents, leaving their marks on various lands. Others believe that these petroglyphs are evidence of ancient deities transmitting their messages to posterity. Whatever the case, these enigmatic signs on the stone continue to attract researchers eager to unravel their mysteries. With each new discovery and each new petroglyph found in the dark corners of these caves, questions multiply. What lies beyond the visible? What were the traditions and rituals of these people who left such signs in the earth's depths? And most importantly, what happened to them? How could such a civilization disappear, leaving behind only fragments of information that we struggle to interpret? Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of these caves, we can feel the cold air penetrate our lungs, and the sounds of dripping water echo in the silence, creating a strange sensation as if the spirits of the past are whispering in our ears. These walls have seen much, and perhaps they hold answers to the questions that have troubled us for centuries. What is the true nature of these mysterious caves? Are they truly gates to other worlds, or are they merely a myth created by the imagination of people seeking to explain the inexplicable? How can we unravel these enigmas when we do not even know the intentions of those who left their marks in stone? Perhaps hidden in the depths of these caves are not only artifacts and ancient signs, but also answers that were once lost but still await their time. And although we can only guess at what lies beneath the earth, one thing remains unchanged. The mysteries of Puerto Rico are just a part of a larger mosaic of enigmas that ancient civilizations have left behind. How many more such places await discovery, and what secrets might they reveal to us? Temple of Quetzalcoatl, the splendor created in one night. Traveling from the dark caves of Puerto Rico to the bright expanses of ancient Mexico, we encounter a mystery shrouded in myths and legends, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza. This magnificent temple, built, as legends claim, in just one night, has become a symbol of incredible architectural achievements and profound spiritual beliefs of the ancient Maya. How could such a grand structure arise in such a short time? What secrets does this extraordinary monument hold, erected with the help, it is said, of supernatural forces? According to tradition, the temple was created with the help of the god Quetzalcoatl, who embodies wisdom and creative power. The legend tells that in one night, when the heavens were full of stars, the deity descended to earth and, using his magical abilities, quickly erected this magnificent structure. But how could such a miracle occur? It is possible that this is not just a myth, but a reflection of deep respect for architecture and mathematics, which were inherent in the ancient Maya. However, the temple itself, like its creators, hides many secrets. Each spring equinox, a unique spectacle occurs on its staircase. A snake appears to crawl, an optical illusion created with the precise calculations of the architects. This optical phenomenon, evoking awe and reverence, makes us ponder, how could ancient people predict the movement of light so accurately? What knowledge and technologies did they use to create such an effect, which continues to amaze modern scientists? There are various theories about how this temple was built. Some researchers suggest that the ancient builders used complex mechanisms and construction technologies that may have been lost over time. Others believe that supernatural forces were involved in this process. But whatever the case, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl remains a symbol not only of architectural genius, but also of profound spiritual beliefs that permeated every detail of its construction. With each new study and discovery related to this mystical temple, new questions arise with even greater force. What were the true intentions of the creators of this magnificent structure? What did they try to convey to their descendants through this grand monument? And perhaps the most important question, what secrets remain hidden within its depths? Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of Chichen Itza, we can feel the sun warming our faces and the wind whispering ancient stories carved into stone. Each step on this land reminds us that, despite all our achievements, we are still seeking answers to questions that have troubled us for centuries. What is the true significance of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl? And what other mysteries do ancient civilizations hide within themselves? In this world full of secrets and mysteries, we can only guess at the discoveries that still await their time, knowing that each new answer opens the door to even more questions. In conclusion, it is worth remembering that many of these magnificent structures are not just beautiful monuments, but also officially recognized parts of our historical heritage. They stand as silent witnesses to ancient civilizations that left behind a multitude of mysteries that require unraveling. Each of them, from the Temple of Quetzalcoatl to other notable sites such as the enigmatic megaliths of Stonehenge or the magnificent pyramids of Giza, fills us with awe and wonder, making us ponder what secrets might be hidden within their walls. Even today, despite all the achievements of science and archaeology, they still hold more mysteries than answers. What drives us, modern seekers of adventure, when we gaze upon these monuments? What message, perhaps, did their creators leave for us? What stories, which we have not yet discovered, await their time to be revealed? As we explore these ancient sites, we can only speculate about what lies hidden behind their stone facades. What are your thoughts? Which of these architectural masterpieces would you like to visit personally? Which mysteries associated with them particularly interest you? Write in the comments which structures have impressed you the most and why. Don't forget to like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the bell. Many more fascinating stories and mysteries from around the world await to be heard. In the end, the world is full of secrets, and each new story can open your eyes to something truly extraordinary. What other secrets of the past have we yet to unravel? In the heart of ancient lands, where time seems to have stopped between the cliffs and vast valleys, lie some of the most enigmatic places on our planet. Welcome to the world of forgotten mysteries, where the foot of a modern man rarely treads. Imagine this. You stand before colossal stone statues, their faces turned to the sky, silent for millennia. Who created these monuments? What tools did the ancient masters use to carve the hard stone with such precision? Scattered across the mountainsides are mysterious petroglyphs, messages from the depths of time, still not fully deciphered. Local residents whisper about sacred springs, whose waters heal diseases, and about caves where, according to legend, the spirits of ancestors dwell. Scientists come here seeking rational explanations, but leave with even more questions. Perhaps these places are indeed portals to other dimensions, as ancient legends claim, or are they the legacy of a long-lost, highly advanced civilization? Prepare to immerse yourself in a world where reality intertwines with mysticism and scientific facts coexist with unexplained phenomena. These mysterious places can be found all over the world, like links in a single mysterious chain. But there are some among them that even the most skeptical researchers cannot ignore. In the heart of the Australian continent, where the scorching air shimmers over endless desert expanses, there stands a monolith whose grandeur makes the heart beat faster. Uluru, the sacred mountain of the Aborigines. Imagine this, a massive stone block, 348 meters tall, rising from nowhere in the middle of a plain, as if some powerful being had simply placed it there. But the most astonishing thing is not the size of Uluru, but its ability to change color. At dawn, it turns a soft pink. At midday, it blazes fiery red. And at sunset, it becomes a deep crimson, as if absorbing the blood of the departing day. The Pitjantjatjara tribes believe that Uluru is not just a rock, but a living entity, preserving the memory of the dream time when the spirits of the ancestors created the world. Each crack and outcrop on its surface is a part of sacred history, inscribed in stone. Archaeologists have discovered cave paintings in Uluru's caves dating back more than 10,000 years. But who knows how many more secrets are hidden in the depths of this monolith? Scientists attribute Uluru's unusual color to the high iron content in the rock, But how to explain the strange acoustic effects around the mountain? Sounds here spread in a peculiar way, creating an illusion of whispers coming from the depths of time. Researchers who spent a night at the foot of Uluru report inexplicable sounds, as if someone invisible were moving in the darkness, singing ancient melodies. The local Aborigines warn it is forbidden to take even a small pebble from Uluru. It will bring a curse. And strangely, every year hundreds of tourists send back stones by mail, accompanied by letters telling of misfortunes that befell them after they violated this prohibition. Researchers from the University of Sydney have recorded unusual electromagnetic anomalies around Uluru, but their nature remains unexplained. There is a theory that Uluru is just the visible part of a giant meteorite that fell on Earth millions of years ago. Other researchers suggest that there may be cavities, like chambers, inside the rock, created by an ancient civilization for unknown purposes. The local elders tell of secret passages inside Uluru leading to the underworld, where the spirits of the ancestors dwell. No European has been allowed into these sacred places. What lies behind these legends? Real cave systems or mythological beliefs? And why do compasses malfunction when approaching certain areas of Uluru? Some paranormal researchers claim that Uluru is an energy portal connecting our world with other dimensions. Skeptics laugh at such suggestions, but how to explain the numerous reports of strange light phenomena observed over the mountain on moonless nights? The mystery of Uluru remains unsolved, as if nature itself created this place to remind us. Despite all the achievements of modern science, we still know very little about the world in which we live. And who knows what other riddles are hidden in the ancient lands of our planet? But Uluru is just one of many mysteries that ancient Australia holds. A few hundred kilometers to the north, where wet tropical forests give way to desert plains, lies Kakadu National Park's sacred land that preserves one of the oldest and most mysterious rock art galleries on our planet. Imagine sheer red sandstone cliffs, adorned with thousands of images created over tens of thousands of years. Archaeologists claim that some of these drawings are over 40,000 years old, making them the oldest known examples of human art on Earth. But what is truly captivating is not just the age of these images, but their remarkable detail and enigmatic symbolism. Figures known as Mimi, semi-transparent ancestral spirits, depicted with incredible grace and dynamism, as if floating in the air. The local Aborigines of the Bininj and Mungai tribes tell stories of the Mimi being the first inhabitants of these lands, long before humans arrived. They were so light and delicate that they feared the windy weather, fearing being carried away by gusts. But how to explain the extraordinary skill of these ancient images? What tools did Paleolithic artists use to create such delicate lines? Even more mysterious are the images of the Wandjina enigmatic figures with large eyes and halo-like heads, reminiscent of modern UFO descriptions. The Aborigines believed that the Wandjina are the creators of the world, who came from the stars during the dream time. They brought knowledge, laws, and culture, and then transformed into rock paintings to forever watch over their creations. Remarkably, many Wandjina images were updated from generation to generation, as a ritual confirmation of the connection with ancestors. When the colors faded, shamans of the tribe restored the drawings, following ancient traditions. This tradition was broken only with the arrival of Europeans. What is even more mysterious, some rock art galleries in Kakadu contain images of animals that have been extinct for thousands of years, including the Tasmanian tiger and the giant flying fox. How could ancient artists depict the anatomical details of these creatures with such accuracy? Were these knowledge passed down orally over tens of thousands of years? Or, as some paranormal researchers suggest, did the Aborigines have the ability to see the past during ritual trances? In remote Kimberley regions, strange images known as Bradshaw or Gwion were found figures of people in complex headdresses and with unusual objects in their hands, reminiscent of technological artifacts. The age of these images is over 17,000 years. But what is astonishing, modern Aborigines deny any connection with the creators of these drawings, claiming that they were painted by not people, but birds, who dipped their beaks in ochre. Who were these mysterious artists with such perfect technique? And why does their art so drastically differ from later Aboriginal styles? Some researchers propose a bold hypothesis about the existence of an unknown advanced civilization that inhabited Australia before the arrival of modern Aborigines. Others suggest possible contacts with Southeast Asian or South American seafarers. But if such contacts did occur, why are there no other archaeological evidence of them? Particularly mysterious are the images of the wrong enigmatic figures with 6 fingers on their hands and feet, in strange clothing resembling spacesuits. Who did the ancient artists depict? Mutants? Aliens? Or are these symbolic images, the meaning of which is lost in the depths of time? And why are many rock art galleries located in places with unusual acoustics, where even a whisper creates a multiple echo? Is this a coincidence, or did ancient artists intentionally choose such places for their sacred images, creating natural amphitheaters for ritual ceremonies? Local elders tell stories that on certain days of the year, when the position of the sun and moon align in a special way, some rock paintings begin to glow from within, and strange sounds resembling singing in an unknown language can be heard from the depths of the cliffs. Scientists are skeptical of such stories, but recent research has shown that some pigments used by ancient artists do indeed possess unusual luminescent properties under certain lighting. The mystery of the ancient rock art galleries of Australia remains unsolved, like the voices of ancestors inscribed in stone, preserving a message that we are not yet able to fully decipher. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await researchers in the impenetrable jungles and desert plateaus of this ancient continent. However, not only the rock paintings of ancient Australia hold secrets. In several hundred kilometers to the west, where the merciless sun scorches the earth and the wind whispers ancient legends, there stand the mysterious stone pillars of Carnac, peculiar formations, as if frozen in eternity, guarding this mysterious land. Imagine hundreds of limestone columns up to 5 meters high, scattered across the desolate landscape like an army of petrified warriors. In the rays of the setting sun, these stone figures cast long shadows, creating fantastical patterns on the scorched earth. The local Aborigines of the Noongar tribe have avoided these places for centuries, considering them sacred and dangerous at the same time. According to their ancient beliefs, the stone pillars of Carnac are not just whimsical creations of nature, but petrified ancestors, punished for violating sacred laws. The elders tell of the dream time when the world was just forming. A group of young warriors dared to break the taboo and enter the forbidden spiritual territory. As punishment, the Great Spirit, Biam, transformed them into stone, condemning them to stand under the scorching sun forever, watching the world of the living, but never able to return to their tribe. Another legend speaks of an ancient battle between 2 warring tribes, when the intervention of spirits turned the warriors of both sides into stone pillars to end the senseless bloodshed. Remarkably, many of these pillars indeed resemble human figures. Here is a stone silhouette of a warrior with a spear, and next to it, as if a mother, cradling a child to her chest. Some formations have such expressive features that it seems as if a skilled sculptor had carved them from a monolithic rock. But what natural process could create such anthropomorphic figures? Geologists explain the formation of the Carnac pillars as the result of weathering and erosion of limestone deposits formed from the remains of marine organisms millions of years ago, when this territory was the bottom of an ancient ocean. But why did erosion create such symmetrical, almost artificially looking forms? Some researchers note a strange peculiarity. Many pillars are arranged in a certain order, forming lines and geometric figures visible only from a bird's-eye view. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Even more mysterious is the acoustic phenomenon observed among the Carajo pillars. On certain days of the year, especially during the equinoxes, the wind passing between the stone columns creates a low, vibrating sound, reminiscent of rhythmic singing in an unknown language. Local residents claim that this is the voice of petrified ancestors trying to convey ancient knowledge to those who can hear it. Acousticians who have studied this phenomenon acknowledge that the arrangement of the pillars indeed creates unusual sound effects, but the scientific explanation of this phenomenon remains incomplete. In the 19th century, European researchers who first encountered this natural wonder were so amazed that some of them seriously suggested an artificial origin of the pillars. In the diaries of the first expeditions, one can find references to ruins of an unknown ancient temple, or a stone forest created by the hands of a long-lost people. Although modern science rejects the version of the artificial origin of the IV Carajo pillars, some aspects of this natural phenomenon continue to puzzle scientists. For example, why are there strange metal inclusions in some pillars, not typical of the surrounding rocks? Where did the traces of processed iron and copper appear in the limestone formations? Some researchers of paranormal phenomena suggest that the Carajo pillars could have served as some kind of energy antennas, installed by an ancient, highly developed civilization for communication or energy transmission. Others suggest that the unusual shape of the pillars could be the result of the interaction of limestone deposits with an unknown form of radiation or an anomalous magnetic field. What is even more astonishing, some of the pillars contain strange symbols and lines, reminiscent of primitive writing or astronomical signs. Are these markings the result of natural erosion, or were they made by human hands thousands of years ago? And if these are indeed ancient writings, who created them, and what message were they trying to convey to future generations? Modern scanning technologies have allowed the discovery that under the surface of the Earth around the Carajo pillars, there exists a complex system of underground cavities and tunnels, some of which have almost ideal geometric shapes. Natural formation or man-made underground structures? This question remains open, as do many other mysteries of this enigmatic place. The Carajo pillars continue to keep their secrets, like silent witnesses to ancient history that we are not yet able to fully decipher. And who knows what other secrets this ancient continent, whose history spans tens of thousands of years, still hides, most of which remains beyond our understanding. While the poles of Carajero silently preserve their secrets under the scorching sun of Western Australia, on the other end of the continent, in the misty blue haze of the Great Dividing Range, another mystery of the ancient continent lies hidden. The mysterious Burra Range, lost in the vast expanses of the Blue Mountains, this mystical landscape where massive sandstone cliffs, like giant cathedrals, tower over ancient eucalyptus forests, and deep gorges filled with a blue haze of evaporating essential oils create the illusion of floating mountains, has long been considered a sacred place by the Aboriginal tribe of the Darug. Here, where time seems to flow differently, and the boundary between the world of humans and spirits becomes almost indistinguishable, according to ancient beliefs, mysterious creatures known as Yowie, the Australian equivalent of the Yeti, dwell. Imagine tall, hairy humanoids with piercing eyes that glow in the dark, capable of dissolving into the forest like morning mist under the rising sun. The elders of the Darug tribe say that Yowies are not just legendary beings, but guardians of ancient knowledge and keepers of sacred places. They claim that these creatures lived in the mountains long before humans arrived and remembered times when the continent had a completely different appearance. In rock paintings older than 10,000 years, one can see depictions of tall, hairy beings alongside human figures, evidence that the legends of the Yowie go back to the very depths of time. What is remarkable is that reports of encounters with these mysterious creatures continue to this day. Tourists who have ventured into the remote corners of the Burra Range speak of strange sounds reminiscent of inhuman cries, an inexplicable feeling of being observed, and glimpses of tall shadows disappearing behind trees. Skeptics, of course, explain these testimonies as a result of imagination fueled by local legends or encounters with large marsupials such as kangaroos or wombats. But how to explain the discovery of enormous footprints, more than 1.5 times larger than a human footprint, found in the most inaccessible areas of the Blue Mountains? Or the strange structures made of branches and stones, too complex to be created by animals, found in places where people rarely venture? Even more mysterious is the phenomenon of the so-called singing rocks of the Burra Range huge sandstone monoliths that at certain times, especially at dawn and dusk, emit long, melodious sounds reminiscent of human singing in an unknown language. Acoustic research has shown that the shape of these rocks indeed enhances and modulates the sounds of the wind. But why do these sounds form almost meaningful melodic sequences, reminiscent of ancient rituals? Aboriginals believe that these are the voices of ancestors, transmitting messages from the dream time, the mythical time of world creation. According to their beliefs, the rocks of the Burra Range are not just geological formations, but petrified bodies of ancient spirit creators. And the Yowies are their living messengers, observing the world of humans. In the 19th century, European researchers who studied this area were not only amazed by its natural beauty, but also by strange anomalies. Compasses often malfunctioned, clocks started running slower or faster, and some parts of the mountains seemed to disappear from view, becoming visible only from certain angles and under specific lighting. One of the first European researchers in this area, naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace, wrote in his diary, "These mountains have a strange ability to alter the perception of space and time. Several times I was absolutely sure I was moving in a straight line, but always returned to the same place I started from. It's as if the geography of these places is subject to some laws that are incomprehensible to European minds." Modern geologists explain many of these phenomena by the unique mineral composition of local rocks, rich in iron and rare earth elements, creating local magnetic anomalies. But can this explain all the peculiarities of the Burra Range? For example, why are there strange crystalline formations in some caves of this region whose structure does not correspond to any known mineral? Or why do radiocarbon dating of some rock paintings give contradictory results, as if they existed and did not exist at the same time? In recent years, researchers of paranormal phenomena have proposed the hypothesis that the Burra Range could be one of the so-called thin places areas of the Earth's surface, where the boundary between different dimensions or realities becomes permeable. According to this theory, Yowies might not just be an unknown species of hominids, but creatures from a parallel dimension capable of moving between worlds. This could explain their elusiveness and the ability to suddenly appear and disappear without leaving traces. Of course, academic science rejects such speculations, but even the most skeptical researchers admit that the Burra Range remains one of the most mysterious and least studied regions of Australia. Perhaps the answers to these questions lie in the ancient knowledge of the Aborigines, much of which was lost after European colonization. Or maybe the mysteries of the Burra Range and its enigmatic inhabitants will remain unsolved, reminding us of how little we know about the ancient history of this mysterious land, and how much more there is to discover behind the veil of everyday reality. And while scientists debate the nature of these phenomena, the misty peaks of the Blue Mountains continue to keep their secrets, and local residents continue to avoid certain paths after sunset, when, according to their beliefs, ancient spirits and mysterious Yowies go on their eternal watch. Leaving the mysterious Australia with its ancient secrets behind, Our journey in the footsteps of forgotten civilizations takes us across the boundless expanses of the Pacific Ocean to one of the most isolated places on Earth, the enigmatic Easter Island. Here, on a tiny speck of land lost in the endless blue of the ocean, more than 2,000 kilometers from the nearest inhabited land, we encounter one of the most captivating mysteries of the ancient world: the silent stone sentinels known as Moai. Imagine hundreds of massive stone figures, some reaching up to 10 meters in height and weighing more than 80 tons, with stern, impassive faces turned towards the depths of the island, as if guarding some ancient secret. Their empty eye sockets, once adorned with coral and obsidian, seem to still observe anyone who dares to disturb their thousand-year solitude. Each step on this land evokes a strange, almost mystical presence, as if invisible threads connect the present with the long-gone past, and the air is filled with the whispers of ancient legends and forgotten rituals. How could the ancient Rapa Nui, without metal tools, wheels, or draft animals, create these colossal monuments? How did they manage to transport multi-ton statues over tens of kilometers from the quarry of Rano Raraku to the coast and install them on massive stone platforms known as ahu? Traditional archaeology offers a rational explanation. Moai were carved in the quarry using stone tools, then transported using wooden sleds or rollers, and raised onto platforms using ramps and levers. Experiments showed that moving a statue required about 100 people, who could move it at a speed of about 1 kilometer per day. But local legends tell a different story. According to ancient Rapa Nui traditions, Moai did not move. They walked themselves. Mana, a mystical spiritual force filling these stone bodies, allowed them to move at the will of priests, who directed them using special rituals and incantations. Elders of the island still whisper about hearing heavy footsteps of Moai returning to their original places on moonless nights. The purpose of these stone giants is also shrouded in mystery. For a long time, it was believed that Moai were images of deified ancestors, acting as intermediaries between the world of the living and the world of spirits. However, recent research has revealed a new aspect of this enigma. Many statues were partially buried in the ground, and their full bodies were covered with mysterious symbols and petroglyphs, the meaning of which is still not fully deciphered. Some of these signs resemble ancient Rongorongo script, the only writing system of Oceania that remains unread. What did the ancient masters try to convey to us through these stone messages? Perhaps the key to the solution lies in the strange cult of the Birdman, which replaced the worship of Moai around the 17th century. This cult was associated with annual competitions in which representatives of various clans had to obtain the first egg of the dangerous island Motu Nui. The winner became the embodiment of the deity Make, and received a special status for a year. The ceremonial village of Orongo, located on the edge of the volcanic crater Rano Kau, is covered with hundreds of petroglyphs depicting the Birdman, a half-human, half-bird creature with a hooked beak and a human body. The connection between this cult and the more ancient worship of Moai remains one of the most intriguing mysteries of the island. Even more mysterious is the sudden decline of the Rapa Nui civilization. By the time the first Europeans arrived in 1722, the island was a sad sight, deforested, with a small population, and embroiled in inter-clan wars. Many Moai were intentionally toppled, their eyes removed, and the sacred platforms desecrated. What happened to the once thriving culture capable of creating such monumental works of art? The traditional theory of ecological catastrophe suggests that the Rapa Nui themselves destroyed their natural resources, cutting down all trees for transporting Moai and building canoes. This led to soil erosion, famine, and ultimately social collapse and wars. But what if the cause was different? Some researchers point to strange parallels between the symbolism of Easter Island and ancient cultures of South America. Statues with elongated ears, platforms resembling Inca structures, and even the name of the island, Rapa Nui, have linguistic connections with Peruvian dialects. Could the island have been a colony or a sacred place for some unknown South American civilization? Or, as suggested by the famous explorer Thor Heyerdahl, could the Rapa Nui themselves have come from South America, bringing with them knowledge of monumental construction? Or, as local legends whisper, could the true cause of the decline be the loss of mana, that mystical force that allowed Moai to move and protect the island? According to these legends, when the Rapa Nui violated ancient taboos and desecrated sacred rituals, the angry spirits of the ancestors turned away from them, taking their protection and blessing. And to this day, many local residents avoid approaching some Moai after sunset, believing that in this time the stone giants can turn their heads or even take a step, observing those who disturb the peace of their eternal vigil. Easter Island continues to keep its secrets, much like its stone sentinels, silently gazing at us through the layers of time. And while scientists continue to debate the origin and purpose of Moai, these enigmatic monuments remain silent witnesses to a civilization that has long since disappeared, taking with it the keys to its most sacred mysteries. Even among the multitude of mysteries of Easter Island, a special place is occupied by the quarry of Rano Raraku, a place where time seems to have stopped in an instant, frozen in eternity, like the very stone giants themselves. Imagine a volcanic slope covered with hundreds of figures at various stages of creation, from barely sketched outlines to almost completed statues, ready to be transported to their pedestals. Here, in this ancient open-air workshop, it seems as if the masters have only temporarily put down their stone tools and will soon return to resume their interrupted work. But they never did. Rano Raraku is a frozen moment in history, a mysterious pause in the annals of an ancient civilization. More than 400 Moai of different sizes and degrees of completion literally grow out of the slopes of the volcano, as if trying to escape from their stone prison. Some of them are barely visible through the rock. Others have recognizable features but remain attached to the rock by a thin stone bridge, while others are completely carved and await only transportation to the coast. What could have caused an entire civilization to suddenly cease its sacred activity? What catastrophe or event could have been so significant that the masters left their tools and never returned to the unfinished creations? Traditional archaeology offers a rational explanation: depletion of resources and the subsequent social collapse. When the last trees were cut down, the transportation of new statues became impossible, and work in the quarry ceased. But is it really that simple? A detailed study of the unfinished Moai reveals an even deeper mystery. Many of them are significantly larger than those installed on the coast. The largest unfinished statue, known as El Gigante, is 21 meters long and weighs around 270 tons, almost 3 times more than any successfully transported and installed Moai. Why create statues that were clearly impossible to transport with the available technology? Perhaps the Rapa Nui were developing new transportation methods that were never realized? Or were these giant figures never intended for transportation and were meant to remain in the quarry as part of some unknown ritual? Local legends offer a completely different explanation for the sudden cessation of work. According to ancient legends passed down through generations, a serious conflict broke out between clans over the distribution of resources. In the midst of this struggle, a woman from the clan controlling the quarry uttered a terrible curse, calling down the wrath of the gods on all the creators of Moai. The next day, an unprecedented storm struck, accompanied by earthquakes and strange lights in the sky. The frightened masters took this as a sign of divine anger and vowed never to carve stone likenesses again. Another, Even more mystical version says that the Moai themselves refused to leave their place of birth. According to this legend, the spirits of the ancestors, embodied in stone, foretold the island's decline and decided to remain in Rano Raraku to preserve their mana sacred power until better times. A special mystery is presented by the Moai that were completely finished but remained in the quarry, partially or fully buried in the ground. For a long time, archaeologists believed that the visible heads were the whole statues. However, excavations revealed an astonishing truth. What we took for heads were only the upper parts of full-fledged figures with torsos, often covered with mysterious symbols and petroglyphs. These buried Moai give the impression that they were intentionally planted in the ground, like seeds of some mystical harvest. What is even more astonishing is that many of these buried statues have a completely different style of execution. More detailed facial features, different proportions, and even elements of clothing or jewelry carved on the stone. Could they belong to an earlier epoch of Moai creation, about which we know almost nothing? Or perhaps they are the work of a rival school of masters whose works were intentionally hidden from view? Rano Raraku also holds other, less well-known, but no less intriguing mysteries. Near the quarry, archaeologists discovered strange stone spheres of almost perfect form. Their purpose remains unknown, although some researchers suggest that they could have been used as tools for polishing statues or had some ritual significance. Similar spherical artifacts are found in other parts of the world, from the mysterious stone balls of Costa Rica to the spheres of ancient European cultures. Is this a coincidence or evidence of some lost connections between civilizations separated by oceans? Visiting Rano Raraku leaves a strange, almost surreal impression. When the morning mist envelops the slopes of the volcano and the first rays of the sun pierce the milky veil, the stone likenesses emerging from the ground create the feeling of being in some other dimension, where the boundaries between past and present, living and non-living become blurred and uncertain. Local guides tell stories of how on certain nights, when the full moon rises over the horizon, the shadows of the unfinished Moai move in a strange way, as if the figures are trying to complete their creation on their own, without human hands. And although modern science continues to seek rational explanations for the mysteries of Rano Raraku, this place remains one of the most enigmatic testimonies to the sudden interruption of the history of an ancient civilization, frozen between past glory and inexplicable oblivion. What really happened on that fateful day when the last master put down his stone tool and left the sacred workshop? This question continues to echo from the silent faces of the Moai, drawing us deeper into the labyrinth of Easter Island's mysteries. Transitioning from the quarry of Rano Raraku, we enter the enigmatic world of Orongo, a ceremonial village situated on the edge of Rano Ka volcano. This place, imbued with the spirit of ancient rituals and mystical ceremonies, becomes the stage for a unique birdman cult that left its mark on the history of Easter Island. Orongo, like nature itself, frames its sanctuaries with rocky cliffs and majestic landscapes, offering breathtaking views of the ocean and nearby islands. But what secrets does this mysterious place hold? For centuries, intriguing competitions were held here, where the island's best warriors fought for the right to become the Birdman, the bearer of power and authority. This cult may have been more than just a sporting event. It could have been a ritual that connected people with the spirit world, turning their gaze to the heavens. The rocks of Orongo preserve petroglyphs that tell of the past. These ancient carvings, chiseled by the hands of the Rapa Nui, depict not only scenes of competitions, but also sacred birds, which, according to legends, possessed special powers. It is remarkable how much symbolism is contained in these stone drawings. Each line, each curve, seems to breathe history, and it becomes clear that these images were not just art. They were a language spoken by ancestors to leave their thoughts and feelings for posterity. What was the significance of the competitions for the title of Birdman? Legends say that the winner not only gained fame and respect, but also became a link between the living and the dead, a bearer of ancestral power, capable of summoning rain and predicting destinies. But how could a human become a bird? Some believe it was a symbolic ritual that was meant to elevate the human soul to the heavens. Others think it was a real competition, where bravery and agility determined the fate of an entire nation. Each story hides mysteries that defy simple explanation. But there's more. Orongo hides other secrets that evoke genuine interest. For instance, there are numerous petroglyphs depicting unusual figures with long beaks and wings, which may have been symbols of some divine entity. Could they have been images of those very birds that inspired the Rapa Nui to create the Birdman cult? Or were they visions of ancient shamans seeking answers to life and death? The enigmatic rituals connected with the Birdman are inextricably linked to local legends about feathered gods who supposedly descended from the heavens to teach people the secrets of life. How could it be that these gods, possessing such great power, abandoned their followers? Perhaps they left their mark in myths that were passed down through generations, but no resident of the island could see them. Orongo is not just a historical site. It is a true portal to the world of ancient mysteries and riddles. Each step along its stone paths fills the air with a sense of anticipation. What awaits us around the corner? What other legends are hidden behind these ancient walls? We can only speculate about the lives of the people who once filled this village with their breath. But one thing is certain. Orongo remains an unsolved enigma where the worlds of reality and myths intersect. What were the origins of the Birdman cult? What secrets does this sanctuary on the edge of the volcano hold? Perhaps they will one day be revealed to those who are willing to seek answers and explore the unknown. With the transition from the riddles of Orongo, we now turn to another mystery hidden from the eyes of the modern world. Nan Madol, the mystical city of spirits, which rises on artificial islands in the heart of Micronesia. This unique complex, consisting of more than 80 small islands connected by canals, is surrounded by tranquil waters that seem to have preserved many secrets, waiting for their time. Nan Madol, like a forgotten world, immerses us in the atmosphere of ancient myths and legends, where stone walls whisper of bygone eras and unfulfilled destinies. The construction of this city remains one of the greatest mysteries of archaeology. How could it be that more than 1,000 years ago, the ancient Rapas, using only primitive tools, created such massive structures from basalt blocks, perfectly fitted together? These walls, many of which reach a height of more than 6 meters, seem to guard the secrets of vanished civilizations. Legends say that Nan Madol was built with the help of magic and the power of spirits, who, according to the tales, dwelt here. Perhaps these spirits aided the ancient builders, guiding their hands and filling their hearts with inspiration necessary for creating this grand architectural marvel. But who were these divine beings? Some local residents claim that they were ancestors who came from another world to leave a legacy that would awe future generations. But how could such a great city disappear? Are there any evidence that the inhabitants of Nan Madol were destroyed or left their homes? Researchers cannot agree on a single answer. Some suggest that changes in climate and the rise in sea level caused the flooding of these islands, while others believe that internal conflicts and wars led to the decline of this extraordinary civilization. Nan Madol is not just a city. It is a place where time seems to have stopped. Each path between the ruins, each stone breathes an atmosphere of mystery and oblivion. As we wander through this lost world, we can feel the cold wind that brings with it the whisper of spirits residing among the stone walls. But what was the true fate of this place? Are there still forgotten secrets waiting to be discovered? Diving into the legends, we may encounter stories of great priests and magical rituals performed here to appease the spirits and ensure the prosperity of the people. However, despite all research and speculations, Nan Madol remains an unsolved enigma that evokes both awe and fear. How could such a magnificent city disappear into the annals of history? And what happened to its inhabitants? Perhaps every resident of this island knows more than they are willing to say. We cannot know what other secrets are hidden beneath the water and in the shadows of these great ruins. While one generation of researchers leaves their mark on these sacred lands, another continues to seek answers in legends that may never be revealed. Nan Madol is not just ruins. It is a living memory of what once existed, and perhaps still exists, somewhere in the depths of history, waiting for its time to be rediscovered. What were the true causes of the disappearance of this civilization? And are there other places like Nan Madol hiding their secrets from our view? This is not the end of the mystery that surrounds us. As we travel through Oceania, we encounter another enigmatic phenomenon: the basalt columns that rise above the earth like the remnants of ancient giants left on the planet. These awe-inspiring natural formations, scattered across various islands, inspire both admiration and awe in all who choose to witness their grandeur. Walls of perfectly fitted basalt blocks, resembling giant pipes, stretch towards the sky, emphasizing the majestic yet mysterious character of this region. How could such smooth and regular shapes have formed? Perhaps it is the work of nature itself, but local legends tell us of giants and gods who, according to the tales, could create such structures using the power of the earth and magic. In the myths of Oceania, stories of powerful beings who left their marks in these columns are common, reminding us of the times when the earth was inhabited by extraordinary creatures capable of extraordinary feats. For example, on Easter Island, there are massive statues of Moai that, according to some researchers, could have been created using the same principles as these basalt formations. How could such massive blocks, weighing several tons, have been moved and placed in such remote locations? Some theories suggest that the local inhabitants possessed special knowledge of physics and mechanics that allowed them to create such wonders. But perhaps, in reality, they received help from powerful beings about whom legends are told. The echoes of their voices reach us through the centuries, making us ponder what we know about our past and what might have really happened in those distant times. However, despite all the speculations and research, the truth remains elusive. How could such gigantic structures remain unexplained? Some believe they are simply the work of nature, while others insist that ancient civilizations stand behind them, whose achievements have been lost over time. And indeed, how could these cultures have disappeared, leaving behind only traces in the form of basalt columns? Historians assert that we can only guess at the reasons for their fall, but perhaps this is yet another of the mysteries waiting to be revealed. From Nanu Madol, we move on to other islands where basalt columns continue to captivate the imagination. For example, in Hawaii, we encounter volcanic formations that remind us of ancient battles between gods and human sacrifices. Local legends tell of how gods descended from the heavens and left their marks, which we can still observe today. But what were the true motives of these gods? Why did they leave such signs on the earth? Each of these places promises new discoveries and immersion in the atmosphere of ancient myths. We can only guess what else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed. Basalt columns, these majestic witnesses of time, continue to stir the minds of researchers and ordinary people, making them wonder how many more mysteries might still exist in the world. How could such gigantic structures remain unexplained? And are there other places that hide their secrets from our view? Cyclopean stone walls, like colossal shields, continue to amaze and intrigue, protecting ancient lands. Across various islands in Oceania, we find monumental structures built from massive blocks, each weighing several tons. These walls, meticulously cut and fitted together, inspire awe and bewilderment. How could such heavy stones be moved and placed without modern technology? Legends of the local inhabitants plunge us into a world of superhuman strength, telling of giants who, according to lore, were the builders of these magnificent structures. Myths speak of their strength used to create such monumental buildings, which continue to evoke awe in those who see them. On the island of Marachia, for instance, one can find walls that seem to have been built with divine intervention. Local residents claim that gods descended from the heavens, possessing incredible strength, to assist in the construction of these grand structures. But what if, in reality, it was not gods, but ancient civilizations with knowledge we have lost? Some researchers suggest that such constructions could be the result of a complex system of knowledge in mechanics and architecture that predated our era. Yet, no matter how we try to explain this phenomenon, the question remains: how could such perfection be achieved without the aid of advanced technologies? Traveling to other islands, we encounter these mysterious constructions again. On Pitcairn Island, for example, stands a wall built from perfectly fitted stones, as if created to withstand time. But what civilization could possess such skills? Some researchers believe these structures served not only as protection, but also as sacred places where rituals were performed, about which we can only speculate. But if this is true, what secrets lie hidden behind these sacred rituals? Each of these walls holds many mysteries, and each can tell its own story. How could these builders, with only primitive tools, create such massive and complex structures? Answers to these questions remain unanswered, and each new discovery only fuels the interest of researchers. Perhaps we will never know everything about those who built these cyclopean walls, but one thing is certain: their mystery continues to stir the minds and inspire the search for answers. But this is not the only mystery that surrounds us. Moving from walls to other architectural wonders, we may ask, what other secrets lie hidden beneath the earth? Perhaps among the lost islands of Oceania, there are places waiting to be discovered. One day, we may stumble upon evidence of civilizations of which we are not even aware. How many more secrets does this majestic land hold, and what answers await us in the future? Sunken cities and ruins are not just myths, but real mysteries hidden beneath the ocean's surface. The vast waters of Oceania, with their turquoise waters and coral reefs, harbor remnants of ancient civilizations about which we know only fragmentary details. Local residents tell tales of submerged lands, where entire nations once thrived. These stories are filled with mysteries and unanswered questions. How could such a developed culture disappear, leaving only shadows on the ocean floor? In places like the Tuamotu archipelago, researchers find underwater structures that they believe may be remnants of ancient constructions. Massive stone blocks, seemingly carved from giant rocks, lie on the ocean floor, surrounded by coral reefs. How did they get there? Some scientists claim that these underwater discoveries could be evidence of sunken cities that are not mentioned in historical records. Legends of lost worlds, such as the mythical land of Mu, spark genuine interest and make us ponder what other secrets might be hidden beneath the waves. How could such a complex society vanish without a trace? Perhaps it was due to catastrophic events like earthquakes or tsunamis that swallowed entire cities, leaving only myths and legends for posterity. But what if these catastrophes were the result of something even more mysterious, such as the intervention of higher powers or even extraterrestrials? Underwater archaeologists exploring these areas encounter enigmatic artifacts that seem out of place in the context of known civilizations. Strange symbols and signs carved on stones sometimes resemble ancient scripts that no one can decipher. Who left these messages? What do they mean? Some researchers suggest that these signs could be part of ancient prophecies or maps pointing to something significant. But, like many other mysteries, these hypotheses remain just that, hypotheses requiring further investigation. Legends of submerged civilizations are not confined to a single region. On many islands, we find references to great nations that once ruled these waters. Myths of sunken cities, such as Atlantis, continue to inspire adventurers and researchers. But what is the true nature of these tales? Are they merely the product of imagination, or do they contain a truth that we are not yet ready to understand? Exploring these submerged lands brings us to a new level of mystery. Each discovery can be a key to unraveling ancient enigmas, but all of them lead to the same question. What happened to these civilizations? How could they disappear, leaving only silence on the ocean floor? The answers to these questions remain unknown, and each new day brings new discoveries that raise even more questions. Perhaps in the future, we will be able to solve some of these riddles, but for now, they remain a mystery, waiting for their time. How many more underwater wonders are hidden in the depths of the ocean? How many more secrets await us in this majestic watery realm? Sacred forests of Australia and Oceania are not just forests, but living sanctuaries filled with mysteries and ancient secrets, where, as local residents believe, ancestral spirits dwell. Imagine trees with enormous trunks, covered in moss and whispering in the wind, as if sharing their stories. How did these places become centers of spiritual life? Legends say that it is here that the worlds of the living and the dead intersect, and each tree is not just a plant, but a guardian of ancient wisdom. What influence do these sacred trees have on the surrounding nature and people? Their unique properties, such as the ability to produce essential oils with healing properties, have given rise to many myths about their magical powers. Local tribes, such as the Aboriginals of Australia, consider these forests sacred, and their rituals often take place among these trees, where ancestral spirits grant strength and knowledge. But where do these legends come from? How do they resonate with our modern views of nature and spirituality? As we study these sacred forests, we find that many of them also serve as homes for unique ecosystems where rare animals and plants live. These are not just places of worship, but living laboratories where each element plays its role in maintaining harmony. For example, some trees have properties that allow them to filter water, making them critically important for the survival of local flora and fauna. Remarkably, scientists are just beginning to realize how many secrets these forests hold, and how their study can help us understand ecosystems as a whole. But these are not the only mysteries that inhabit these sacred forests. Legends say that in some places, one can hear the whispers of ancestors if one listens and closes one's eyes. How can these sounds be explained? Are they the wind playing with the leaves? Or are they indeed spirits trying to convey their messages? Some researchers believe that these sounds may be related to the resonance of trees, which emit certain frequencies when interacting with their environment. Others suggest that they are simply the product of human imagination, seeking a connection to something greater. Each tree in the sacred forest has its own story, and each of them is full of mysteries and unspoken words. How can it be explained that some of them, according to legends, can speak to those who know how to listen? Perhaps it is the gift of sincerity and openness to the spiritual world, which has been lost in modern society. But how can we regain this understanding? How can we restore our connection to nature and its spirits? The study of these sacred places opens up new horizons and raises many questions. We can only guess what wisdom these forests hold and how they can help us in our search for meaning and understanding of our place in the world. How many more secrets does nature hold, waiting to be discovered? With each new discovery, with each new finding, we come closer to understanding that there is something greater than just the physical reality in which we live. And perhaps it is in these sacred forests, among their mysterious trees and the whispering wind, that the keys to ancient secrets lie, waiting to be revealed. What is the true nature of the spirits that inhabit these forests? What role do they play in human life? And can we once again learn to hear their voices? But these are not the only mysteries hidden in the sacred forests of Australia. Let us delve into the fascinating world of the enigmatic mushrooms of sandstone, petrified creatures that are believed to be direct witnesses to the ancient myths and legends of the Aborigines. These strange forms rising from the earth resemble mysterious mushrooms, but in reality, they are the result of centuries of erosion, giving them peculiar shapes. How did they come to be? According to legends, these mushrooms were once living beings that became victims of mythical events. One tale speaks of a great people living in harmony with nature until the time of trials came. The ruler of the heavens, angered by their pride and forgetfulness of their roots, turned them into stone so that they would remain in this world forever, yet retaining their form. Other myths tell of how nature spirits, seeking to protect their lands, transformed people into stone forms so that they could never harm the environment again. How do these legends resonate with what we see today? These petrified mushrooms not only captivate with their form, but also raise many questions. Why do they have such strange shapes? Is this a result of random natural processes, or is it hidden symbolism left by ancient civilizations? Some researchers believe that these structures could have been created using ancient technologies of which we are still unaware. Their size and form inspire awe. Enormous stone mushrooms that seem to guard their secrets, appearing as if they could come to life at any moment. Local tribes believe that these creatures can hold the memory of their ancestors and their spirits, creating a special atmosphere of holiness and respect. But how can we explain why these mushrooms continue to attract and inspire people? Perhaps it is because they represent something more than just geological formations. Each one is a symbol of ancient history that, despite millennia, continues to influence our lives. These stone forms serve as reminders that nature and culture are inseparable, and that even the most peculiar phenomena can be part of a larger picture. The question arises, how can we learn from these myths and petrified forms? What is their connection to the contemporary environmental problems that our world faces? Perhaps it is through understanding these ancient stories that we can find answers to many of the questions that concern us today. Perhaps these mushrooms are not just stone formations, but symbols of our connection to nature and the need to protect it. But no matter how hard we try to unravel these mysteries, one thing remains constant. The secrets hidden in these petrified creatures await the day when they can be understood. We can only guess at the wisdom they hold and what they can tell us about our past and future. How many more such mysteries lie hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them? Resonating stones, music of the ancient earth. We once again immerse ourselves in the mysterious world of Australia, where nature itself becomes a witness to ancient legends and myths. On this continent, amidst the greenery and vast deserts, there exist extraordinary stones that can produce melodious sounds when struck. Imagine standing among these majestic, strange stones and suddenly hearing them sing. How is this possible? What lies behind this phenomenon? According to ancient lore, these resonating stones are not merely geological formations, but dwellings of nature spirits. The local Aborigines believe that each stone is not only a mineral, but also a guardian of ancient wisdom, carrying within it the sounds of ancestors. Legends tell of how, in times long past, earth spirits gathered to create unique stones that could speak to humans. These sounds are nothing more than the whispers of ancestors, directed towards the living. They sound like a melody that carries us back to distant times when the world was filled with magic and mysteries. But how can we explain that these stones actually produce sounds? Scientific research shows that certain types of rock, such as quartzite, can generate sounds due to their structure and shape. When struck, they create a resonating effect, resulting in melodious sounds. However, for many people, this explanation is not sufficient. How can geology explain the mystical connection between humans and nature? How can science encompass the magic hidden in these sounds? Some researchers suggest that these stones could have been used in ancient times to create musical instruments or rituals. They could have served as a means of communication with spirits, which, according to legends, dwell in every mountain and river. Tribes surrounded by the sounds of these stones believed they could summon and pacify spirits, and their music was a prayer in harmony with nature. How does this reflect our modern reality, where we are increasingly losing our connection to the world around us? But this is not the only mystery associated with the resonating stones. What are their true origins? Some researchers propose that these sounds may be linked to ancient practices of which we are not yet aware, perhaps even a lost culture that could read the language of nature. Have we left any clues about how these ancient technologies might have functioned? Will we ever be able to restore the lost knowledge connected to these resonating stones? So, we once again ask, what happens when we hear the sounds of these stones? It seems they call us to ancient truths that we have not yet deciphered. The resonating stones may not be just a natural phenomenon, but a symbol of our connection to the past. They remind us that the world around us is full of mysteries, like gold, waiting to be discovered amidst the gray, everyday life. How many more such enigmas lie hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting for us to finally pay attention to them? How many more secrets can tell us about our place in this world and our connection to nature? Geoglyphs, Australia. Mysterious signs on the face of the earth. We continue our journey into the world of mysteries and secrets, and this time, we are drawn to the enigmatic geoglyphs scattered across the vast expanses of Australia. These ancient earthen mounds and drawings, visible only from above, seem to whisper to us about forgotten civilizations and their rituals. How did they appear on this land? What is their true purpose? Behold these majestic figures stretching for kilometers. Some resemble animals, others are abstract forms, and some are completely baffling to the modern eye. These signs, like secret writings left on the face of the earth, raise many questions. What did they mean to the ancient peoples who created them? Were they ritual paths along which shamans traveled during their ceremonies, or astronomical calendars marking the change of seasons? Local legends are filled with tales that these geoglyphs served as sacred places where people could communicate with ancestral spirits. It is said that on certain nights, when the sky is lit by stars, these figures begin to glow, opening gates to another world. Some researchers suggest that geoglyphs could have been connected to the movements of celestial bodies, serving as navigational signs for ancient travelers. How could these signs be so accurate without modern technology? Research shows that some of these geoglyphs were created more than 4,000 years ago, placing them in the same league as other ancient cultural landmarks around the world. However, unlike pyramids or Stonehenge, their purpose remains shrouded in mystery. How could such advanced skills have existed in such a remote and seemingly isolated region? What were the thoughts and beliefs of the people who left these enigmatic signs? Some scientists propose that geoglyphs served not only practical purposes, but were also connected to myths about the creation of the world and its structure. There are theories that they could have been part of a vast map drawn on the earth, showing the locations of sacred sources, hunting grounds, or other vital resources for survival. But how could the earth have become a canvas for such grand works of art? So many questions remain unanswered. What are the true origins of these signs? And what can they tell us about the lives and beliefs of those who lived here thousands of years ago? Some believe that this is just the beginning of the puzzle, and that behind these drawings lie deeper truths about our place in the world. Perhaps these geoglyphs are not just artifacts of the past, but keys to understanding our future, reminding us that we can still learn from nature and its ancient wisdom. How many more secrets lie hidden beneath the layers of Earth, waiting to be discovered and understood? And what do they truly mean for us today? We have reached the conclusion of our exciting journey through the mysterious ancient civilizations of Australia and Oceania. These majestic and mystical places, filled with legends and enigmatic artifacts, remind us of how much of history remains hidden from our view. We have seen how ancient civilizations left their mark on this land, creating geoglyphs and monuments that continue to inspire awe and wonder. What would it be like to look into their world, understand their beliefs and customs? Each mystery we have explored seems to be a key to understanding not only their lives, but also our own. Local legends about ancestral spirits, sacred places, and rituals performed on these lands highlight the diversity of human culture and our universal interest in the past. Despite the remoteness of the region, its mysteries resonate with common questions that concern people around the world. What do we know about our roots? And how can these insights help us understand our place in the modern world? Perhaps it is these very mysteries and secrets that unite us, driving us to explore and discover even in the most remote corners of our planet. We invite you to share your impressions in the comments. Which mysteries have impressed you the most? Which secrets would you like to explore with us? Don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue your journey through the world of mysteries and secrets. For each new encounter is another opportunity to peek into the unknown. Perhaps we will soon uncover new pages of history, filled with amazing discoveries and unexplored places. How many more secrets lie hidden within the Earth, waiting for their moment to be revealed and understood? And what do they truly mean for us today?
Antarctica, the last unexplored continent of our planet. An icy kingdom where time seems to have frozen, along with the multi-kilometer thicknesses of ancient ice. What lies beneath this snow-white cover, hiding its secrets from us for many thousands of years? In the depths of Antarctic ice, researchers record inexplicable sounds, low-frequency rumbles and strange melodic vibrations, the source of which remains a mystery to modern science. Like whispers from the past, these sounds seem to be trying to tell us a story that humanity is not yet ready to hear. And what secrets do the ancient subglacial lakes hold, isolated from the outside world for millions of years? Some scientists suggest that these watery realms may harbor forms of life that have evolved along a completely different path, unknown to science. The remarkable geological anomalies discovered beneath the Antarctic ice sheet make us question: do we truly understand the history of our planet? Perfectly smooth structures, strange magnetic anomalies, inexplicable heat sources, all this challenges our notions of what is possible and what is not. Could it be that beneath the ice lies something more than just frozen Earth? What if Antarctica holds the keys to solving the greatest mysteries of our civilization? But not only does the icy continent itself harbor its secrets, the waters surrounding Antarctica also whisper their mysterious tales to us. In 1997, hydrophones from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States recorded an inexplicable sound that later came to be known as bloop. This ultra-low frequency sound, many times louder than any known biological noise, echoed from the depths of the Southern Ocean, causing researchers' hearts to skip a beat with a mix of scientific curiosity and primal fear of the unknown. What could produce such a powerful acoustic phenomenon? Official science offers a cautious explanation. It might be the sound of calving icebergs or underwater ice movements. But why then does bloop not repeat with the regularity characteristic of natural phenomena? Why is its frequency profile so unique? Some marine biologists dare to suggest the existence of an unknown species of giant marine creatures living in the inaccessible depths of the near Antarctic waters. We know less about the world ocean than about the surface of the moon, they say, and these words echo our colossal ignorance. Other researchers point to a possible connection between these sounds and the geothermal activity of underwater volcanoes hidden beneath the thickness of Antarctic waters. But if this is the case, why are similar acoustic phenomena not recorded in other volcanically active zones of the world ocean? Bloop is not the only mysterious sound captured by sensitive hydrophones in this region. Whistle, slow screech, train, these and other acoustic phenomena, named by scientists with almost childlike simplicity, form a symphony of the unknown, resonating in the waters of the most isolated ocean on the planet. Each of these sounds has its unique voice, unlike anything heard before. What is this underwater chorus trying to tell us? Is it a reflection of processes occurring deep beneath the icy shield of the continent? Or perhaps these sounds are evidence of something much older and more mysterious? Researchers note a strange pattern. Many of these acoustic anomalies are recorded in the vicinity of the mysterious Ross Sea, where, according to some data, the Earth's magnetic field demonstrates inexplicable deviations. Coincidence? Or part, of course, even the what if, and while resonating from the abyss. These deep imagine what could Russians, but what is their metabolic pathways and methods of obtaining energy in a lightless environment are so unusual that some biologists wonder, did these forms of life really originate on our planet? Or perhaps they are evidence that Antarctica was once a place of contact? Mainstream science rejects such speculations, but the fact remains, the subglacial lakes of Antarctica are true biological time capsules, preserving secrets of the planet's ancient history. Besides Lake Vostok, more than 400 such bodies of water have been discovered on the continent. Lake Vostok is just the most famous of them. What secrets lie hidden in the waters of Lake Ellsworth, Lake Whillans, or the mysterious Lake 90, located almost at the South Pole? Each of these subglacial lakes could have developed as an independent ecosystem, giving rise to unique forms of life that are not found anywhere else on Earth. Of particular interest is the fact that some of these lakes appear to be connected by a complex system of subglacial rivers and channels, forming a true hydrological network hidden from our eyes. How does this system affect the dynamics of the ice shield? What other mysteries might be hidden in these subglacial waterways? The geothermal activity discovered beneath some of these lakes adds another layer of mystery. Sources of heat that maintain the liquid state of water beneath the multi-kilometer thickness of ice create unique conditions reminiscent of hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, where, as many scientists believe, life on Earth may have originated. Could the subglacial lakes of Antarctica have served as such cradles of life? Or perhaps they hold evidence of completely different paths of evolution, unknown to contemporary science. Each new sample, each analysis of water from these ancient bodies of water brings more questions than answers, forcing us to rethink the boundaries of the possible on our own planet. And what if these isolated ecosystems are not just a scientific curiosity, but a key to understanding the possibility of life in other worlds, beneath the icy shells of Jupiter's moons, or in the depths of Mars' subsurface reservoirs? The subglacial lakes of Antarctica become in this context not just a terrestrial anomaly, but a cosmic message, hinting at the incredible diversity of forms that life can take in the universe. And as scientists continue to carefully explore these fragile, ancient ecosystems, the White Continent continues to whisper its secrets, leaving us in awe before the depths of the unknown, hidden right beneath our feet. However, the most visually striking phenomenon of Antarctica remains its tabular icebergs. These colossal ice structures with almost perfectly flat surfaces and straight angles, as if carved by a giant cosmic chisel from the frozen flesh of the continent. Imagine floating ice platforms the size of a small city, with edges so geometrically perfect that they seem man-made. Iceberg A68, which broke off from the Larsen Shelf ice in 2020, had almost an ideal rectangular shape, 50 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, with crystal-clear vertical walls rising 40 meters above the ocean surface. When the first satellite images of this phenomenon were released online, they sparked a real storm of speculation. How could nature create something so geometrically perfect? Asked the amazed observers. Glaciologists explain the formation of such structures through natural processes. Shelf ice grows and expands over the ocean, and when internal tension exceeds the strength of the ice, It breaks off along lines of least resistance, often forming right angles. Even with this scientific explanation, the sight of an iceberg floating in the dark Antarctic waters, with its ideal rectangular shape, evokes almost a mystical awe. Even more intriguing are the so-called striped icebergs, with perfectly parallel horizontal lines of different shades of blue, white, and sometimes even greenish color. These stripes form over years of successive snowfall and compression, but their visual orderliness is so striking that it inevitably makes one wonder, is there some deeper order, some cosmic code, inscribed in the structure of the ice? Some researchers have noted a strange phenomenon. Certain tabular icebergs demonstrate an anomalous resistance to melting, maintaining their geometric shape for much longer than predicted by computer models. Could there be unknown crystalline formations in the structure of these ice giants? Or, as some geophysicists suggest, certain mineral inclusions that have entered the ice from the deep layers of the continent could alter its thermodynamics? Even more mysterious are the geometric formations discovered using radar and LiDAR in the very heart of the Antarctic ice sheet. In 2016, an international group of researchers mapping the subglacial relief of eastern Antarctica encountered a series of concentric circles buried under a 3-kilometer layer of ice. The diameter of the largest of these circles was almost 2 kilometers, and the concentric rings were arranged with remarkable regularity. The official explanation was a circular subglacial lake surrounded by concentric moraines formed during ancient glacial processes. However, some researchers noted the strange regularity of these formations, which is not typical of known glaciological processes. Nature rarely creates such perfectly geometric patterns, commented one of the expedition participants, who preferred to remain anonymous. The peculiarity of these ice geometric wonders is that many of them are discovered in the most inaccessible, least explored regions of the continent, in the so-called white spots on the Antarctic map, where even modern remote sensing technologies malfunction due to extreme weather conditions and magnetic anomalies. What secrets are hidden in these last unexplored corners of our planet? What other geometric wonders could be buried under the multi-kilometer layer of ancient ice? And are these ideal forms the key to unlocking the deeper mysteries of the White Continent, its geological history, past climate cycles, or even traces of something that our minds are not yet ready to comprehend? While the scientific community continues to methodically collect data and build models, the Antarctic ice continues to present us with its geometric riddles, reminding us that even in our era of total information openness, Earth is still capable of surprising and puzzling us with its mysteries. These enigmatic ice formations are just the tip of the iceberg of the mysteries that Antarctica holds. However, the most astonishing mystery of the White Continent is not what we see on its surface, but what lies hidden deep beneath the multi-kilometer thick ice. Evidence of a time when this harsh, lifeless land was a flourishing green paradise. In 2010, a group of paleontologists studying a remote region of the Transantarctic Mountains discovered fossilized remains of ancient forests dating back around 250 million years. Imagine, where today snowstorms rage and temperatures drop to 60 degrees below zero, once tall ginkgos rustled their leaves, ancient ferns reached for the warm sun, and in the dense undergrowth, primitive reptiles and amphibians scurried about. The petrified trunks of trees preserved in the permafrost tell us the story of a world that seems impossible in the context of modern Antarctica. Even more intriguing were the findings in 2021 in the Ross Ice Shelf region, where cores extracted from depths of over 2 kilometers contained pollen of flowering plants dating back just 14 million years, a blink of an eye in geological terms. These samples tell us about a time when Antarctica resembled modern Patagonia, a cool but habitable region with extensive forests and diverse fauna, explains Professor Elena Vorontsova, a paleoclimatologist from the Russian Academy of Sciences. But what happened? What cataclysm transformed the flourishing continent into an ice desert? Official science points to a complex interplay of tectonic processes, changes in ocean currents, and a gradual decrease in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration. However, some researchers note the strange abruptness of this transition in certain regions of the continent. In 2018, an international expedition studying ancient deposits in the Mary Bird Land region discovered something astonishing. a layer where remnants of lush vegetation suddenly gave way to glacial deposits with no transitional zones. It looks like the green world was frozen in an instant, like in an apocalyptic disaster movie, shared one of the expedition members. The peculiarity of those findings is underscored by the fact that in some samples of fossilized wood extracted from beneath the Bird Glacier, microscopic crystalline structures indicating a process of extremely rapid freezing were found. Such a state of cellular structures is usually observed during a nearly instantaneous drop in temperature by tens of degrees, explains Dr. Richard Hammond, a specialist in cryogenic microscopy. What could have caused such a dramatic climate change? Could some catastrophic event, a collision with an asteroid, a sudden shift in the Earth's axis, or even an unknown geological process, have transformed the warm paradise into an icy hell in just a few years or even months? Even more mysterious are the findings from 2019 in the Queen Maud Land region, where in samples dating back around 11,000 years, pollen and microscopic fragments of plants characteristic of a temperate climate were discovered. This period corresponds to the end of the last ice age, but according to all existing climate models, Antarctica should have been completely covered in ice by then. Could there have been local oases of life protected from advancing glaciers by geothermal activity or other factors? Or do our notions of the chronology of the continent's glaciation need a radical revision? Some researchers propose an even bolder hypothesis, that beneath the eastern Antarctic ice sheet, there may exist vast subglacial ecosystems, a kind of lost worlds, where thanks to geothermal heat and isolated subglacial lakes, relict forms of life could have survived, direct descendants of the creatures that inhabited the green Antarctica millions of years ago. We have already discovered unique microorganisms in Lake Vostok, which has been isolated under 4 kilometers of ice for at least 15 million years, reminds Professor Sergei Bulatov, a microbiologist and participant in the Russian Antarctic program. Who knows what other surprises may be hidden in these subglacial ecosystems? Could there be living fossils? Organisms that have evolved in complete isolation from the rest of the world for millions of years, hidden in the dark waters of ancient lakes beneath the impenetrable ice shield? And if such relict ecosystems exist, what can they tell us about the ancient history of our planet, about the mechanisms of life adaptation to extreme conditions, and about the possibility of life in other cold worlds of our solar system, such as Europa or Enceladus? As long as the ice shield of Antarctica keeps these secrets, and only future expeditions with new technologies for penetrating the ice will be able to lift the veil on these mysteries. Meanwhile, we can only gaze at the vast white expanses of the continent and imagine how once here forests rustled, birds sang, and full rivers flowed, ghostly images of a lost world buried under the icy shroud of time. The icy secrets of Antarctica are not confined to the ancient ecosystems hidden beneath the thick ice. This continent presents us with mysteries that literally burst forth, challenging our imagination and giving rise to mystical theories. One of the most astonishing and ominous natural phenomena of Antarctica is the so-called blood falls, a chilling spectacle that sends shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned researchers. Imagine this. Against the backdrop of an impeccably white glacier, amidst the silent snow expanses, a sinister stream of vivid red liquid flows from a crack in the Taylor Glacier in the McMurdo Valley, staining the pristine white ice a blood-red hue. This surreal landscape, seemingly lifted from the pages of a Gothic novel, creates a stark contrast with the sterile whiteness of the Antarctic ice. When Australian researcher Griffith Taylor first discovered this phenomenon in 1911, he was so startled that his first thought was that the glacier was literally bleeding, like a wounded creature. It was like a scene from a nightmare, he wrote in his diary, as if Antarctica itself was bleeding through a wound in the ice. Local expeditions long avoided this place, surrounding it with an aura of dark legends and superstitions. Some polar explorers claim to hear strange sounds emanating from the depths of the glacier, a low, pulsating hum reminiscent of the beating of a giant heart. In the mid-20th century, theories emerged that a colossal ancient organism lay hidden beneath the glacier, awakened after millions of years of hibernation. It was not until 2009 that an international group of scientists finally unraveled the mystery of this ominous phenomenon. They discovered that beneath the Taylor Glacier, At a depth of about 400 meters, lies a subglacial lake, isolated from the outside world for at least 1.5 million years. The water in this lake has an extremely high salinity, about 4 times saltier than seawater, and contains a vast amount of iron oxide, which, upon contact with atmospheric oxygen, oxidizes and turns a characteristic rust-red color. This is a unique ecosystem, explains Dr. Joan Michelson, a geomicrobiologist from the University of Alaska. Imagine a body of water that has existed in complete isolation from the rest of the world since the time when the first hominids were beginning to walk upright. This water contains no oxygen, but a high concentration of iron and sulfur, and the temperature is minus 13 degrees Celsius. According to all the laws of physics, the water should freeze at this temperature, but the high salt content lowers the freezing point, allowing it to remain liquid. The most astonishing discovery was the presence of living microorganisms, ancient bacteria that had evolved in complete isolation and adapted to life in conditions that would seem impossible for most earthly creatures. These microorganisms do not use oxygen for metabolism, but instead breathe iron, transforming it from one form to another and thus obtaining energy. These bacteria are a true evolutionary relic, says Professor Alexander Kostin, a microbiologist from the Institute of Oceanology of the Russian Academy of Sciences. They remind us of the earliest forms of life on Earth, which existed more than 3.5 billion years ago, when our planet's atmosphere did not contain oxygen. Despite the scientific explanation, Blood Falls continues to evoke awe and stir the imagination. Gazing at this ominous red stream flowing over the pristine white ice, one cannot help but wonder, how many more such anomalies lie hidden beneath the icy crust of Antarctica? What other ancient ecosystems, isolated from the outside world for millions of years, might exist in these extreme conditions? And what can they tell us about the origin and evolution of life not only on Earth, but perhaps on other planets and moons in our solar system? Blood Falls is not just a natural anomaly. It is a window into the past of our planet, to the era when life was just beginning its journey in the oceans of ancient Earth, and simultaneously, a possible key to understanding how life can exist in the extreme conditions of other worlds. But even this ominous wonder of nature, just one of many secrets that the icy continent holds. Even this ominous natural wonder is just one of many mysteries that the icy continent holds. Let us move from the bloody flows to no less enigmatic formations that challenge our notions of natural and man-made. In the heart of Antarctica, amidst the vast ice expanses, rises the Ellsworth Mountains, the oldest geological formation of the continent, with an age measured in hundreds of millions of years. But what draws researchers and enthusiasts of ancient mysteries back to these distant peaks? The answer lies in their extraordinary, almost frighteningly perfect geometric form. Imagine this. Amidst the chaotic jumble of rocks and ice, suddenly appear perfectly symmetrical pyramid-like structures, whose sides are oriented with astonishing precision to the cardinal directions. These mysterious mountains, informally known as Antarctic pyramids, are so perfect in their geometry that they seem to have been created by intelligent beings rather than blind forces of nature. When I first saw these formations on satellite images, I was literally left breathless, admits Dr. Erik Jorgensen, a geologist from the Norwegian Polar Institute. Their symmetry is so flawless that the first thought was, this cannot be a natural phenomenon. Among them, the so-called Hope Pyramid stands out, a colossal four-sided mountain approximately 2,000 meters high, whose sides form almost perfect triangles. Viewed from the air, it gives the impression of not being a natural formation, but a grand megalithic complex, similar to the Egyptian pyramids, but vastly larger in scale. Official science offers a perfectly rational explanation for this phenomenon. According to geological theory, such forms can be created naturally through erosion and tectonic movements. These are classic nunataks, mountain peaks rising above the ice cover, explains Professor Margaret Wilson, a geomorphologist from Cambridge University. Their pyramid-like shape is the result of what is known as glacial erosion, when moving glaciers gradually polish the rock, giving it a characteristic pointed form. Similar formations, though less impressive, can be found in the Alps and other mountain systems on Earth. However, even among scientists, there is no consensus on the origin of these mysterious Antarctic structures. The problem is that some of these pyramids exhibit too perfect a geometry, notes Dr. Alejandro Rodriguez, a geophysicist from the Argentine Antarctic Institute. Natural processes usually create some asymmetry, but here we see almost perfect forms. Moreover, the orientation of some of these structures to the cardinal directions is too precise to be accidental. These anomalies have given rise to numerous alternative theories, ranging from moderately speculative to outright fantastic. Some researchers point to the striking similarity between the Antarctic pyramids and ancient megalithic structures in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Southeast Asia, suggesting the possibility of a unified ancient civilization that left its traces on all continents. If you look at the proportions and orientation of these structures, says Dr. Elizabeth Morton, an independent archaeologist and researcher of ancient civilizations, you can find remarkable parallels with the pyramid complexes of the Maya or Khmers. The question arises, is this just a coincidence or evidence of some lost knowledge that our ancestors possessed? The situation is further complicated by the fact that a comprehensive study of these mysterious formations is extremely difficult due to the harsh climatic conditions and the remoteness of the region. Most of our each knew a whims perhaps as these. But this is not the only mysterious phenomenon that draws the attention of researchers to this icy continent. Diving into the world of enigmatic natural anomalies, we encounter magnetic anomalies that, like invisible threads, permeate the Antarctic expanses. These anomalies are nothing more than changes in Earth's magnetic field caused by complex geological processes. But why do they manifest so vividly and mysteriously precisely here in Antarctica? Some researchers claim that powerful magnetic fields can influence our perception of reality, causing feelings of unease, discomfort, or even strange visions. When I first found myself in these places, I felt an odd sensation, as if something invisible was pushing me towards uncovering the truth, shares Dr. Aisha Khan, a geophysicist studying magnetic anomalies. Specialists link these effects to the interaction of magnetic fields with neurons in our brain, but the sense of mystery they create leaves no one indifferent. Strange noises that can sometimes be heard near such anomalies also add to the puzzle. Where do they come from and what exactly causes them? Some scientists suggest that this could be related to the movement of magma deep within the Earth. But, as in the case of the pyramids, there is no definitive answer. We know about the existence of these anomalies, but their nature and influence on the surrounding world remain a mystery, says Professor Ricardo Mendez, who studies magnetic fields in Antarctica. It is no surprise, then, that many travelers and researchers who have found themselves in this mysterious region describe their experiences as something beyond the ordinary. These invisible forces, like ghosts from the past, create an aura of the unknown and draw people to them. What is their true nature? How are they connected to ancient civilizations or secret knowledge of which we are still unaware? Perhaps it is in these magnetic anomalies that the answers to some of the deepest questions about our planet and its history lie. And as scientists continue to investigate the nature of these mysterious forces, we can only guess what other secrets Antarctica may hold. This enigmatic land, full of unexplored corners and hidden anomalies, reminds us that even in our highly developed world, there are mysteries waiting to be revealed. What else may this icy continent conceal? What secrets await discovery in the vast expanses of its frozen landscapes? The ice caves hidden beneath the eternal ice of Antarctica reveal a completely different world to us, where each drop of water and each ice crystal tells a mysterious story. Entering these caves is like stepping into a fairy tale, where everything around us sparkles with an otherworldly blue light, creating an atmosphere filled with magic and mystery. How are these amazing formations created, which captivate us with their splendor and simultaneously evoke a sense of awe at the power of nature? Ice caves form due to the complex interaction of light, temperature, and water. When sunlight penetrates the ice, it is refracted and scattered, creating a fantastic play of hues, from delicate aquamarine to deep blue. This effect is achieved by tiny air bubbles trapped in the ice, which act like filters, enhancing the beauty of the light and making it dance on the cave walls. Yet, despite the scientific explanation, the feeling that arises when visiting such places defies rational understanding. When I first entered an ice cave, I felt as if I had entered another dimension, where time stops and everything around becomes magical, shares researcher Anna Larson, who has been studying Antarctic glaciers for many years. Each step on the cold, smooth ice, each sound of a drop falling from the ceiling seems to invite us to delve into this mysterious realm where nature itself creates its masterpieces. But what secrets are hidden in these icy depths? Some scientists suggest that ice caves may not only be beautiful, but also key to understanding the climate changes occurring on our planet. How did the climate of Earth change when these caves were formed? What traces of the past might they preserve in their icy layers? The answers to these questions may be just as mysterious and intriguing as the caves themselves. But this is not the only mystery these ice formations hold. Some believe that the depths of Antarctica may contain not only natural treasures, but also traces of ancient civilizations. Legends of lost peoples who once inhabited this harsh continent give rise to many theories. How could such highly developed cultures disappear, leaving behind only ice caves filled with secrets and mysteries? Perhaps these ancient peoples possessed knowledge of natural phenomena that we are still unable to comprehend. What were their customs and beliefs? What secrets of nature could they have uncovered? These questions remain unanswered, and the ice caves continue to keep their secrets, drawing researchers and adventurers to them. And as we strive to unravel their mysteries, Antarctica remains a place where nature and mysticism intertwine, creating an atmosphere of the unknown. With each new discovery, we only slightly lift the veil of mystery, realizing that beneath the ice lie countless stories waiting to be told. How much more unexplored does this icy continent hold? What secrets await when we once again turn our attention to them and try to unravel them? Miracles and optical illusions, arising in the silent and merciless beauty of Antarctica, add another layer of mystery to this continent, where ice and wind create their own laws of reality. When cold air meets the warmth emanating from the ocean, unique atmospheric conditions arise, allowing light to refract and distort. This phenomenon, known as a fata morgana, can create images that seem too good to be true. Imagine this. Against the backdrop of snow-covered expanses, suddenly appear the silhouettes of distant mountains, or even ships, as if plucked from another world. But how are these mirages formed, and what do they mean for those who observe them? These optical illusions, sometimes enchanting, sometimes frightening, remind us of how easily reality can be distorted. Like in a fairy tale, where anything is possible, mirages embody the thin line between reality and imagination, which is so delicate in these harsh conditions. But here, amidst the endless icy fields, a question arises. How does this phenomenon affect human consciousness? For researchers stranded in this icy realm, mirages can symbolize the sudden appearance of hope or forebode something ominous. Some believe that ancient peoples who inhabited these lands considered mirages as signs of spirits or gods. But how could such advanced civilizations interpret these illusions? Perhaps their mythology was connected to the capriciousness of nature, and mirages served as a reminder that not everything is as simple as it seems. In this context, mirages become more than just a spectacle. They are a window into the ancient worldviews of nature and its mysteries. But this is not the only enigma that Antarctica hides. From mirages, we move on to other phenomena that shroud this continent in a veil of mystery and intrigue. What are the true causes of the appearance of anomalous light phenomena, such as polar lights, which dance in the night sky and enchant viewers? These vivid colors, seemingly unreal, penetrate deep into the soul and make us ponder how many more secrets this icy continent hides. Polar lights, resulting from the interaction of the solar wind with Earth's magnetic field, create a spectacle that defies rational explanation. How can we explain the magic they evoke in the hearts of observers? Many researchers and local residents believe that these light dances hide messages from the past. But how can we decipher these mysterious messages if even scientists cannot fully explain how they are formed and what their true nature is? One researcher, Professor Mikhail Kuznetsov, notes that polar lights can serve as a kind of key to understanding not only atmospheric phenomena, but also the very nature of time and space. They seem to remind us that there are things in this world that transcend our understanding. And yet, despite all efforts to unravel these mysteries, we remain merely observers. How much more unexplored does this icy continent hold? What secrets await when we once again turn our attention to them and try to decipher them? Each new discovery only emphasizes that Antarctica is not just a geographical point on the map, but a mysterious world full of secrets that may never be fully revealed. Dry valleys of McMurdo, a true enigma amidst the ice and snow of Antarctica, a place where nature demonstrates its power and vulnerability. Imagine a Martian landscape, where silence reigns and the air is filled with a sense of boundlessness. These valleys, remarkably free of ice, appear as if they were carved from another reality. Their extraordinary shapes, rocky outcrops, and vast sandy plains create an atmosphere that is both mesmerizing and frightening. How is it possible that life finds a way to exist in this harsh climate, where temperatures can drop to -50 degrees Celsius? In the dry valleys, unique organisms such as moss and microscopic algae thrive in conditions that suppress most forms of life. How have they adapted to these extreme conditions? Some scientists suggest that these organisms hold ancient secrets of survival that could shed light on how life can exist in the most inhospitable corners of our planet and even beyond. What is the nature of these creatures that, despite the absence of water and constant winds, continue their journey like guardians of ancient mysteries? The dry valleys also serve as a natural laboratory for studying climate change and its consequences. Here, scientists use methods such as ice core analysis and geological layer investigation to understand how the climate has changed over millions of years. But what can we learn from these studies about our future? One of the most intriguing hypotheses posits that similar conditions could have existed on other planets, such as Mars. But how is this possible? And what secrets does the surface of the red planet hold? Scientists continue to study the dry valleys, trying to unravel their mysteries. This place has become a symbol of hope and research, where each stone and each microscopic organism can tell its story. But despite all efforts, we remain mere spectators in this endless game of nature. How much more of the unknown does this extraordinary corner of the Earth hold? Are there similar places on other planets where life could take completely unexpected forms? The dry valleys of McMurdo remain not only a scientific enigma, but also a philosophical question about the boundaries of life and how we perceive the world around us. Each new day here can bring new discoveries, but also reminds us that many questions remain unanswered, and the mysteries of the Earth await their time. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. Moving from the dry valleys, let us focus on the meteorites that, like precious stones, are scattered across the vast expanses of this icy continent. Antarctica offers a unique environment for meteorite hunting, primarily due to its harsh climate and extensive ice fields that preserve them in perfect condition for millions of years. Imagine a meteorite, after traversing the atmosphere, landing on the Earth's surface covered in snow and ice, where its traces are not erased by time as they would be in milder climates. Here, amidst the snow-covered plains, meteorites stand out against the surrounding landscape as mysterious black objects that attract the attention of researchers from around the world. But what makes them so special? Among the found meteorites, there are samples that contain unique elements and structures, sparking genuine interest in scientific circles. For instance, some of them are ancient remnants of planetary material that can reveal insights into the early stages of the formation of our solar system. How did they end up here, on this icy continent? And what secrets do they hold? Sometimes, meteorites contain traces of organic molecules, fueling speculation about the possibility of life beyond Earth. How could these substances, so vital for the existence of the biosphere, end up in meteorites that fell on our planet? Some researchers even propose theories that life on Earth may have begun with these cosmic messengers that brought the necessary components for the emergence of life. But what are the chances of this? Who knows? Perhaps we are on the brink of a discovery that will change our understanding of the origins of life. With each discovered meteorite, we get closer to unraveling the ancient mysteries that surround our planet and its history. Nevertheless, despite our efforts, many questions remain unanswered. How many meteorites still await their turn, buried under the thick ice cover? And what new secrets could they reveal? In this regard, Antarctica becomes not only a treasure trove of ancient cosmic materials, but also a symbol of our quest to understand our place in the universe. How much more unexplored does this continent hold? Perhaps the answers lie right beneath our feet, waiting to be discovered. Moving from the mysteries of meteorites, let us delve into another enigma hidden beneath the icy cloak of Antarctica, the subglacial volcanoes and geothermal activity. Imagine, within the depths of this harsh continent, under a multi-kilometer layer of ice, volcanic life rages. Yes, you heard it right. While most people envision Antarctica as a lifeless and desolate place, scientists have discovered that beneath the icy shield lies something far more enigmatic and dynamic. Active volcanoes, presumed to be hidden under the ice, can create local heat zones that influence the surrounding environment. But how is this possible? How could geological activity exist in such a remote and cold place? Research shows that this activity may be linked to the movement of tectonic plates, which, colliding with each other, cause friction and, consequently, eruptions. But this is not all. Some scientists suggest that subglacial volcanoes may even form unique ecosystems, where life, possibly, exists in conditions we cannot imagine. How is this possible? How can microbes and other forms of life adapt to such extreme conditions, where ice and frost reign? These underwater volcanoes also influence climatic conditions, altering temperatures and structuring subglacial environments that, in turn, may be home to unique forms of life. What is it like to live in the shadow of a volcano, covered in ice, where life thrives beneath a silent shroud? This opens up a whole world of possibilities and mysteries. Scientists continue to explore subglacial volcanoes using the latest technologies, such as radar systems, which allow them to peer beneath the ice and detect hidden anomalies. However, despite all the research, many questions remain unanswered. How many more volcanoes are hidden beneath this impenetrable wall of ice? What is the true nature of geothermal activity in this region? And what secrets might be revealed if we could explore these underwater volcanoes in more detail? The enigma of subglacial volcanoes remains unsolved, and with each new study, we delve deeper into the realm of the unknown. We are still on the brink of discovery, and perhaps, hidden beneath this icy crust, lie the keys to understanding not only the history of Antarctica, but of our entire planet. What role do these volcanoes play in the global ecosystem? And perhaps, somewhere deep down, more mysterious phenomena await their turn to reveal their secrets. But this is not all. Moving from the subglacial volcanoes, let us turn our attention to something equally astonishing. Hidden in the skies above Antarctica, strange and mysterious cloud formations, such as iridescent clouds. These clouds, also known as iridescent, are truly captivating. Their rainbow hues, shimmering against the vast expanses of the Antarctic sky, create an atmosphere as if we are in a world where fantasy merges with reality. How could such a wonder of nature come into being? Iridescent clouds typically appear in winter months when the sun is low on the horizon, and its light is refracted by ice crystals, creating a unique spectrum of colors, from soft pink to vivid green. These clouds can appear as if they were painted by an artist, giving them an aura of mystery and magic. But what is the origin of such clouds? Some researchers suggest that they form at an altitude of around 20 kilometers, where the temperature is significantly below zero, and ice crystals take on a particular shape, allowing sunlight to be refracted and creating this effect. However, despite scientific explanations, it is impossible not to feel the magic when looking at these clouds, as if they hold ancient secrets that humanity is yet to discover. Far from the familiar landscapes where the sky meets the earth, these iridescent clouds become a symbol of the unknown, reminding us that nature can create true wonders that are difficult to explain from a scientific perspective. What impact do these clouds have on the climate and ecosystems? Perhaps they serve not only as a visual delight, but also play a crucial role in maintaining balance in nature. But this is not the end of the mystery. Are there other similar cloud formations in other parts of the world that remain unnoticed? How many more wonders does our sky hold, waiting to be discovered? The mystery of iridescent clouds remains unsolved, and each time we look up at the sky, we are once again asked, what else may lie beyond our perception? In this vast world filled with mysteries and riddles, we are just beginning to understand the harmony that reigns in nature. And perhaps it is in such moments that we are reminded of how little we know about our world. How many more wonders await their time as we continue to explore and discover the unknown? Ancient ice cores and the history of climate. Diving into the mysterious world of ancient ice cores, we encounter a unique record that preserves the secrets of Earth's climate over millions of years. These ice pillars, extracted from deep layers of polar ice, are more than just frozen water. They are natural archives that allow us to look back into the distant past of our planet. Each layer of ice contains microscopic air bubbles that hold information about the atmosphere's composition at different times. How could it be that these ice crystals have preserved traces of ancient climatic conditions so different from those we observe today? When studying ice cores, scientists discover astonishing changes. For example, data on rapid temperature changes over short periods can indicate powerful climate catastrophes, such as global warming or cooling, which drastically altered ecosystems on Earth. How could life have existed in conditions that we can barely imagine today? These ice records not only help us understand how climate has changed, but also provide clues about the ecosystems that once existed and how they might be related to modern ones. Some researchers claim that we may have lost entire ecosystems that once thrived on Earth, leaving only hints of their existence in the form of preserved fossils and ice cores. But what did these lost worlds look like? Were they as diverse and teeming with life as our modern forests and oceans? In search of answers, scientists use radiocarbon dating and analyze microscopic algae preserved in deep layers of ice, allowing them to reconstruct the picture of ancient flora and fauna. But this is not the whole puzzle. Perhaps in other parts of the world, there are similar ice archives that hold their secrets, waiting to be uncovered by researchers. How many more secrets might the ice, which seems to be nothing but frozen water, hide? Every time we think about climate change, we should remember that behind the numbers and facts lie entire worlds that once existed on our planet. What else can the eternal ice tell us about the past, and what secrets is it ready to reveal in the future? The mystery of ancient ice cores remains unsolved, and as we gaze at these crystals, we once again ask, what else might be hidden in the depths of our planet waiting to be discovered? In this endless quest for knowledge about the past, we are merely scratching the surface of the incredible history that our world holds. Adaptation of wild nature in Antarctica. Moving from icebergs to the remarkable world inhabited by seals and penguins, we immerse ourselves in an atmosphere filled with incredible feats of nature. Antarctica, this harsh and inhospitable continent, seems to be unfit for life. Nevertheless, here, amidst the vast ice and cold winds, extraordinary creatures thrive, adapted to the most extreme conditions. How did life manage to not only survive, but also flourish in this seemingly desolate and hostile environment? Seals, these graceful and powerful marine mammals, with their thick layer of fat protecting them from the cold, embody resilience. Their streamlined bodies are perfectly adapted for swimming in icy waters, and specialized thermoregulatory mechanisms allow them to retain heat even in the harshest frosts. How did they learn to adapt so effectively to these brutal conditions, and what secrets lie behind their behavior? Penguins, on the other hand, are one of the most striking symbols of Antarctica. These remarkable birds, unable to fly but possessing extraordinary swimming abilities, live in vast colonies where unity and cooperation reign. How do they cope with long winter nights when temperatures drop to -30 degrees Celsius? Their dense plumage and ability to huddle together to conserve heat are just some of their remarkable adaptations. Each year, when spring arrives, penguins return to their nests, and at this moment we can observe nature repeating its cycles. But how does this resilience coexist with the constant threat of change brought about by climate change? With each passing year, ice caps are shrinking, and animals face new challenges. Some researchers claim that climate change could lead to the extinction of entire penguin populations. How do they respond to these challenges? Is there a mechanism allowing them to adapt to changing conditions? Or are we witnessing the beginning of the end for these extraordinary creatures? Penguins, like seals, are a true example of nature's strength, and each of their movements on ice or in water is a lesson about the importance of finding ways to survive in the most challenging conditions. But this is not all. Many other creatures, such as sea lions and Antarctic skuas, also demonstrate their remarkable adaptations. How have they managed to survive in this icy kingdom filled with predators and harsh climatic conditions? Humanity, observing these adaptations, asks itself, What else lies beyond our understanding in this mysterious world? Perhaps there are other animals about which we are not yet aware, and their adaptations are still waiting to be discovered. This resilience becomes not only a symbol of survival, but also a reminder that life on Earth can take the most unexpected forms. How many more secrets does this icy continent hold, where nature, despite all the difficulties, continues to amaze us with its incredible abilities? Antarctica remains a mystery, and we are only beginning to understand how complex and multifaceted its ecosystems can be. How soon will we unravel another of the secrets it holds in its depths? Antarctica is not just a continent, it is a mystery concealed beneath a layer of ice and snow. The harsh landscapes, mysterious ocean depths, and the extraordinary life that has adapted to the most extreme conditions seem to invite us to explore a world where every corner hides its secrets. Scientific research has indeed revealed many aspects of this captivating place, from the mechanisms of animal thermoregulation to unique ecosystems thriving in conditions that appear completely inhospitable to life. Yet, despite all the scientific advancements, Antarctica continues to evoke a sense of awe and the feeling of the unknown. How is it possible that life has found a way not only to survive, but to flourish on this icy continent, where cold and emptiness reign? Each discovery, whether about penguins, seals, or sea lions, only underscores that we are barely scratching the surface of understanding this remarkable land. Moreover, what secrets still lie hidden beneath the thick ice? What else might be discovered in the depths of this inhospitable yet wondrous ecosystem? Every time we gaze upon these majestic landscapes, we wonder, what other wonders await discovery? How many more mysteries does this icy continent hold, where nature, despite all the challenges, continues to amaze us with its incredible capabilities? Share your thoughts on which of the presented wonders seemed most captivating to you. Which aspect of this mysterious land left the deepest impression on you? Don't forget to subscribe to our channel to explore other mysterious places on our planet together, and perhaps uncover even more secrets waiting to be revealed. Antarctica is not the end. It is the beginning of our journey into the world of the unknown. How soon will we be able to unravel another of the mysteries it holds within its depths? Imagine structures whose secrets of construction baffle even the most renowned architects of today. In 2010, a famous Japanese engineer spent 3 months studying the stonework of Angkor Wat and left with empty hands, unable to unravel the mystery of the perfect fitting of multi-ton blocks without a single drop of mortar. How could ancient masters, without laser levels or computer modeling, create such astonishingly precise structures? Today, we embark on a journey through the most enigmatic architectural marvels of Asia. From the temples lost in the jungles of Cambodia to the mystical stupas of Borobudur, from the impregnable fortresses of Tibet to the underwater structures off the coast of Japan. Each stone of these ancient monuments holds secrets that remain unexplained even from the vantage point of the 21st century. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world where scientific facts intertwine with legends, and each answer spawns a dozen new questions. What were the ancient builders trying to convey to us through their magnificent creations? And why have many of these knowledge been lost over the centuries? Leaving the enigmatic temples of Southeast Asia behind, we cannot help but turn our gaze to, perhaps, the most colossal and mysterious structure of the entire Asian continent, the Great Wall of China. This monumental creation of human hands stretches for 21,000 kilometers across mountains, deserts, and plains, like a stone dragon guarding an ancient empire. But even this impressive figure may be just the tip of the iceberg. Some researchers believe that many sections of the wall are still hidden beneath layers of earth and dense vegetation, waiting to be discovered. How could a civilization without modern technology build such a monumental structure? Estimates suggest that more than 1 million people were involved in its construction, many of whom died from exhaustion and were buried directly at the base of the wall. Local legends tell that every third stone of the wall is soaked in human blood. Is this not what gives the wall its mystical power? In 2012, a group of archaeologists discovered in one of the oldest sections of the wall, dating back to the 3rd century BC, strange ceramic pipes built into the structure. When strong winds pass through certain sections of the wall, these pipes emit a long, almost human-like moan, hence the legend of the singing sentinel. Local residents claim that during a full moon, One can hear ancient melodies echoing from the wall, warnings of approaching dangers, or the lament of the fallen builders. But the Great Wall is not just a repository of dark secrets. In 2015, restorers found between the stones of the eastern section of the wall hundreds of small bamboo scrolls with love letters. These touching letters, dating back to the 14th century, were written by the wives of the builders and placed in the gaps between the blocks, in the hope that their words of love and support would reach their husbands working far from home. Remarkably, many of these letters have remained virtually untouched by time, as if the wall itself protected these testimonies of human emotions. It is also worth noting that the Great Wall of China is not just a defensive structure, but also a complex communication system. Along its entire length, there were signal towers from which messages were transmitted over vast distances using fire, smoke, and special sound signals. It was this need for rapid signal transmission that led to the invention of the earliest primitive fireworks, which later became an integral part of Chinese culture. Can we consider it a coincidence that ancient samples of gunpowder were discovered precisely along the line of the Great Wall? Or was it part of some grand plan of which we are still unaware? With each passing year, archaeologists uncover new sections of the wall and find artifacts that change our understanding of its history and purpose. In 2019, using LiDAR scanning, underground tunnels were discovered running parallel to certain sections of the wall. What were they for? Were they secret escape routes or repositories for treasures and ancient knowledge? And how many more secrets does this stone colossus, silently observing the passage of epochs and civilizations, still hold? The Great Wall of China remains one of the most mysterious architectural wonders of our planet, a testament to incredible engineering genius and human endurance, but also a reminder of how much we still do not know about our own past. If the Great Wall of China impresses with its scale, then another wonder of antiquity captivates with its majestic perfection and mysterious layout. Hidden in the emerald jungles of Cambodia, Angkor Wat stands as a silent testament to a lost empire, a stone symphony frozen in time. This colossal temple complex is so vast that it became the first religious structure visible from space, a mysterious pattern of 5 lotus-shaped towers reflected in the mirror-like waters of the surrounding canals. When the first European explorers in the 19th century pushed through the impenetrable thickets and saw these magnificent ruins, they could not believe that such perfection could have been created by human hands. This place was built by titans or perhaps gods, wrote French naturalist Henri Mouhot in his diary. And indeed, how else to explain that more than 5 million tons of sandstone were quarried from mines located 37 kilometers from the temple? How were these multi-ton blocks transported through dense jungles and swamps? Even more astonishing is that the stones were fitted together with such precision that not even a knife blade could be inserted between them. Local legends claim that builders used a special mortar made of milk and egg whites, which bound the stones more securely than modern cement. Modern chemical analyses have indeed found traces of organic compounds between the stone blocks, but the exact composition of this ancient superglue remains a mystery. The walls of Angkor Wat are adorned with more than 3,000 exquisite bas-reliefs of celestial dancers, the Apsaras, each unique with its own facial features and pose. Their enigmatic smiles, reminiscent of the Mona Lisa, seem to hold the secrets of the ancient Khmer civilization. But perhaps the most extraordinary feature of Angkor Wat is its astronomical orientation. The temple is positioned so that twice a year, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central tower of the complex, creating a stunning light effect. How did the ancient builders, without modern tools, calculate the sun's position with such accuracy? And for what purpose was this cosmic calendar carved into stone? In 2015, an international group of archaeologists using LiDAR scanning discovered an extensive network of underground tunnels and chambers beneath Angkor Wat, the existence of which was previously unknown. These tunnels, some of which extend to a depth of 15 meters, form a complex system reminiscent of a labyrinth. Several chambers contained strange metallic objects covered with unknown symbols that have not yet been deciphered. What were these underground structures used for? Were they secret sanctuaries for conducting esoteric rituals or shelters in case of war? Or were they repositories for sacred knowledge and artifacts? Of particular interest is the stone slab found in the central tunnel, depicting the night sky with a remarkable accuracy that reflects the constellation positions observed over Angkor 12,000 years ago. This discovery contradicts the widely accepted dating of the temple's construction, placing it in the 12th century AD. Did the builders of Angkor Wat possess astronomical knowledge passed down through generations over thousands of years? Or, as some researchers suggest, is the temple much older than previously thought? Perhaps we are witnessing only the latest iteration of a sacred structure that has been built on the same site for many millennia. Angkor Wat continues to guard its secrets as a silent sentinel of ancient knowledge hidden within its stone labyrinths and bas-reliefs. Although modern science is gradually lifting the veil on some of the mysteries of this extraordinary structure, many questions remain unanswered. What became of the great civilization that created this architectural masterpiece? Why did a thriving city with 1 million inhabitants suddenly abandon it in the 15th century? And what other secrets do the impenetrable jungles of Cambodia hold, slowly consuming the ancient temples and palaces? Transitioning from the lost temples of ancient Khmer hidden in the jungle to another wonder of the world, we find ourselves in the heart of India, where a magnificent mausoleum stands, gleaming like a pearl on the banks of the sacred river Yamuna. The Taj Mahal is not just an architectural masterpiece, it is a poem of love, carved in pristine white marble, a silent symphony of emotions, frozen in stone for eternity. When the rays of the rising sun touch its domes, or when the full moon envelops it in a silver glow, the Taj Mahal seems to come alive, changing its appearance like the moods of a lover's heart. The history of its creation is shrouded in a mysterious fog of legends and tales. It is said that the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan was so overwhelmed with grief after the death of his beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, who died during the birth of their 14th child, that his hair turned white in a single night. On his deathbed, she took an oath from him to build for her a tomb that would be unparalleled in the world. And the emperor kept his word, creating a monument that became a symbol of eternal love, transcending even the boundaries of death. But at what cost was this masterpiece built? 22,000 workers and craftsmen from various parts of Asia labored for more than 20 years to bring the emperor's grand vision to life. The pristine white marble was transported from quarries in Rajasthan, 300 kilometers from the construction site. A special system of wooden platforms and elephants was created to transport the multi-ton blocks along a specially constructed road. 28 different types of precious and semi-precious stones, turquoise from Tibet, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, carnelian from Arabia, malachite from Russia, were used to inlay the walls of the mausoleum, creating exquisite floral patterns that seem to come alive under the skilled hands of the craftsmen. But behind this beauty lies a dark secret. According to ancient legends, after the completion of the construction, Shah Jahan ordered the hands of the chief architect Ustad Ahmad Lahori to be cut off and all the craftsmen to be blinded, so that they would never be able to create anything like it again. Whether this is true or a myth is unknown, but this legend adds a sinister hue to the history of the Taj Mahal. Observant visitors notice a peculiar feature in the architecture of the mausoleum, a subtle asymmetry in the arrangement of the elements. According to Sufi beliefs, only Allah can create perfection, and therefore, there should be a small imperfection in every human creation. But what if this imperfection was intentional? Some researchers believe that the architects deliberately created an optical illusion. The Taj Mahal appears enormous when viewed from the main gates, but as one approaches, it seems to shrink, as if slipping away like a mirage in the desert. How did they achieve such an effect without modern knowledge of optics? The interior of the mausoleum also presents a mystery. During a full moon, when the moonlight penetrates through the intricate marble latticework, thousands of inlaid precious stones begin to shimmer with a mysterious light, creating the impression that the walls of the tomb are covered with stars. The effect is so stunning that some visitors describe it as a mystical experience, transcending simple aesthetic perception. Could the builders of the Taj Mahal have known about some special properties of stones and their interaction with moonlight? No less astonishing is the engineering genius embodied in the construction of the mausoleum. The foundation of the Taj Mahal consists of a complex system of wooden piles, submerged in wells filled with river sand. This ingenious mechanism allows the building to float slightly during earthquakes, dispersing seismic energy instead of resisting it. How could engineers of the 17th century develop such a perfect anti-seismic system? Did they possess knowledge that has been lost to modern civilization? In 2010, a group of archaeologists discovered a series of underground chambers beneath the mausoleum, the existence of which was previously unknown. In one of them, a strange mechanism resembling an astrolabe was found, but with additional elements whose purpose remains a mystery. Is this device related to the astronomical orientation of the building? And why is the mausoleum positioned in such a way that on the day of the summer solstice, the shadow of its dome points exactly to the place of Mumtaz Mahal's burial? The Taj Mahal continues to keep its secrets as a silent witness to great love and human genius. Although millions of tourists annually touch its marble walls, the true essence of this mysterious structure may never be fully revealed. What else lies hidden behind the pristine white facade of this wonder of the world? What secrets did its creators take with them? And is it really just a tomb? Or, as some researchers suggest, a grand astronomical instrument disguised as a tomb? If the Taj Mahal embodies the history of a great love, then in the southern part of India, in the ancient city of Madurai, stands a temple dedicated to the divine union, which captivates the imagination with its fantastical beauty and grandeur. The Meenakshi Temple is not just a religious structure, it is a city within a city, a kaleidoscope of divine images frozen in stone and paint. When one first sees its 14 gopurams, towering gateways reaching up to 60 meters in height, it seems that one is not looking at a human creation, but a manifestation of the ancient god's fantasy. Every centimeter of these colossal pyramidal structures is adorned with thousands of sculptures of Hindu deities, mythical creatures, epic heroes and dancers, painted in vibrant colors, from fiery red to lapis lazuli blue, from emerald green to sunlit yellow. In the rays of the setting sun, the temple seems to burst into all the colors of the rainbow, and during the rainy season, when the humid air is filled with the aromas of spices and flowers, it seems as if the sculptures begin to breathe and move. Local residents tell a fascinating legend. Apparently, under the full moon, when the silver light of the moon bathes the ancient stones of the temple, the sculptures of the deities come to life and descend to the earth to stroll through the night streets of Madurai. In the morning, they return to their places, but sometimes they get confused and occupy other niches, causing the number and arrangement of the statues in the temple to constantly change. Scholars, of course, explain this legend by saying that over the centuries, some sculptures were indeed moved from place to place during renovations, but can a scientific explanation compare to the poetic charm of the ancient tale? Inside the temple complex, which occupies an area of 6 hectares, there are numerous shrines, galleries, and halls, but the most mysterious of them is the Thousand-Pillar Hall. How did the ancient masters, without modern knowledge of acoustics, create such a wonder? Some reason which can perhaps the temp according wander there it is but what if some a coin and what perhaps and what the Meenakshi? If the temple of Meenakshi enchants with its riot of colors and forms, then a completely different feeling takes hold of the traveler when he first sees the pink rocks of Petra, this mysterious city lost among the desert mountains of Jordan. Petra is a city that was not built, but carved out of stone, as if giant sculptors had decided to create an entire civilization with a single stroke of a giant chisel. When Swiss researcher Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab sheikh, first entered this lost world in 1812, he could not believe his eyes. Before him stood an entire city, hidden from the eyes of outsiders for centuries, a city about which only vague legends were told. The path to Petra lies through the narrow Sick Gorge, whose walls rise to 77 meters, almost merging above and leaving only a narrow strip of sky. This winding corridor, 1.5 kilometers long, seems to have been created by nature itself to protect the ancient city from unwanted visitors. As you pass through it, it seems that the rocks themselves are watching you, guarding their 1,000-year-old secrets. And suddenly, on a bend, in a narrow gap between the rocks, an overwhelming sight appears. The facade of Al-Hazni, the treasury, carved directly into the pink rock. The 40-meter facade with columns, statues, and intricate carvings seems like a mirage, impossible in this realm of bare rock. But what is most astonishing about Petra is the building technique that still puzzles modern engineers. The Nabateans, The ancient people who created this city did not build their structures from the bottom up, as is usually done. They carved them from the top down, starting with the roof and gradually moving down to the base. How did they determine the proportions? How did they avoid mistakes, since any incorrect blow of the chisel could ruin the entire work? These structures have no foundations in the usual sense. They are an integral part of the rock from which they were carved. Perhaps it is because of this that Petra has survived numerous earthquakes that destroyed ordinary cities in this seismically active region. But perhaps the most incredible mystery of Petra is its water supply. How could an entire civilization thrive in the middle of a waterless desert, where the annual rainfall does not exceed 15 centimeters? The Nabateans created such a perfect system for collecting and storing water that they were able to not only meet the needs of a city with a population of 30,000 people, but also maintain luxurious gardens and fountains. They carved a complex network of channels, cisterns, and dams into the rocks, which collected every drop of precious water during rare rains and floods. This system was so effective that it allowed for a constant water supply throughout the year. Modern engineers studying this system recognize that it was designed with such perfection that it was beyond the capabilities of European cities until the 19th century. How did the Nabateans, without modern knowledge of hydrology and mathematics, create such a miracle of engineering? And why did this prosperous city suddenly abandon its inhabitants? Some researchers believe that the cause was a powerful earthquake, while others point to a change in trade routes that deprived the Nabateans of their main source of income. But there is also a more mysterious version. According to ancient legends, a sacred artifact of incredible power was hidden in the depths of Petra, and when it was moved to another place, the city lost its mystical significance and was doomed to oblivion. What was this artifact? Some enthusiasts link it to the biblical Ark of the Covenant, while others associate it with the mysterious treasures that the Nabateans could have obtained from the Egyptians or Babylonians. But the truth, like many of Petra's mysteries, is hidden under the layers of centuries and sand, which slowly but inexorably bury this amazing city carved into stone. And each time archaeologists uncover another building or temple, they find new mysteries, new questions, to which they may never find answers. If the mysteries of Petra are hidden in its incredible architecture, carved into the rocks, then a completely different wonder of antiquity awaits the traveler on the island of Java in Indonesia. The Borobudur Temple, a colossal stone labyrinth of wisdom, rising among emerald rice fields and surrounded by majestic volcanoes. This is not just a temple, it is a grand three-dimensional mandala, a material embodiment of Buddhist cosmology, frozen in stone as a model of the universe. What is striking is not only the scale of this structure, 9 tiers ascending to the heavens, more than 2 million stone blocks with a total weight of 3.5 million tons, but also the incredible engineering skill of its creators. This entire colossal complex was built between 750 and 850 AD without the use of cement or any binding agents. The stone blocks are perfectly fitted together, forming a structure that has withstood centuries of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tropical rains. But how did the ancient masters achieve such precision? What tools did they use to work with andesite, one of the hardest stones on the planet? Even with modern diamond saws and laser measuring devices, contemporary stonemasons admit they could not achieve such perfect fitting. From above, Borobudur appears as a giant lotus flower, a symbol of purity in Buddhist tradition. But it is also a vast three-dimensional mandala, a sacred diagram reflecting the structure of the universe. The 6 lower square tiers symbolize the world of desires and passions. The 3 upper circular tiers symbolize the world of forms, and the stupa crowning the temple represents the world without forms, the highest point of the spiritual path. But what is most astonishing are the reliefs covering the walls of the temple galleries. 2,672 stone panels sequentially tell the story of the spiritual path of Buddha and the foundations of his teachings. This is a kind of stone textbook, stretching 5 kilometers if all the panels were laid out in a line. A pilgrim, circumambulating the temple clockwise from tier to tier, did not just perform a ritual circumambulation, but passed through a real initiatory quest, gradually understanding more complex aspects of Buddhist philosophy. But perhaps the most extraordinary mystery of Borobudur is its disappearance from historical memory. This colossal monument, on the construction of which took no less than 75 years, and the labor of thousands of workers, was completely forgotten for several centuries. After the 10th century AD, there is not a single mention of it in historical chronicles. How could it happen that the greatest Buddhist temple in the world simply disappeared from people's memory? Scholars suggest that the cause was the eruption of the nearby volcano Merapi, which buried the temple under a thick layer of ash, after which it was quickly swallowed by tropical jungles. But even this does not explain the complete oblivion. Local residents knew about the existence of the ruins, but considered them a cursed place, avoiding visiting the Hill of Many Buddhas. Only in 1814, when the British governor of Java, Thomas Stamford Raffles, heard legends about a mysterious structure hidden in the jungle, did he organize an expedition that discovered the top of the temple sticking out of the ground and vegetation. It took another century and a half and several large-scale restorations to completely free Borobudur from the jungle's grip and restore its former glory. But even now, many aspects of this extraordinary structure remain a mystery. For example, why is the base of the temple asymmetrical and not in the form of a perfect square, but a slightly distorted quadrilateral? Is this a coincidence or an intentional architectural feature with deep symbolic meaning? Why are some Buddha statues unfinished, although the temple as a whole was completed? And most importantly, what other secrets does this stone labyrinth of wisdom hide, having endured centuries under the cover of volcanic ash and lush tropical vegetation? This is not the only mystery that has captivated us since ancient times. Traveling through the enigmatic corners of the world, we find ourselves in the heart of Tibet, where, at an altitude of over 3,700 meters above sea level, stands the magnificent Potala Palace, a true city in the clouds. Its pristine white walls, gleaming in the sun, resemble a giant fortress, embodying the spiritual power and political authority of Tibetan leaders. Legend has it that the first site for this grand structure was chosen by the Dalai Lama himself, who, according to the tale, saw a sacred lotus flower blooming among the clouds in a dream, and decided that this was where the residence for the embodiment of Buddhist teachings should be built. But how could ancient craftsmen construct such a magnificent palace in the harsh conditions of high altitude, where the air is thin and the climate is severe? The construction of the Potala was indeed a feat of engineering prowess. Without the aid of modern technologies and machinery, such as cranes and excavators, the workers used only simple tools and methods. According to one version, they used light stones, which, according to monastic beliefs, became so through prayers and blessings, allowing them to lift enormous blocks to great heights. But how is this possible in reality? Scientific research shows that the stones could indeed have been made lighter by using wooden blocks and ropes, creating a system of lifting that allowed heavy stone blocks to be raised to such inaccessible heights. Inside the palace, hidden treasures await. Numerous halls adorned with vibrant frescoes, gilded statues, and ancient artifacts. Every corner of the Potala is imbued with the spirit of history and mysticism, and its walls hold thousands of prayers and blessings uttered by monks over the centuries. The halls and corridors, seemingly endless, inspire awe and admiration. The incomparable beauty of the interiors, where every detail is meticulously planned, creates an atmosphere of sanctity and tranquility. But how was such harmony and grandeur maintained over many centuries when nature itself can be so harsh? How did the palace, standing at the edge of the world, survive in the face of constant earthquakes and climate changes? Researchers suggest that the unique construction and use of natural materials helped it withstand the test of time. However, many questions remain. What secrets does the Potala hide? Why are some halls closed to visitors and researchers? What else might be discovered in the depths of this city in the clouds, which, like a sentinel, watches over the world from its height? The mysteries of the Potala, like many other ancient enigmas, continue to captivate and inspire those who seek answers to the eternal questions about our past. After all, how much more is hidden from the eyes of modern man, waiting for its time to be revealed and understood? Moving away from the grandeur of Potala, we find ourselves in another mysterious place, the Forbidden City at the heart of Beijing, where behind purple walls lie imperial secrets and ancient legends. This magnificent palace complex, built in the early 15th century, is not only an architectural masterpiece, but also a symbol of absolute power of Chinese emperors. Warmed by the sun's rays, it stretches over more than 30 hectares, and within its walls are more than 9,000 rooms, each holding its own secrets and stories. Access to this mysterious world was strictly limited. Only the chosen few could cross its threshold. But what lies behind these massive purple walls, symbolizing imperial power and dignity? Why were even commoners not allowed to enter these sacred precincts? Legend has it that every architectural element in the Forbidden City has a special significance. For example, there are 9 nails on the gates, representing the highest heavenly forces and eternity. This extraordinary palace, consisting of countless halls, pavilions, and gardens, breathes history. Within its walls, one can find not only magnificent works of art, but also references to hidden passages leading to secluded places where ancient relics and treasures are kept. Some researchers claim that there are still rooms in the Forbidden City that no one knows about, containing answers to many questions about the Ming and Qing dynasties. How did the masters of the past create such a vast and complex while preserving every detail and symbol? Questions multiply, and every corner of the palace hides a mystery. Walls adorned with dragons, symbols of imperial power, and elegant roofs, giving the building a majestic appearance, tell the story of the multi-century history of imperial China. But what happened to those who once lived and ruled here? Many left their mark on history, but the mysteries of their lives remain unsolved. How did they manage to rule such a vast country from these walls, and why is the Forbidden City still shrouded in an aura of mystery? Researchers and historians continue to decipher this enigma, but each new fact only adds to the fog and intrigue. So, what truth is hidden behind these purple walls? What other secrets await discovery in this imperial labyrinth? With each new investigation, some aspects become clear, but the main mystery remains unsolved. How much more unknown is hidden in the heart of China, waiting to be revealed? Leaving the enigmatic walls of the Forbidden City, we find ourselves before the majestic Buddha statue in Leshan, carved into the rock and gazing down at the river Jinsha flowing below. This colossal figure, standing over 30 meters tall, commands attention with its grandeur and majesty. How could such a massive statue remain unnoticed among the picturesque landscapes of Chinese nature? Leshan is not just an artistic monument. It is a true treasure trove, holding not only artistic value, but also a deep history of self-sacrifice. Legend has it that the monk Hailun, seeing the raging waters of the river claim the lives of local fishermen, decided to create a statue that could calm the river and protect the people. He dedicated all his strength and health to complete this monumental project, which took over 20 years. What a courageous act. This act of self-sacrifice became a symbol not only of devotion, but also of hope for the region's inhabitants. However, beyond its spiritual significance, the Buddha statue in Leshan has a unique hydrological function. It was designed not only to impress with its appearance, but also to address the challenges posed by nature. Clever ancient architects created a sophisticated drainage system, where the Buddha's hair serves as gutters, channeling excess water away and protecting the statue from destruction. How could human consciousness in those distant times combine art and engineering with such harmony? Every element of the statue is filled with deep symbolism, and its enormous size makes one ponder how many secrets such structures might hold. But what happened to monk Hailun after completing his work? How did his sacrifice affect the lives of the local people? The story of his self-sacrifice is passed down through generations, but many details remain unclear. Where did this inspiring idea come from, and how did it become so deeply rooted in the culture? The Buddha statue in Leshan not only guards the riverbanks, but also continues to be a source of inspiration for all who come to see it. Its majestic gaze and serenity seem to tell us that life is not just about struggle, but also about serving others. But one question remains. How many more such secrets are hidden within the depths of Chinese soil, waiting to be revealed? How many more stories of self-sacrifice and wisdom, like those found in Leshan, await the world's discovery? With each new look at this statue, one wonders, how much more lies beyond our perception? Moving from the majestic Buddha statue in Leshan, we find ourselves in the heart of Cambodia, where the mysterious Bayan Temple is hidden, one of the most captivating wonders of the ancient world. This temple seems to hold the breath of a bygone era and hides many secrets that remain unsolved to this day. Hundreds of smiling stone faces, carved from granite, gaze down at us from the heights of the magnificent towers, and each one appears to whisper its own story. But what lies behind these enigmatic smiles? Modern scholars have proposed several theories about the symbolism of these stone heads. Some believe they are portraits of King Jayavarman VII, the creator of the temple, who wanted to immortalize his face in history. Others suggest that the smiling faces represent the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, a symbol of compassion and wisdom, adding an even deeper spiritual significance to the temple. But what is the true nature of these smiles? Local residents believe that the expressions of the faces change depending on the time of day. They smile wider in the morning and become more serious in the evening. It is as if the stones themselves experience the change of day, reflecting the emotions and feelings that surround them. With each new glance at these mysterious faces, we wonder, what have they really seen over the centuries of their silence? But this is not the only mystery that the Bayan Temple hides. Recent archaeological discoveries have shown that the layout of the temple's towers is connected to an ancient star chart of the Khmer Empire. How could the builders have so accurately aligned the architecture with celestial bodies? This discovery raises many questions about the level of astronomical knowledge possessed by the ancient Khmers. Perhaps the temple served not only religious purposes, but also as an astronomical observatory, allowing residents to observe celestial phenomena and predict the change of seasons. Each stone here is imbued with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. The Bayan Temple is not just an architectural masterpiece. It is a symbol of a lost civilization, filled with unsolved riddles. How many more such mysteries are hidden under the veil of centuries, waiting for their moment to be revealed? Gazing at these smiling stone heads, we once again ponder. What else does the history of Cambodia hold? And how many more secrets await discovery to tell us about the grandeur and mystery of ancient empires? Moving from the enigmatic smiles of the Bayan Temple, we find ourselves in India, where amidst the bustling city of Jaipur, ancient observatories of Jantar Mantar are hidden. These magnificent structures, built in the 18th century, are a remarkable blend of science and art, with massive stone instruments, like guardians of time, preserving knowledge that could rival modern astronomical observatories. Each device here, from the renowned Samrat Yantra, a giant sundial, to the mysterious Jaipur zodiac circle, demonstrates incredible precision in determining time and the positions of celestial bodies. How could ancient Indian scholars possess such knowledge, seemingly unattainable by their contemporaries? It is astonishing that Jantar Mantar served not only scientific purposes, but also as a place where astronomy and astrology, science and mysticism intersected. Perhaps what was on one each how could the builders of these observatories so accurately track the movements of celestial bodies, leaving behind a trail of unsolved mysteries? Perhaps moving from the observatories, we can turn our attention to the enigmatic artifacts found in the vicinity, which may provide new insights into how ancient civilizations perceived the cosmos and their connection to it. Perhaps these artifacts are not just historical relics, but keys to understanding the great mysteries that still remain hidden from human eyes. How much more information awaits its time to be revealed? And how many secrets do the ancient stars keep in their silence? Each step through the ancient observatories of Jantar Mantar immerses us in a world where science and magic intertwine, creating a space for reflection on what we know about our past and what still awaits discovery. Moving from the mysteries of the Jantar Mantar, we find ourselves on the Philippines, where we encounter the majestic rice terraces of Ifugao, which, like staircases to the sky, were carved by hand into the mountain slopes. These terraces, over 2,000 years old, are not just agricultural lands, but true works of art created by human hands that have interacted with nature for centuries. Massive stone walls, rising and falling along the slopes, create a breathtaking landscape that captivates with its beauty and scale. How did the ancient Ifugao manage to create such a complex system that not only sustainably provides them with food but also harmoniously fits into the surrounding nature? This question has puzzled many researchers trying to unravel the secrets hidden in these terraces. The local people, living in harmony with the earth and nature, pass down their knowledge of farming from generation to generation, without maps or written instructions, relying solely on oral traditions and experience. They know how to properly cultivate the terraces, when to plant rice, and how to maintain the complex ecosystem that consists of many factors. The irrigation system developed by the Ifugao is a true engineering marvel. Channels running through the terraces precisely regulate the flow of water, ensuring the plants receive the necessary amount of moisture. But how did this ancient people, without modern technologies, manage to create such a complex and efficient system? Perhaps their connection to nature and the spirits they revere gave them unique knowledge, allowing them to utilize natural resources to their fullest extent. Every step along these terraces reminds us that here, at the edge of the world, humans and nature coexist in perfect symbiosis. But this is not all the secrets they hold. For centuries, the Ifugao have faced challenges that threatened their way of life, yet they found ways to adapt and preserve their traditions. How could they survive in changing environmental conditions, maintaining their unique cultural practices and knowledge? Inspired by ancient rituals and customs, the local people have created a system where respect for ancestors and the earth forms the basis of their existence. But what happens when these terraces become the focus of tourists and modern technologies? Can the modern world preserve this unique culture and wisdom? Or will they fade away like many other ancient knowledge? All these questions make us ponder how many more secrets the Ifugao rice terraces hold, and how many stories remain untold. Perhaps the world is not yet ready to reveal all the secrets that lie dormant in these majestic landscapes, and only time will show how the history of this unique people will unfold. Transitioning from the terraces of Ifugao, we find ourselves in the heart of Myanmar, in the mysterious city of Bagan, which can be truly called a wonder of the ancient world, shrouded in legends and mysteries. Imagine boundless plains where thousands of pagodas and temples stand like guardians of time, keeping their secrets. Each temple tells its own story, and numerous legends about the rulers who built these magnificent structures add an air of mystique to the atmosphere of this place. It is said that one of the kings of Bagan, named Ananda, ordered the construction of one temple per day to demonstrate his devotion to Buddha and achieve eternal life. But how could one person accomplish such an ambitious task? This question continues to puzzle researchers and tourists eager to unravel the mysteries of this ancient city. Archaeological finds in Bagan only fuel the interest in this place. Vivid frescoes, hidden under multiple layers of plaster, reveal scenes from long-gone epochs, full of life and spirituality. But how could these frescoes survive centuries, remaining so vibrant and expressive? The secret of the durability of the ancient building material, which included fruit juice and sticky rice, also inspires awe. How did the ancient builders know about such properties of materials? Perhaps this knowledge came from the gods themselves, or they were simply observant and wise builders who knew how to utilize what nature provided. Each step along the ancient streets of Bagan evokes a sense that time has stopped, and each temple, each pagoda, carries not only architectural, but also spiritual significance. But this is not the only mystery that Bagan holds. The city is also home to numerous enigmatic artifacts and objects that remain unexplained to this day. For example, strange statues depicting various creatures and mysterious inscriptions that cannot be deciphered. What can they tell us about the culture and beliefs of the ancient inhabitants of Bagan? Some researchers suggest that these artifacts may be connected to ancient rituals performed to appease the spirits residing in these places. Others believe they may indicate the existence of previously unknown cultural contacts with other civilizations. But, like many other historical mysteries, the truth remains hidden, like a shadow behind clouds. Bagan continues to be an inexhaustible source of questions and enigmas that make us ponder how many more secrets this ancient city with its thousands of pagodas still holds. How many stories could be told if the walls of the temples could speak? And what other secrets might be waiting to be discovered in the depths of this magnificent land? Questions that we may never find answers to only add to the mystery and allure of this place, leaving room for dreams and the spirit of research. Translation in English. Moving from the enigmas of the Baganda, we find ourselves in one of the most captivating spots on the map of Japan, the Golden Pavilion in Kyoto. This temple, known as Kinkakuji, seems to be carved from a golden dream, reflecting in the tranquil waters of the pond, creating a magical landscape that takes your breath away. Imagine golden walls, sparkling in the sun like precious gems, and inside, a cozy atmosphere where every detail is imbued with the spirit of prosperity and harmony. Built in the 14th century as an aristocratic villa for the shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu, its fate has been intertwined with the history of Japan. But how did such splendor transform into a Buddhist temple? After Yoshimitsu's death, his legacy became a symbol of the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. In this place where the beauty of nature and human artistry merge, we can feel the breath of centuries. With each step inside the temple, we encounter a majestic interior where every element, from carvings to paintings, tells of profound philosophical truths. However, the history of Kinkakuji is not devoid of tragedies. The temple has been destroyed several times due to wars and fires, and each restoration has been an act of devotion to Japanese traditions and culture. How does this place manage to retain its essence despite all trials? Perhaps it is because its spirit, like the golden gleam, is impervious to time. Remarkably, even after the devastating fire in 1955, when the temple was burned to the ground, it was restored to its original form, symbolizing resilience and constancy. This place has become not just an architectural masterpiece, but a true reflection of the Japanese soul, where every detail emphasizes the harmony between man and nature. But this is not all. Surrounding Kinkakuji are magnificent gardens filled with the fragrances of blooming cherry blossoms and the sounds of babbling streams. These gardens do not merely adorn the temple, they serve as spaces for contemplation and meditation, becoming an integral part of the entire complex. How can the harmony of nature and architecture inspire the search for deep meanings and self-understanding? Researchers and travelers visiting this sacred corner cannot help but ask, what wisdom did the ancient builders carry with them, creating such splendor? Perhaps in their hands was a power that could indicate the importance of preserving beauty and spirituality in our ever-changing world. Yet, despite the clarity and grandeur of Kinkakuji, many questions remain unanswered. For example, what was the true intention of the shogun when he turned his villa into a Buddhist temple? What secrets are hidden beneath the golden layers, and what can they reveal about that time? This place continues to inspire and intrigue, leaving behind a trail of riddles and unsolved mysteries that may one day be revealed to those who seek answers. And perhaps such wonders await discovery in other corners of the world, preserving invisible threads that connect the past and the future. Moving from the magic of Kinkakuji, we find ourselves in the heart of antiquity, at the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, two of the largest cities of a highly advanced civilization in the Indus Valley. These places, like silent witnesses, hold many secrets left by people who seem to have reached the pinnacle of progress but then vanished, as if dissolved into thin air. Imagine streets paved with perfectly fitted bricks and buildings designed with advanced technologies for their time, a water supply and sewage system that even today impresses modern engineers. How could such achievements have been created in the 3rd millennium BC? Is this not a testament to genius and skill? The urban planning of Mohenjo-Daro is astonishing. Each building, each street was meticulously planned, creating perfect symmetry and functionality. Yet amidst the grandeur of these ruins lies a mystery that remains unexplained. How could such an advanced civilization disappear, leaving behind only silent stones and tangled legends? Researchers propose numerous theories, from climate change to invasions, but none of them can fully explain how such a highly organized culture could have vanished. In Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists find not only the remains of houses and streets, but also mysterious symbols that may be a form of writing left for posterity. But what do they mean? Some suggest they could be religious symbols, while others believe they might contain knowledge lost to time. But surprisingly, no one has been able to decipher these enigmatic symbols. Could they be the key to understanding not only the disappearance of this civilization, but also a deeper truth about the nature of humanity and its place in the world? But this is not all. Moving to Harappa, we encounter another mystery. This city, though smaller in size, is no less enigmatic. Its ruins also bear the traces of a complex infrastructure, including warehouses that, according to scholars, were used for storing grain and other resources. But what happened to these supplies? Why didn't they help the residents survive? How could something so obvious and necessary for survival have been insufficient? Perhaps the answer lies in the fact that some unknown catastrophe struck the culture, leading to its decline. Some researchers suggest it could have been a natural disaster, such as a flood or a change in the river's course, forcing people to abandon their homes. But whatever the case, clear evidence of what happened to the inhabitants of these cities is still lacking. It seems that history itself is interrupted, leaving us in suspense, waiting for answers that may never come. And once again, we ask, can modern science, using new technologies such as DNA analysis or ground-penetrating radar, shed light on this ancient mystery? How many more unsolved enigmas lie hidden beneath layers of earth, waiting to be revealed? These magnificent ruins remind us that history is not only about knowledge, but also about questions that are hard to answer. Perhaps such mysteries await discovery in other corners of the world, hiding invisible threads that connect the past and the future. As we conclude our journey through 15 remarkable architectural wonders of Asia, we realize that these magnificent structures are not merely stones carved by human hands, but living testaments to genius, faith, and the extraordinary capabilities of ancient civilizations. Each of these sites is like a portal through time, revealing not only the grandeur of architectural skill, but also the profound mysteries that continue to captivate researchers and history enthusiasts. We have seen how these monuments, despite the passage of centuries, retain their beauty and scale, inspiring awe and wonder. How could builders, with only primitive tools, create such monumental structures that continue to astound us today? Their secrets remain unsolved, like cryptic messages from a distant past that we cannot decipher. But perhaps it is this very mystery that makes them even more alluring. These architectural masterpieces inspire us to delve deeper into the history and culture of Asia. They invite us to embark on journeys to touch their grandeur and feel the spirit of the time when they were built. We hope you will share your impressions and favorite Asian architectural landmarks in the comments, for each of your words is a part of a larger conversation about our shared heritage. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue discovering the wonders of our planet and the mysteries of the past. We believe that encountering these ancient structures enriches our perspective on human history, reminding us of the eternal value of cultural heritage. These magnificent monuments serve as a source of inspiration for future generations, and their secrets, though not yet revealed, continue to beckon us into a world where history and myth intertwine. How many more secrets lie hidden within the depths of our planet waiting to be uncovered? Boundless ocean expanses have always harbored mysteries in their dark depths, which the human mind cannot comprehend. Welcome to a journey through the most enigmatic and inexplicable maritime secrets that have long stirred the imagination of researchers and ordinary sailors alike. What happens in the ominous Bermuda Triangle, where ships and planes vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by an unknown force? Where do ghostly ships, like the legendary Flying Dutchman, appear, doomed to wander the waves forever without crew or purpose? Many sailors swear they have heard strange, piercing sounds emanating from the ocean depths. Sounds that do not belong to any known scientific entity. What lies beneath the water's surface? Ancient civilizations, sunken cities with incredible technologies, or something even more mysterious and frightening? Today, we will delve into the abyss of these mysteries, balancing on the edge of scientific explanations and mystical legends passed down through generations by those who have encountered the inexplicable. Prepare yourselves. Some of these stories are capable of making even the bravest adventurers shudder. The most ominous mystery of the world's oceans remains the infamous Bermuda Triangle, a section of the Atlantic Ocean where, as if by the will of unknown forces, ships and planes disappear without a trace, leaving behind no signs of distress. This gloomy territory, bounded by arbitrary lines between the Bermuda Islands, Puerto Rico, and the Florida coast, has witnessed dozens of unexplained tragedies. Let us recall the mysterious disappearance of 5 torpedo bombers 19 in December 1945. Experienced pilots conducting a routine training flight suddenly reported strange phenomena. We don't see land. Everything looks strange. Even the ocean is not as usual. The last words heard by the controllers were filled with panic and confusion. What did these pilots see over the dark waters? What unknown horror caused them to lose their bearings? The rescue plane sent to search for them also vanished without a trace in these cursed waters, as if some invisible force had swallowed it. No less mysterious is the fate of the cargo ship Marian Sulphur Queen, which disappeared in February 1963 under ideal weather conditions. The ship, like a ghost, dissolved in the clear, sunny day, sending no distress signal. How can such disappearances be explained? Some scientists offer rational explanations. Methane releases from the ocean floor, capable of instantaneously depriving a ship of buoyancy. Anomalous magnetic fields, disabling navigation instruments. Sudden infrasound waves, causing panic and disorientation in people. But why do such strange phenomena concentrate in this area? Other researchers turn to more exotic theories. Time portals opening in the depths of the triangle. Activity of extraterrestrial civilizations using this zone for their incomprehensible purposes. Or even the legacy of the ancient civilization of Atlantis, whose destroyed technological devices continue to generate energy vortices on the ocean floor. Local sailors tell of strange mists rising from nowhere in the middle of a clear day, of inexplicable malfunctions in compasses and electronic equipment, of unusual luminescence of the water at night. When you enter these waters, you feel that you are being watched, shared Jorge Martinez, captain of a fishing vessel who has worked in these waters for more than 30 years. The ocean here is different, darker, deeper, more alive. Especially disturbing for scientists is the fact that many ships that disappeared were equipped with the most modern communication and navigation devices, and their captains had impeccable reputations and extensive experience. What could silence an experienced captain, not giving him time even for a brief distress signal? What force could so quickly and completely engulf an entire ship? Despite decades of research, the use of the most advanced technologies and analysis methods, the Bermuda Triangle continues to keep its secrets, as if mocking human attempts to unravel its dark mystery. And while the scientific community debates the causes of these mysterious disappearances, sailors continue to look at maps with trepidation, planning routes that will allow them to bypass these ominous waters, where the boundary between the known and the incomprehensible becomes frighteningly thin. But the Bermuda Triangle is just one of many oceanic anomalies on our planet. No less mysterious is the Devil's Sea off the coast of Japan, where similar unexplained disappearances occur. What connects these distant parts of the world's oceans? Is it possible that they are part of a global network of energy anomalies encircling our planet, with an invisible web of mysteries and inexplicable phenomena? Speaking of the mysterious places of the world's oceans, it is impossible not to remember the greatest maritime mystery, whose name has been stirring human minds for more than 2,000 years, the legendary Atlantis. This enigmatic civilization, described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, seems to beckon researchers into the depths of the ocean, promising incredible discoveries and answers to fundamental questions about our past. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful island state located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the ancient name for the Strait of Gibraltar. It was not just a country, but a genuine marvel of engineering, with concentric canals, magnificent temples adorned with precious metals, and technologies far ahead of its time. Plato describes the Atlanteans as a people who were initially noble and wise, but gradually became corrupted by sin and pride, for which they were punished by the gods. In one day and one terrible night, as the ancient text says, catastrophic earthquakes and floods swallowed this wondrous island, forever hiding it beneath the waves. But was this just a philosophical allegory, or a reflection of real events? Archaeologists, geologists, historians, and even mystics have been trying to answer this question for centuries. Some scientists believe that the legend may have been based on a real event, a catastrophic volcanic eruption on the island of Santorini around 1650 BC, which destroyed the advanced Minoan civilization. The enormous tsunamis caused by this catastrophe could have reached the shores of Egypt, from where, according to Plato, the story of Atlantis reached the Greeks. Other researchers point to striking similarities in the architecture and engineering solutions described by Plato with the culture of the ancient inhabitants of America. Could the Atlanteans have been a link between the Old and New Worlds long before Columbus? The famous oceanographer and explorer Jacques-Yves Cousteau devoted years to searching for the remains of the submerged civilization. "The ocean keeps its secrets more tightly than we think," he said after one of his expeditions. "Under the waves, there may lie an entire chapter of human history that we are not even aware of." Of particular interest are recent discoveries of underwater structures off the coast of Cuba. In the area known as the Cuban Underwater City, a complex of geometrically correct formations at a depth of more than 600 meters, discovered using hydroacoustic devices in 2001. Could these mysterious structures be the remains of ancient buildings created by a highly developed civilization? Or are they just a whimsical creation of nature, giving the impression of artificial constructions? No less intriguing are the studies in the area of the Azores, an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean, which some theorists consider to be the possible peak of the submerged continent of Atlantis. Geological research confirms that part of these islands could have been flooded as a result of sea level rise after the last ice age. But how extensive was this land? Could it have accommodated the developed civilization described by Plato? The local legends of the Azores are full of stories about strange lights over the water on moonless nights, about inexplicable underwater sounds resembling music, and about fishermen who, on particularly clear days, claim to see the outlines of ancient buildings in the depths of the ocean. "The sea speaks to us in a language that we have forgotten how to understand," shares the old fisherman Miguel Ferreira. "Our ancestors knew that an ancient land slept beneath the waves, and sometimes it wakes up." What is particularly striking about the legend of Atlantis is the amazing similarity of such tales among peoples separated by thousands of kilometers and having no contact with each other. From the Maya Indians to the ancient Celts, from the Egyptian priests to the Polynesian sailors, everywhere we find references to a great civilization swallowed by the sea for its sins and pride. Can collective human memory preserve echoes of a real historical event of such a global scale? And if Atlantis did exist, what other secrets did it take with it to the bottom of the ocean? What knowledge and technologies were lost on that fateful day when the waters closed over the magnificent temples and palaces of the Atlanteans? Perhaps the answers lie somewhere in the impenetrable darkness of the ocean depths, patiently waiting for humanity to be ready to meet its forgotten past. Even the boldest seekers of Atlantis acknowledge that there are places in the world ocean where the search for ancient mysteries can turn into a deadly danger. One such place is the ominous maritime zone off the eastern coast of Japan, known as the Devil's Sea or the Dragon's Triangle. This mysterious region, located in the Pacific Ocean about 100 kilometers south of Tokyo, is shrouded in an atmosphere no less sinister than its famous Atlantic counterpart, the Bermuda Triangle. Japanese fishermen have long avoided these waters, passing down legends from generation to generation about strange lights over the sea, inexplicable storms occurring on clear days, and ships disappearing without a trace along with their crews. Ma no Umi, so the locals call this place, which translates to Sea of Demons, or Devil's Sea. Ancient Japanese manuscripts mention a mysterious underwater palace, Ryugu-jo, the abode of a sea dragon god who, according to legends, takes the souls of drowned sailors. Is this coincidence with the real anomalous zone? What particularly intrigues researchers is the striking similarity of phenomena observed in the Dragon's Triangle and the Bermuda Triangle. Despite the thousands of kilometers separating these two places, the same unexplained disappearances of ships and aircraft, the same malfunctions of navigation equipment, and the same reports of strange atmospheric phenomena. Can nature create two practically identical phenomena on opposite sides of the planet? Or are we dealing with something that transcends our understanding? One of the most famous disappearances in the Devil's Sea occurred in 1952 when a Japanese research vessel, Kaio Maru No. 5, with a crew of 31 people, set out to study volcanic activity in this area and vanished without a trace. The search operation yielded no results, no wreckage, no signs of a shipwreck, no distress signals. The ship, along with its entire crew of experienced sailors and scientists, seemed to have dissolved into the ocean depths. What could have happened to a modern ship equipped with all means of communication and rescue? Professor Kiyoshi Wadazumi, who has devoted decades to studying this phenomenon, proposes the existence of special geomagnetic anomalies in the Dragon's Triangle associated with tectonic activity. In this area, several tectonic plates converge, creating unique conditions, he explains. Sudden methane releases from the ocean floor or powerful underwater currents caused by plate movements could explain some of the disappearances. However, even this renowned scholar admits that not all cases can be rationally explained. Particularly baffling are the testimonies of survivors after encountering anomalies in the Devil's Sea. Captain Takashi Yamaguchi, who miraculously returned from this cursed zone in 2007, recounted a strange fog that enveloped his ship. It was unnaturally dense and had a greenish hue. All our instruments malfunctioned simultaneously, and then we saw it. A huge shadow under the water, moving around the ship. It was larger than any known marine creature. What did Captain Yamaguchi see? An unknown marine animal? A submarine? Or something completely different, not classifiable within our reality? The Japanese government long treated stories about the Devil's Sea with skepticism until a tragedy in 1954 forced them to recognize the problem. 2 patrol aircraft of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force disappeared in this area on a clear day while performing routine duties. The last message from the pilots contained only a strange phrase: "This is impossible. It is rising from the water." After this incident, the Devil's Sea was officially marked on Japanese maritime charts as a dangerous zone. What is even more astonishing is that some researchers have discovered mysterious underwater structures on the ocean floor in the center of the Dragon's Triangle, resembling artificial constructions. Professor Masaki Kimura of Ryukyu University has been studying underwater formations near Yonaguni Island, located at the edge of the ominous triangle, for years. What we found has 2 regular geometric shapes to be the result of natural erosion, he asserts. Staircase terraces, straight angles, columnar structures, all of this points to a possible artificial origin. Could an ancient civilization have existed in this region thousands of years ago, before the rising sea level swallowed its cities? And if so, are the modern anomalies connected to some technologies or energy sources left by this submerged culture? Perhaps the Devil's Sea and the Bermuda Triangle are just doors to another reality, portals that existed long before the advent of humanity. We can only, and as the ocean, instead, some versions of the legend add that in a fit of rage, Vanderdecken killed a crew member who advised him to turn back, and then blasphemously cursed God, challenging him. For this sacrilege, the ship and its crew were condemned to eternal wandering at sea, never finding rest in a harbor. Remarkably, reports of encounters with the Flying Dutchman continue to this day. Sailors describe the ghostly ship as an old vessel with torn sails, glowing with an unnatural light, often surrounded by a greenish or bluish aura. Sometimes witnesses mention a ghostly crew performing their duties on deck, as if frozen in time. The most chilling aspect of these accounts is that the Flying Dutchman appears suddenly out of nowhere and can move against the wind and current, defying all laws of physics. Can we explain these observations solely through optical illusions, mirages, or collective hallucinations of exhausted sailors? Or do these stories hide something more mysterious beyond our understanding? Maritime folklore of all peoples is unanimous. An encounter with the Flying Dutchman is the most ominous sign that can befall a sailor. Those who have seen the ghostly ship are doomed to a swift end. Their ship is inevitably doomed to disaster. Admiral of the British fleet, Prince George of Cambridge, future King George V, recorded in his diary in 1881 during a voyage off the coast of Australia. At 4 a.m, we sighted a strange ship with red lights. It suddenly appeared before us, and just as suddenly disappeared. A few weeks later, a passenger ship on the same route sank, taking the lives of 400 people. Coincidence? Or a sinister omen? A particularly intriguing incident occurred during World War II when a German submarine patrolling the waters off the Cape of Good Hope reported encountering an old sailing ship, which, according to the captain, passed through the water without creating waves. 4 members of the submarine crew, including an officer, confirmed this observation under oath. A week later, the submarine was sunk by a British destroyer. The surviving crew members, taken prisoner, continued to insist on the truth of their story, despite the skepticism of their interrogators. Professor of Maritime Folklore at Oxford University, Jonathan Harrison suggests that the legend of the Flying Dutchman may have a real historical basis. The archives of the Dutch East India Company do indeed mention a captain named Bernard Fokker, whose ship disappeared without a trace off the Cape of Good Hope around 1641. It is possible that his story, embellished with mystical details, became the legend of the cursed ship. However, this rational explanation cannot entirely dispel the mysterious aura surrounding the Flying Dutchman. Why do so many sailors, practical and little given to fantasies, continue to report encounters with the ghostly ship? Why are these observations often recorded in official ships' logs, despite the risk of ridicule and skepticism? And most importantly, why do these encounters with the terrifying regularity precede maritime disasters? Perhaps in the depths of our collective unconscious lie archetypes and symbols that manifest in moments of approaching danger. Or is the Flying Dutchman something more than just a legend, a manifestation of unknown dimensions of reality that occasionally reveal themselves in certain points of the world's oceans? Regardless of the explanations, the legend of the ghost ship continues to live, passed down from generation to generation of sailors. And as long as the ocean holds its secrets, as long as strange silhouettes and lights appear in the sea mist, the story of the captain who challenged God and was condemned to eternal wandering will continue to stir the imagination of people, reminding us that not all mysteries of the ocean depths can be explained by modern science. For, as the old maritime saying goes, the sea holds more secrets than the boldest imagination can encompass. But not only the vast ocean hides mysteries of the past and unsolved enigmas, some of the most intriguing mysteries are found on small patches of land washed by ocean waters. One such mystery, which has captivated the minds of researchers and adventurers for over 2 centuries, is the famous Oak Island, located off the coast of Nova Scotia in Canada. This small island, with an area of just 70 hectares, has become the site of one of the longest and most fruitless search operations in human history. At the heart of this story is the mysterious Money Pit, a mysterious shaft said to hide untold treasures protected by a complex system of traps and possibly an ancient curse. The story of this mystery began in 1795 when a young Daniel McGuinness, exploring the island, discovered a strange depression in the ground and an old oak block above it. Intrigued by his find and inspired by pirate tales, he and his friends began digging. What they discovered set off a decades-long obsession. At a depth of about 2 meters, they encountered a platform of oak logs. Removing it, they continued digging, only to find another platform at 4 meters and another at 6 meters. It became clear that this was not an ordinary pit, but a meticulously designed shaft. But who and why created this complex structure on a sparsely populated island? Numerous expeditions over the next 200 years only deepened the mystery. In 1849, an extraordinary feature of the Money Pit was discovered, a system of tunnels connecting the shaft to the ocean. When a certain depth was reached, the shaft began to fill with seawater, making further digging impossible. Who could have created such a perfect system of protection in the pre-industrial era? The engineering skill required to build these tunnels seems incredible for the time when the shaft was supposedly created. In 1867, a stone slab with mysterious symbols was found, which some researchers interpreted as an encrypted message. According to one interpretation, the inscription read, 40 feet below lie 2 million pounds. Is this a clue to the location of the treasure or another riddle confusing seekers? What is even more intriguing, the Money Pit seems to be guarded by something more sinister than just engineering traps. Over the years of digging on the island, 6 people have died under mysterious circumstances. Some local residents believe that the treasure is guarded by an ancient curse, stating that the treasure will be found only after it has taken 7 lives. Researchers have proposed various theories about the origin of the Money Pit and the supposed treasures. The most popular version links the shaft to pirates, in particular, to the legendary Captain Kidd, who might have hidden his riches here before his execution. Other researchers suggest that the pit could have been created by Spanish or French sailors to hide military treasure. More exotic theories point to the Templars, who are said to have hidden their legendary treasures, including the Holy Grail or the Lost Ark of the Covenant, on the island. Some even connect the Money Pit to the Masons or the Rosicrucians, suggesting that the shaft might contain ancient manuscripts and secret knowledge instead of gold and jewels. What particularly puzzles researchers is the discovery of artifacts that seem to confirm each of these theories. fragments of parchment, links of a golden chain, strange metallic artifacts of unknown origin. But no expedition has been able to reach the supposed treasure trove. Modern technologies, including drilling, water pumping, and even remote sensing, have proven powerless against the mystery of Oak Island. Each time researchers seem to be getting closer to the solution, the shaft presents new surprises and obstacles. Is the Money Pit the greatest archaeological mystery of North America, or the longest-running hoax in history? Why do all attempts to reach the bottom of the shaft end in failure, despite modern equipment and significant financial investment? And the most worrying question, does the island indeed hide a secret that someone, or something, does not want to reveal to the world? As long as the Money Pit of Oak Island continues to keep its secrets, it makes us ponder how many more unsolved mysteries are hidden in the most unexpected corners of our planet, waiting for their moment and for those who dare to challenge the unknown. Turning our gaze from the enigmatic Oak Island with its impregnable money pit to even more mysterious remnants of the past hidden beneath the ocean's depths, we find that the depths of the world's oceans hold silent cities and ruins that could completely alter our understanding of ancient human history. One of the most mysterious underwater discoveries, sparking heated debates in the scientific community, is the monumental structure off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, discovered in 1987. This colossal underwater structure, resembling a stepped pyramid with terraces, platforms, and perfect right angles, rests at a depth of 25 meters in the emerald waters of the East China Sea. Is it a whimsical creation of nature or a man-made monument of an ancient, unknown civilization? Researchers are divided in their opinions. Skeptics argue that these formations are the result of natural erosion and tectonic processes characteristic of the region. However, proponents of artificial origin point to the remarkably precise geometric forms, the presence of roads, steps, columns, and even what appears to be a complex ancient temple complex with an altar. Professor Masaki Kimura, who has studied this structure for over 2 decades, believes that we are witnessing evidence of a highly developed civilization that thrived here at least 10,000 years ago when sea levels were significantly lower. If this is indeed the case, does it not mean that we will have to rewrite the entire history of human development? Even more astonishing discoveries have been made off the coast of India, in the Bay of Bengal, where in 2001 researchers found the ruins of a vast ancient city submerged at a depth of 30 meters. This underwater metropolis, spanning several square kilometers, includes remnants of massive walls, amphitheaters, sculptures, and what appears to be the remains of a grand harbor. Carbon dating of wooden fragments found among the ruins indicates an age of around 9,000 years, far older than the earliest known urban civilizations of Mesopotamia, considered the cradle of human civilization. Could highly developed societies have existed long before, according to the accepted historical timeline, when humans were just beginning to master agriculture? And if so, what caused their disappearance? Some researchers link these submerged ruins to legendary civilizations described in ancient texts. For example, underwater structures off the coast of Cuba, discovered using sonar equipment at a depth of 700 meters, are identified by many enthusiasts as the legendary Atlantis described by Plato. Complex geometric structures resembling pyramids and city quarters stretch over several square kilometers. Scientists, however, exercise caution in their interpretations, noting that without detailed research using underwater vehicles, it is impossible to determine whether these formations are natural or artificial. What is particularly intriguing about these underwater mysteries is their global distribution, from the shores of Greece, where the ruins of the legendary city of Pavlopetri lie submerged for about 5,000 years, to the coast of Alexandria in Egypt, where divers found the remains of Cleopatra's palace and the famous Pharos lighthouse. Ancient submerged cities are discovered practically on every continent. Each of these discoveries raises the question, what could have caused such massive catastrophes, capable of swallowing entire cities and possibly entire civilizations? Geologists point to sea level rise after the last ice age, tectonic shifts, or catastrophic tsunamis as possible causes. However, some researchers propose more audacious hypotheses, linking these inundations to global catastrophes that could have reshaped the entire planet, from asteroid impacts to sudden shifts in the Earth's axis. The thought that these silent underwater witnesses might hold the key to deciphering the legends of the Great Flood, present in the mythology of almost all ancient cultures, is particularly captivating. Could these myths be more than just beautiful tales, but echoes of real events etched into the collective memory of humanity? The study of underwater ruins is fraught with enormous technical difficulties, making each new discovery even more valuable. Ocean currents, deposits, corrosion, and marine life gradually erase the traces of human presence, turning once magnificent structures into indistinguishable formations. How many more submerged cities, temples, and monuments lie hidden in the unexplored depths of the world's oceans? And what secrets might they reveal about our past, about civilizations of which we may not even be aware? As scientists continue to explore these enigmatic underwater structures, the boundary between scientific fact and legend remains blurred, leaving ample room for imagination and new hypotheses. For in the end, perhaps the greatest mystery lies not in what these submerged ruins conceal, but in how open we are to the possibility of an alternative human history, a history that may be far older, more complex, and more mysterious than we have ever dared to imagine. Diving into the mysterious depths of the ocean, it is impossible not to encounter another unsolved mystery: sea monsters that, according to legends, inhabit the dark waters. Legends of kraken, giant snakes, and other sea monsters have long stirred the minds of sailors and researchers. Who among us has not heard tales of giant tentacles emerging from the water to drag entire ships into the abyss? How could such terrifying creatures become part of the folklore of different peoples? Perhaps these stories are based on real encounters with deep-sea creatures that are only now beginning to be revealed to scientists. For example, the kraken, a legendary creature described as a giant mollusk capable of swallowing ships whole, could have been inspired by observations of real deep-sea inhabitants like the giant squid, which can reach lengths of up to 14 meters. But if such creatures truly exist, how many more strange and unknown beings might be hidden in the ocean's depths? Are there other more bizarre and unfamiliar creatures that could be the source of these terrifying legends? Some scientists suggest that the deep sea is home to creatures that, in terms of size and shape, could outstrip our imagination. We know of animals like the giant anglerfish, which can reach lengths of over 100 meters, but their existence remains in the shadows of the scientific community. How could sailors describe such creatures if they had not even been discovered? It is likely that there is some truth in this, as the ocean remains one of the most unexplored places on the planet. Perhaps these are not just myths and legends, but reflections of real observations that have been lost over the centuries. Memories of such encounters were passed down orally, forming images that became increasingly fantastical over time. And yet, how can we explain the sailors' descriptions of sea serpents that, according to their accounts, could grow to enormous sizes and terrorize coastlines? Some researchers link these legends to observations of real marine reptiles, such as the longfish and sea lizards, which could indeed inspire fear with their appearance. But could these creatures be so terrifying that they became the basis for myths about giant serpents? When discussing sea monsters, it is impossible not to mention the phenomenon known as deep-sea sightings. In the 20th century, many people reported encountering strange creatures appearing on the surface near fishing vessels. Monsters that might have been the cause of ancient legends continue to remain a mystery. How can we explain these observations if science cannot confirm their existence? Perhaps there is a truth here that we cannot yet comprehend, or perhaps it is simply the imagination of those who spent long hours in solitude on the vast expanses of the ocean. But where did these legends about sea monsters come from, and how do they reflect the fears and hopes of people? Legends of sea serpents, kraken, and other dark creatures dwelling in the depths remain alive, passed down from generation to generation. They remind us that the world of oceans is full of mysteries, and each wave could hide something extraordinary, yet terrifying. Perhaps this is the essence of sea myths. They serve as a warning that there is something greater in our world than we can comprehend. How many more wonders and horrors are hidden in the boundless waters, waiting for their moment to be revealed? It remains only to dream that one day we will be able to unravel these mysteries and perhaps discover that each legend contains a particle of truth. But this is not the only mystery hidden in the depths of the ocean. Diving even deeper, we encounter a phenomenon known as unidentified submerged objects, or USOs. These mysterious shadows in the abyss have intrigued researchers and laypeople alike for decades. How could it be that objects exhibiting inexplicable maneuvers and speeds, surpassing all known technologies, were spotted in the vast expanses of the ocean? Witness accounts of strange submerged objects range from barely discernible silhouettes to massive objects gliding across the water at incredible speeds. A few years ago, a group of divers off the coast of one of the Pacific Islands encountered an unusual phenomenon. They described how a shining object suddenly emerged from the depths, then disappeared, leaving behind only a splash. How can such observations be explained? Perhaps it is just a trick of light and shadow, or have we witnessed something greater? Some researchers suggest that such objects could be the result of secret military experiments. Maybe they are something humanity created in its quest for the unknown, but never fully understood. However, there are also more exotic theories that propose USOs could be alien spacecraft exploring our world. How is that possible? It is quite likely that we are not alone in the universe, and these mysterious objects are messengers from distant worlds. Nevertheless, science struggles to explain such phenomena. There are also theories pointing to unknown natural phenomena that can create illusions or distortions in perception. Perhaps they are simply new forms of life or phenomena that scientists have not yet classified. Each time we encounter USOs, new questions arise. What is their nature? What are their purposes? No explanations can yet fully clarify the situation, leaving only a veil of mystery over this phenomenon. And yet, despite all efforts to unravel these mysteries, we cannot ignore the realization that the ocean holds many more uncharted secrets. How many such mysterious objects are hidden in the depths, waiting to be discovered? We can only speculate about what happens in the dark waters and what other mysteries, like USOs, may await their discoverers in the future. In this vast, boundless ocean, where reality and fantasy intertwine, there remains only the hope that one day we will solve these mysteries and perhaps discover that every legend, every myth about underwater creatures contains a grain of truth. This is not the only mystery that emerges from the depths. As we move from unidentified underwater objects to mysterious sounds, we encounter a phenomenon that both amazes and raises numerous questions. What are these sounds that echo from the dark abyss of the ocean? One of the most famous is the bloop, a powerful underwater sound recorded in 1997. This enigmatic noise, resembling a crackle or a loud rumble, was detected in an area where the ocean depth reaches several thousand meters. How could such a powerful sound wave arise in the silent depths? Researchers suggest that bloop could have been caused by something natural, such as underwater volcanoes or ice fractures that produce sounds similar to this. However, there remains the possibility that it is something more mysterious, unexplained. Some scientists propose that bloop could be the result of the activity of unknown marine creatures capable of producing such powerful sounds. Imagine creatures living in the ocean depths, about which we do not even suspect, and their voices reaching us through the water. What secrets do they hold? But bloop is not the only sound shrouded in mystery. Researchers have also recorded other powerful underwater sounds, such as Neruda and Slovo. Each of these sounds has its unique characteristics and place of origin, but their origin remains unclear. Some scientists suggest that these sounds may be related to geological activity, such as the movement of tectonic plates or the formation of new underwater mountains. Nevertheless, none of these theories provides a definitive answer to the question of what is happening in the ocean depths. How can we explain such phenomena? Perhaps it is simply a game of nature, or we are encountering something that transcends our understanding. Despite scientific research and modern technologies, such as seismographs and hydrophones, which help analyze sound waves, many questions remain unanswered. What hidden meaning lies in these mysterious sounds? And what can they tell us about life in the ocean? Each of them seems to whisper to us that the underwater world is full of mysteries, and perhaps we are only scratching the surface. And so, when we listen to the voice of the abyss, we understand that each wave and each crack can open doors to unexplored realms. How many more sounds are hidden in the silence of the depths, and what secrets do they hold? Perhaps in the near future, we will be able to solve these mysteries and learn that our ocean not only hides secret sounds but also stories waiting to be told. It seems that the world of underwater sounds is full of life, hidden from our eyes, but how much of it remains inaccessible to us? Ghost islands, vanished lands. Moving away from the mysterious sounds of the ocean, let's delve into the world of vanished islands that once adorned old maps, but no longer exist. These lands, washed by seas and shrouded in mysteries, evoke genuine interest and sometimes even fear. How could an entire land disappear, leaving behind only traces on yellowed atlas pages? Perhaps the most famous of these ghost islands is the Bermuda Triangle, a region where, according to legend, not only ships but also planes vanish. But this is not the only mystery, as there are other vanished islands among the ocean expanses, such as Sandy and Lemuria. Sandy, for instance, was described as a paradise with meadows and forests, but according to records, it suddenly disappeared in the 19th century. How could this happen? Some scientists believe the island was a result of a cartographic error, while others suggest it was submerged due to underwater volcanic activity. Volcanic eruptions can indeed create new islands, but they can also completely destroy existing ones. Ancient legends about Lemuria speak of a highly advanced civilization that vanished without a trace. Some researchers claim Lemuria was a link between various cultures and peoples, but it was submerged in the ocean due to natural catastrophes. Perhaps this was not just a myth, but a real place hiding its secrets beneath the waters of the Indian Ocean. But if Lemuria did exist, how could it have vanished? One theory suggests that active tectonic processes could have caused its submersion, but there is no compelling evidence to support this hypothesis. Are we left to speculate about the fate of these vanished islands? From cartographic errors to legends of lost civilizations, all these elements create an atmosphere of mystery that envelops the oceans and their shores. But this is not the only secret hidden in the waters. What about the island mentioned in ancient texts but never found by any modern researcher? Vanished lands like Atlantis continue to spark debates and interest among scientists and adventurers. According to Plato, Atlantis was a highly advanced civilization that disappeared in an instant, swallowed by the sea. How could such a developed culture vanish without a trace? Some believe Atlantis is just a myth created to explain natural disasters, while others are convinced it really existed and its traces can be found in yet-to-be-discovered parts of the world. There are even theories linking the disappearance of Atlantis to global catastrophes like floods or earthquakes. But despite all the research and searches, none of these places have been found, and the mysteries of their disappearance remain unsolved. Each of these ghost islands leaves behind a multitude of questions that have puzzled researchers and enthusiasts of mysteries for centuries. Are there still undiscovered lands waiting to be found? How many more secrets does the ocean hold? And how many myths about submerged civilizations remain just legends without a real basis? Realizing that history is full of mysteries, we continue to seek answers, and perhaps one day we will unravel the secrets surrounding the vanished islands and their inhabitants. While some islands disappear, others may appear, leaving us only hints of their existence. But as practice shows, these mysteries may be closer than we think, and our oceans are full of stories waiting to be told. How many more wonders are hidden beneath the waves, and how many unexplored lands remain on the map of our planet? Ocean depths, secrets we have yet to unravel. The ocean, this vast and enigmatic world, serves not only as a source of life for millions of creatures, but also as an abyss concealing numerous chilling mysteries that often become true nightmares for humans. We have already explored sunken ghost islands, ancient civilizations, and their fates. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. The ocean is filled with unsolved mysteries that continue to trouble the minds of researchers and adventure enthusiasts. How many more unexplored lands lie beneath its waves? What chilling stories might be waiting to be told? Each time we gaze upon the boundless sea, we seem to feel its ominous aura, reminding us of the forces of nature and the unexplored depths that can swallow everything in their path. Research and exploration continue. But even the most advanced technologies, such as LiDAR scanning and underwater drone systems, do not always reveal all the secrets. How can we avoid the questions that continue to haunt us? What happened to those who dared to embark on risky journeys through treacherous waters, and what secrets do their stories hide? Perhaps among the ocean depths lie treasures left behind by forgotten civilizations, or perhaps there are chilling artifacts that could change our understanding of history. We invite you to share your most chilling ocean stories or theories in the comments. Perhaps you know something that could help us unravel these mysteries. Subscribe to our channel to delve into the world of secrets and mysteries, where each new episode unveils a new layer of the unknown. But remember, this is just a small part of the ocean's secrets. In the depths of the ocean, there is still much unexplained, and perhaps you will be the one to uncover them. How many more secrets await us beyond the horizon, in this dark and alluring world?